Hello, everyone. How is everyone today? I hope that everyone's going well. I've just had like an orange or something, so I'm now feeling it in my teeth, mind you. It always seems to be a lot of, when you're eating an orange and you get that rind in your teeth. Hello, Aisha. How are you? Essia. How are you? Sorry. So sometimes I say things wrong. Hello, Alex. Hello, Renata. Hello, Danielle. And hello, Maridol. How's everybody? Hello, Sunny. Jobeth. Hello. How is everyone today? Asia says a vassal's attentions towards you. It's interesting because this person would probably like chasing, but you have made this kind of easy for them. So honestly, this person tends to want to chase things or wants to play with things, and you're just making it really easy for them. So I would definitely say to you to be more playful and more like, oh yeah, do you think I'm flirting with you? Would you like to know? Instead of being like, hey, I really like you, because this person will naturally want to chase things. Leo, so obviously interested, but you're not giving them enough chase. Leo says, what is use attentions towards me? This is interesting because this King of Pentacles is coming up. So this person feels like you're worthy of an investment. So Pentacles tend to work with money. That's how they view relationships. That's how they do everything. They're very material. So when they have this kind of investment in you, that means that they think you're worthy of that. So that's what I would say first. But they do have the heart is full. So if they really don't work on that, that means that they'll be like, oh yeah, we could be friends, we could be everything. But if they don't have space, they're not going to be able to bring you in. So that's one thing I would worry about, is if this person seems so very over enthusiastic and they're really like, yeah, and they haven't really thought about it, then yeah. How does my ex Jeet feel about me? Okay, so Jobeth, it's kind of hard because this person would have been more about like, hey, I judge you right. There was a little bit of tension or friction in that relationship. So they're kind of remembering a lot of like the little things that you did that were more attention seeking overall, which tends to happen. We have this kind of thing called deletion or erasure of a relationship after it's happened. We either delete the bad stuff, that means that you hold on to your ex, right, guys? Or you delete all the good things and you hold on to the bad things. And I think that he's held on to the bad things. You can like learn from that, but I think that's the thing. So Miriam, when is my husband Ahmed reconcile with me and current feelings for me? We're in separation. Look, I feel like you have to reapproach this person. This person, Maridol, so Miriam, has been in a relationship for so long that they're starting to realize that they've got less shackles, holding them or attaching them to things that they were once feeling responsible for. And this doesn't mean like, okay, you were a bad person. They just felt like they had to do a lot more maintenance. So you have to rethink this connection or rethink how you're going to approach this person, because you can't wait for them to reconcile with you, because they're already trying to like kind of disappear. So I think you have to reapproach them and say, oh yeah, it was nice with me, wasn't it? What's coming for me and deity, please? I'm a Virgo and he's a Capricorn. There's a lot here, but the cards want to tell you that this is really good. You've got the lovers and you've got ultimate compatibility. So you shouldn't worry about how compatible you are. It's possibly a soulmate connection. I would worry about these two in reverse, because that means that you both have anger issues that you're not dealing with, Danielle. So honestly, these are both like, you're very intelligent people, but because you both go towards anger when something's not working out for you guys, you need to work on that. There is kind of a bit to be more kind of thoughtful about where you're going in life, and that you can change the environment to change your mood, and that will change your reality, you know? So that's all I would say for you, is like, you guys need to work on that anger, because if you're both angry, then there's not going to be anybody that's listening. Sunny, I hope that you put your question down, or we're gonna get into the big things. So Renata says, what are JL's attentions towards me, please? Okay, so this person actually wants to control this connection. They accepted this offer, or you offered them something and they're trying to accept that, but then they have this big control thing. So honestly, sometimes this means that they need to let go, Renata, and just like go with the flow. But this might be just a type of their personality. They accept something and then they have to be like this all the time, you know? So yeah, they definitely are interested, I would say. It's kind of a little bit scary, because they don't seem to be like it. They seem like more of a nervous wreck than anything else. What about a love, love and marriage? My name's David. Love and marriage. Honestly, you should keep on doing what you're doing. You're a King of Pentacles. So a lot of times when, like, the biggest form of argument in a relationship is money. So just keep on earning that money, because the whole idea is like, men go, oh, women are so superficial, they'll think about how much income a man makes. And I'm like, well, yeah, because you've got to raise a child with this person. Like, you don't want them broke. I'm sorry, guys, if you're like, oh, but they should love me. Yes, they should love you, but it does help if that person's stable and they've got a good income. Ace of Pentacles. There's already some like offers coming in for a love and marriage. So honestly, just keep on thinking about those love offers when they come in. EA, is this going to be a good partner? Are they compatible with me? Because sometimes you'll get someone that's completely different from you, and that can be good if they have the same values. But most of the time, if you're fighting about values, it never works. How is everyone in chat? Okay, so Alex says, was the Scorpio jealous when I told him I could sit in meeting with L? I think that he doesn't understand what you want from that. He knows that you're angry and he knows that you're upset, but like the rest of it, he's just like, yeah, sure, whatever. You know, like this person might just sit and go, whatever you think is best. which is probably annoying for you because you want them to be a little bit more like, you know, and Study says, liked, will I make it to Poland directly and pass immigration in the future? I'm Leo. You cannot control this situation. The cards actually say it's better for you to let go of the control on this, Sunny. So sometimes just relax, accept like what's going to happen. Like my granddad used to have a saying, and I'm going to stuff it up. But you know, it was always a repeated phrase in my house growing up, and it just translates to God's will. You accept that. You have to accept that as like you have no control. So it's better to accept that you have no control than controlling it. Page of Cups, it's time for some self-reflection, Sunny, more than anything else. So it could be time to actually sit there and go, how do I present myself as a person? Like, how can I show the stuff that I need to show on the outside? Because sometimes it's like, if you're nervous and if you're like upset and stuff like that, it's gonna have a harder time with where you want to go, you know. Hello, Shreya. Charity says, what are Libra's thoughts about me? Firstly, very good. We've got some kind of interesting things here. Sometimes the cards like hiding underneath each other. Okay, so honestly, this person usually thinks that you're quite happy, quite free-flowing. You go with the flow wherever you want to go. So you're very, like, opposite to them. They're kind of very closed, and they're very, like, on their path, or the grind, you know? So they might feel like you're frivolous, and you might feel like they're uptight. And this is what you've had arguments before about, Charity, is this kind of like, oh yeah, don't worry about a thing. They're like, oh, I worry about everything, you know? So you've got to realize that that's the case with this, is that's what they're thinking about, and that's how that it's kind of good because they kind of understand what the difference is between you guys, so they're also thinking about what their reactions are to you. Sapnia says, will I hear from S in the next 2 months? I feel like no. I think this person has actually like kind of disappeared from your life, and it might be like that thing that they really couldn't deal with some friends or your family, Sapnia. Because sometimes people just sit there and go, okay, I can deal with Sapnia, I just can't deal with everybody else. Which is okay. That's fine. Like, you don't have to worry about it as much. Okay, so Ina, we've got to make sure that, guys, thank you for not spamming it. So Monica, they really liked you for this. So it's kind of an interesting thing. You're very compatible for this job. You look like the best fit. There was just something about like the less of your experience, Monica, which might mean that you don't get it at this stage. But I feel like if they said to you, like, no, we're not hiring you right now, they would say, come in again, Monica. Honestly, I would say it's either the lack of experience going in that's going to get you a little bit more jittery, like this time around, or that they will want you to come back. Because I feel like you're such a great candidate. It's just that you don't have as much experience as the other people that I had that they're thinking of hiring. Yeah. Prinyaka says, hi, what are the current feelings of S towards me? Ay. Brynjaka, I'd be a little bit worried about this person right now. They're giving me some major vibes, and not in a good way. Temperance in reverse means that this person's in a state of chaos, and because they're in a state of chaos, they'll let the turning kind of like dark kind of thing, where they're getting more sarcastic, they're getting more mean, they're getting more cruel, they're getting more angry. Yeah, like honestly, swords, if they don't know how to control their kind of like emotions, they tend to go towards anger, mostly, but they could be a little bit snippy or a little bit you know. And I would say just back down and kind of give this person space, because honestly, Prinyaka, if this person keeps on doing what they're doing, I wouldn't want to be around them. That's what the cards are showing me, and that's what I wouldn't want. Ina says, when will my Aquarius ex come back to me and apologize? I don't feel like this person's gotta apologize. They've already got like another woman, so they got up and left. So if they had another woman while they were with you, I think that they're not going to apologize at all. I think weirdly enough, they would feel like that's justified, which is not what you want to hear. But Mahini, how are you? Okay, so New Love says, hi General, please. Okay, can we have a clarification for this heartbreak card? Because people go, oh my god. Okay. Right. Interesting. You have heartbreak in the thing of Queen of Swords, which if you're feminine, this could possibly be you. And this is down to the lack of financial education, or the lack of education overall. But because it's Pentacles, it's a lack of financial education. So I would say to you, if there was something that you really wanted, but you didn't get that money, it's because you need to be more like aware of your finances overall. I want you to be aware of that completely. Geeta, I will just give me time. A judgment. This is interesting. People are actually judging you in kind of a fair manner. If that's not what you want, like if you're hearing messages that might be overwhelmingly negative, it might be time to look in the mirror and go, well, I hear this all the time. There must be a certain amount of truth. But if you get some good things, also take that in and go, well, obviously that's got to be the truth too. It's not like you can't just say, oh yeah, all the negative things I will take on. All the positive things you have to take on too. A butterfly says, does my AK realize his past and mistakes and will make up for it? God. I'm glad that a lot of people here don't actually do any spells. I could see like a lot of people go, right, time focus. Does I think that this person understands that they were weaker and they want to be more understanding of who they are in general. So I don't think that there's apology in order, but they know that it's wiser to understand why they did these mistakes. So I think in general they're trying to make up for it every single day, just because they understood what they had done, and they also understand how much you're worth to them, because you don't get queen cards without them understanding that you are this person. And if you have, guys, if you draw a king or a queen card, that means that this person feels that you're elevated. Unless they've got another like if they're another queen or another king, it means that they believe they're on the same level as you. So Pretty says, did M see anything in the phone that annoyed him? No. This person's actually quite in love with you, so I don't think so unless it was really bad, Pretty, that they would have noticed anything, you know? So okay, so Smiley says, can I get a general for the next 15 days? Well, it's love, hope, and joy for you, but you might be in a little bit of funk right now, Smiley. This is kind of weird thing because I'm feeling like a very goth vibe. Like the sun is smiling, the birds are singing, and you're just like there on the couch in black, going, eh. So honestly, maybe you need to realize and change your perspective, shift your perspective to enjoy what's around you, because I do feel like this like emo goth vibe coming through. So if that's your element, don't worry about it. I completely understand if you're like, oh, but I am emo goth. That's good. That's good. That's fine. But we want to shift that kind of bit where you're feeling a little bit more like near on the couch kind of feeling. So it could be time to actually, for the next 15 days, shift your perspective a little bit, maybe give gratitude more than like, I want more things. You know, shift your space and go, okay, there's a lot of things in the world that people don't have and I have, and just like go, oh shit, like yeah. And so therefore, then you'll realize that the abundance and happiness around you comes in naturally because you're already open to see it. Ina, after these two things, can we take a break? Because everybody needs another question answered, and if everyone's taking up chat, then no one gets answered. What is L's attention towards me? This person likes the flirting or chatting or talking that you guys do, and this person's willing to open up to you. So this person wants to actually know you better. Barbie says, is it time to let go with my relationship with Kay? There is some past arguments there that I can see. Let's have this clarification card. This person might not be able to get past like what happened in the past. And they feel like justified to keep on carrying on this anger. So Barbie, this is kind of a hard thing because they tend to be very outgoing and they tend to be good-natured. And I feel like sometimes this kind of bit where their heart got hardened and they got very upset about everything, that it takes two to tango, and unfortunately, even if you apologized, there was just that dynamic that kept on going on and on and on again, Barbie. So it might be easier to let this go because this person will still remember what happened in the past. And like most of the time, you cannot apologize after the fact. It just, people will bring that up if they don't want it. Maeva says, hey, what's coming my way, please? Queen of Pentacles, you're working hard. The world is seeing you working hard, but it's time for you to realize that you're struggling without any kind of space. So it's kind of a bit that you kind of wrapped yourself up on too much, and now you're struggling against yourself. So it's time to realize, don't struggle against yourself. Actually kind of give yourself time to be aware that it might be not time to like grind or hustle as much, and give yourself space to breathe. And when you breathe, when you're not panicking, when you're not like tightening your vibrations up, then you're more open to sitting there going, shit, I can do that today. Yeah, I have plenty of time, instead of like thinking in your head and then you know, just breathe, relax, okay? So I would generally say that this is time to just kind of calm down, you know? Don't struggle against yourself. That's going to be the worst way of doing things, maybe. So just take it. It's probably for a week or two. Just realize that you're struggling against yourself and let it go. Anna says, hi, some details about my spouse. Okay, interesting. We've got eight of wands coming back up. We've got Queen of Pentacles and King of Cups. So you might be the main breadwinner in this relationship, Aina. So you would be, they'd probably be more the stay-at-home house husband, or the whole idea that they do part-time, they look after the kids, you do most of the work. And they're very happy to do that. There might be a little bit more stuff that you get a little bit annoyed by, and you might be like, well, you know, so sometimes like that's the case. I think that you both understand that you're meant to be together in some ways, but it's kind of a funny thing because yeah, there's gonna be some struggles that you guys deal with. Possibly just because most of the time we don't see a dynamic this way. We don't see like the woman doing all the work, like the earning of the dollar. Like obviously he would work, but he'd probably be a stay-at-home dad, you know. So very calm, very soothing, doesn't want to go out much, and you like the finer things of life. So you might be a little bit more of like a spendaholic, and he tends to be like you know. So Lola Honey says, what is the kind of person is V? Okay, so we have a very like discerning person. They tend to be very much more a person in their headspace. They tend to not really get emotional quite a lot, Lola. They tend to be like one of those people that tends to have a very sharp and keen eye. Like this person feels like a collector, or something that they tend to evaluate a lot of things. So I feel like a collector, something that has to have that particular eye for whatever they collect. And they tend to be very discerning, because when they look at other people, they kind of have this kind of and it sounds really bad to think of you as a collectible, but you're like, they kind of see people as like, do I want them? Do I not want them? Will they be of value to me? And so this person doesn't really go from their heart space very often. I think they tend to be scared of it, so they tend to veer away from that. But yeah, I feel like a very discerning person, maybe a little bit older in headspace, so they tend to talk very fancy, I guess that's what I would say. Where did my like thing go? A YouTube chat. Uh, that's better. Sorry, guys. So Starry Night says, hi, what if anything would make the Aquarius not get over me? Honestly, keep on struggling how you're struggling. You're doing very well. You're actually winning, because the Starry Night, this person doesn't seem to not have got over you. I think that's the general thing, is you're like a complete so this is yin and yang, guys, so therefore you make them complete in the completeness of masculine and feminine energy. Like everybody has this kind of thing where you go together like that. So it's really hard because I think that you're feeling the struggle, you're feeling the pain, but it says just keep on doing it because you're actually getting what you want. Butterfly, can I have a general for the rest of the month, please? Okay, so there's a little bit of arguments, a little bit of fights for you this week. Oh, okay. This is because you haven't got over something. So it's kind of a weird thing, Butterfly. You need to let go of something and you'll keep on holding on to this. And this is actually creating fiction, fights in your general, like, vicinity, and you have to let go of it. And you've got to transition on. Because this is actually better for you. And even though you probably don't want to say to people, hey, you're right, like, sometimes this is a hard thing. Yeah. And I would say that this month you need to realize what's actually not serving you very well, because you probably are holding on or collecting things that you do not need. So Monica says, okay, let me calibrate this. Okay, say no. Oh, it's no, that's maybe. You're very confused now. No. It's like, maybe. Like, come on. We've got to calibrate you first. Okay, so say yes. God. Yeah, thank you. And maybe as... Okay, so Monica says, this is for you. Will Katza and I hang out in person this weekend? It wants to say maybe. Uh, he really wants to say maybe. It's like, say yes, mostly. I feel like it's say yes and then maybe. So it depends on you guys' plan, but yeah, it says yes and then it's like maybe. So honestly, you have to probably put in the idea of you hanging out together, Monica, for this to be a yes. If you wait for them, then it's a maybe. So Evan's current feelings towards me. Like they're overstretched a little bit, and they feel like, can I be honest? This person's been broken in the past, so they might not like put in as much work, Safia, because they feel like that thing where they get tired very easily with love, and so you might have to like come closer to them before, like, instead of them trying to put in all the work, you need to be a little bit closer for them, because they seem like they're overstretched. They're starting to feel some of the heartbreak because they're healing, but they're still feeling that heartbreak. Enchantress says, what actions is X-Pisces taking towards me? This person just doesn't really want to be around people. I think they tend to check in every now and again, Enchantress, but you're more a distraction or more than a plaything, because they just don't seem to want to be around other people. So I think it's just familiarity, yes. Pooja, did everybody put down their question that wanted to put that down? Okay, so you're very welcome, Renata. Will I get my new shop this year and when? Honestly, it's going to be slow going. You have to really understand that it's going to be a lot to get something off the ground, Aina. So I'd say this year, but it's going to take a while, and you know that, and you can get that. But yeah, I think just do it slowly. I think that you will definitely get it this year, though. Hey, Flower, how are you? So, hello, ma'am. What next actions are towards me this week? Well, Raider, they seem very cold, and they kind of, like, they kind of shut off society. They're really going their own way, which means they're rebelling against society's rules. They don't like them, so they're kind of getting away from them. So it could be a time that you realize that they might be a little bit like colder because they don't know how you would feel about this, Raider. They might feel like you're part of this problem, whatever society's problems are right now, and how they feel about it. Yeah, they might think, okay, are they part of the problem, not part of the solution, you know? So, I feel like it's going to be cold at best, you know? Do I have a romantic future with Sahil? Pucha, this is kind of interesting because this person seems to want to say no to taking on someone else's emotions or feelings because they want to work on themselves, or they want to work on what will grow their own wealth instead of like seeking out a connection with someone. So don't worry about it. Like, honestly, I would say this person's kind of slightly self-obsessed anyway, so just let it be. So, hi, Emma says, how does Aquarius feel about me now? Heartbreak. Why heartbreak? Because, like, sometimes people go, okay. They don't know whether you will fit in their future, Emma. They don't know whether you'll fit in their life plan. So sometimes, like, the way that we see people coming through our lives, like, especially romantic relationships, is like, can we see like a future with them? Are they slotted into where we want to go in our life? Whatever it is, they have to slot in, and then we kind of work with them towards this future. And so sometimes this person might just feel naturally heartbroken because they don't know whether you'll fit into that future that they have imagined. That doesn't mean that you won't, but they just feel like that. So Sagittarius says current feelings of M towards me. So King of Wands versus the Fool. So this is interesting because if you're the masculine instead of the feminine, this card is about you. But the King of Wands is actually really focused on the other person right now, which is kind of very detrimental for Wands because they have quite a high amount of energy. So they need a lot more people to kind of recharge their batteries, because if they focus on one person, they tend to just burn them out quite quickly because a lot of people just can't deal with that amount of energy. The Fool in reverse, this person tends to be very carefree, tends to be very open, tends to be like just like blasé about things, but on the surface they look like that, but underneath they'll be like watching what you're doing, like how you're doing it, how you treat other people. So it might be that this person really likes you, but they've been burnt in the past, so they're kind of watching you to make sure that you are the right person for them, and the right kind of, because sometimes people like, oh yeah, but my ex did this, And then next thing you have like an argument because it's not about you doing this, it's about their ex doing this. And then next thing you're having argument because this has happened, you know. And it's not about you per se, it's about how they feel. Okay, so Lara, will A talk to me with a romantically feeling? Honestly, you have to put in the work. You have to put in the work, and you have to show the romantic feelings before, Lara. You can't, yeah. And maybe it's because, like, generally you feel very, like, how would I explain it? Like, swords can be looked at abrasive, blunt, cold. Sometimes because they tend to be very high competent, but they don't seem to be very warm. And so therefore, they might not even know how you feel. So Lara, I feel like you need to put in the work, and you need to be the romantic first, and then they will reciprocate. Yeah? Not the other way around, unfortunately. So, Flower says, how does my crush, Yonseo, she, her. Sorry, I was going to say she, he. It's like, okay, that's an interesting pronoun. What does she feel about you? Firstly, you're tending to be very blunt about how much you like her, which she finds kind of a little bit annoying. Flower. So honestly, I would say give a certain amount of back off, because you are showing attention-seeking behavior over here, which is not completely like alright, because this person feels like, hey, you know, so sometimes it's hard, because when we want someone to like us, we're talking about ourselves. You've got to realize, to be likable, you have to ask more questions about them, and kind of approach it from like a less of a like I'm gonna talk about myself, so it'll make her like me more. Honestly, you're doing very well, but I would say just back off a little bit. Okay. Oh, EA. I hope that you got someone to actually help you. When is B going to talk to me? It says model. Honestly, this person has ideas of talking to you. Yeah, I'd say this week. I would definitely say this week. They've got like a tied plan to talk to you. So this is not on the top of their agenda, but they do think that that's the case. H says, how will my life be in 10 years? Hello, Sophie. I hope you're good. Hello, Peach Love. So H says, how will be my life in 10 years? Ooh, okay. There's a lot to unpack, and if it's right now, honestly, I can fast forward you 10 years, okay? So we'll imagine you in 10 years' time. You're going to think, hey, I didn't work as hard as I needed to be. I needed to stop being so pretentious, or more like thinking about myself. I think that's the thing. You tend to be very wrapped up on how you think. You'll also feel like you didn't do enough growth, personal growth, like not probably not personal growth, but definitely about learning more when it comes to life. So honestly, this needs to be what you need to hear right now, because the cards are giving you advice about how to change that. So honestly, they're saying work hard, work hard, That's the main thing. Working hard and getting yourself out of your head a lot, because you're actually kind of a little bit more self-involved than you need to be. Um, the start is work on your self-growth and your personal journey. So I feel like in general, it's good for you to work on these things right now, because in the next 10 years, if you do these things, you'll look back and go, shit, I did I did all this stuff in my life and I got to somewhere. So honestly, I would say write down the things that you want to do for the next 10 years and then try to achieve that in the next 6 months. It's not that hard. When you look at it like in a scale, you'll be like, oh, okay, this makes sense to me. Please read fast, says Ryan. You wish until I get to you, and then you'll be like, oh my god, she read so fast. Like, come on, like everybody else could be read fast, but not me. Aina says, does my XB miss me? Yeah, in some ways, like you can always like say that you can approach this person and pick it up again, but do you want this? Because yes, this person missed you. So Butterfly says current feelings of AK for me. Okay. Hello, Frederica. Justice in reverse and Knight of Cups. So this person might have some unfair judgment about you in the past, I feel like, more than the future. And they're starting to get out of a really bad place. So honestly, if you're here for this person, they're starting to grow into a really, really lovely person or a lovely human being. And they're going to be really grateful that you stuck by them while they're going through this transformation. So they're going to be really happy. And I think that you'll be really happy for them when these things become better for them. Uh, I just like honestly, I don't know. We might need to have like a time that I write it down for you and translate it back. Libra, hey beautiful. Sagittarius, next actions towards me at the end of the week, please. So they're honestly thinking that they're really enjoying your company. You tend to be one of the people that they want to hang around with, but they seem to be very hungry. And it might be that they don't feel like they can invite you out to eat, which they wanted to, Libra, instead of what they've got to do instead. But I feel like this person really loves yourself and loves your company in general. So Shreya says, my question, will I be rewarded a junior research fellowship this year? Okay. There might not be enough money in the kitty for that fellowship, but that doesn't mean that you shouldn't work on creating better opportunities for yourself, Shreya. And then with these opportunities, it means that you can prove that you're worth this. Straya. So honestly, I would say keep on working on yourself and keep growing the level of work you do. So when it comes to that, when they sit there and go, we don't have the money, you're like, well, I've done this, I've done this, I've done this. And they're like, hey, wait. So that's what I would say to you. I wouldn't say it's anytime soon just because university funding, or fellowships in general. So, Lover says, will the Scorpio message me back on this week again? Yes, they will. even though they really don't want to go out, they want to message you for sure. Love her. So this person's like sitting there going, please can we not go out, but I really wanted to talk to you. And they say, yeah, mostly because they really don't want to be around other humans. Not that you're like the person that they don't want to be with. How is their relationship going? This is kind of a little bit of a toxic circle. Because there's unfair judgment and then there's not any like hard work put in. So this kind of is a hard thing because there is this unfair judgment about both of them, but then no one's actually stepping up to the task and working hard on what needs to be done. So then there's kind of like this heartbreak because there's just like nothing working, you know. When that's the case, when you have these big overwhelming opinions about how people get judged, that's the thing. My family YouTube. Hello. Sinad. Sadanad. Do you see any romantic relationships? There's the devil. Okay, why do you have the okay, so okay. The cards are kind of calling you out a little bit. They say that you're very addicted to short-term relationships, Sadanad, or you get distracted very easily by new relationships. So you tend to kind of call things off before they become bigger. And that's what the cards are saying. You need to break this cycle of addiction because you are addicted. Queen of Cups in reverse. This person's coming in for you, but because they might be a little bit more emotional than you expect to be, you might not give them a chance, which is kind of unfair because they will be a really nice person to live with for the rest of your life, because cups tend to be very warm, they tend to be very nurturing, they tend to care a lot about other people, they tend to be very emotional. But yeah, you might actually tend to be like ruling this person out because they tend to be more emotional than you expect them to be. Laisha says, will I hear from Jay soon, please? No, I don't feel so. This person has actually kind of given up this relationship. He didn't feel like you're now compatible, Laisha. So it could be kind of like this person shifted their kind of space and they're kind of working on other things. So if you really want this relationship, you'll have to like fight for this instead of like waiting for this to naturally develop, Laisha, instead of the other way around. But I would honestly, if someone's pivoting their life to like, I need to work on earning money instead of like love, then you're not going to do much about that. Nirmala says, hi, new here, love from India. What is my person feeling about me right now? Weirdly enough, Nirmala, they really enjoy you. They really enjoy you as a person. I think that you tend to make them feel very giddy and very happy. But the honestly, they're very hyper, very very hyper. And I think if they don't kind of like dial down their thing a little bit and kind of really work on how they feel about you, they could just like really like bounce in, bounce out of your life like a ticket. Bye. So I would honestly say to you, like, calm them down, make sure that they prioritize when they need to be with you and when they don't need to be with you, and kind of giving them some boundaries to actually understand or rule sets that they need to follow, because this person tends to be naturally like everywhere, you know. Hello, Sydney. Okay, so Rahul says, any love relationships coming towards me and how will I meet? Oh, it doesn't seem, Rahul, there's any relationships coming in for you, and I'll tell you why. Your personality tends to be very hard to deal with, and that doesn't mean that it's a bad thing. You tend to be very blunt and very honest, to the point that you're just like sledgehammering people over the head with the truth. And I think that you've got to kind of dial that back and be a little bit more relaxed, a little bit more open with that, because you need to realize that truth for you does not mean that it's the complete truth. So there's a lot of things that are true, yes, but there's a lot of things that your personal truths, which you've got to realize you can't just donk someone over the head and say, it's the truth, damn it. Because that doesn't mean that it is true, it's just the way that you perceive it. The Hierophant in reverse, you are a rebel. You tend to not want to live in society's expectations. When that comes to love, when that comes to relationships, that can be very hard because you're actually detracting from people. Because honestly, you want to subscribe into a love relationship without being part of society. And that can be very hard for most people, unless you go somewhere that you're going to find other rebels that are going to want to defy society in general. You're not going to find someone that matches you that wants to be living out of society's expectations, you know? So that's what I would say to you. You can take those on, and then what you do is you pivot your personality. You understand then that you've got to be less honest, less blunt, and be more pleasing to people in general. If you want a nice woman that's not going to be like the logging trees, the killing wildlife, you know, which is fine. If you want that person, yeah, go for it. But if you don't want that person, you have to live kind of a little bit more with society's expectations. So Rita says, Kay's current feelings for me. This is interesting. This person feels very stuck, and they feel like they've got a lack of prosperity or abundance around them. So they might feel trapped or might feel kind of like constricted. So Rita. And when this is all in people's minds, guys. So honestly, I would say to this person, like, they do have a choice with you. Kay can choose to leave, and you should say, you have a choice here. You can, if you don't want to, you know. And this means then they actually have that choice instead of like that being like not said, you know. But yeah, they feel trapped and constricted at the moment, unfortunately. Amnash says, hi ma'am, should I change a field if given the chance? I think that it says no because you won't work hard enough in Vinash, in the new thing. So I don't think that you should change because you've already put work in it. And if you change it, you won't put in the hard work to get where you need to go. So Mahini says, hi, does S still have any feelings for me? Will he come forward? Thanks. This is hard because this person does see you as part of your life, but I don't feel like in a love relationship, you know, because it's just like there's kind of feeling of coldness, stillness around you. So this person feels like they kind of froze their feelings when it comes to you. You're still part of their life, but they're kind of it's not going to become a love relationship again. Sorry. Sultana says, how are you? I'm going good, Sultana. Current feelings of Abdul when he comes back to me and confessed his feelings to me time. I think this is going to happen, and it probably will happen better, like sooner than you expect. I would say in the next 2 months. Because I think this is just about them dealing with what they were going through. And now, because they've dealt with it, they will come back again. Gita says, should I write bits out of should I write bits out exam this year? Please reply. Gita, I honestly think that this is a life choice for you, and you've got to weigh that up and decide whether that is good for you or not. I definitely think that you're saying some very bad things in your head about your ability to do this. And I think that's unfair because I don't think that you're actually giving yourself enough justice when it comes to how smart and intelligent you are. So you need to realize that that's the case. Like, you actually have quite a good amount of intelligence. You're very smart. So honestly, I would weigh up the life choice that you have now and figure out whether or not your life will be better after you sit this exam. So this is up to you and up to how you see yourself. Cassia says, what am I not seeing right now? Okay. Firstly, we've got bluntness or a lot of truth. And I think this is hard because we got this before. And so, Acacia, when we are actually talking to other people, we don't realize that a lot of times words have meaning for other people. So sometimes it's not the thing that we've said, it's the way we say it. The way that we interact with someone is the way they interact with us. So sometimes it's not good for us to be completely blunt, completely honest. Sometimes we should not even say our truth, because is it going to help you? Is it going to help that person? Sometimes it's not. And sometimes it's a pushback because that person doesn't have that same reality. I would honestly say you need to control your life more right now. You kind of let it go and you kind of let it drift like aimless away from you. And you need to put in more control over your life right now because it's just working without you, you know? So Shreya says, if you don't mind a second question, you guys are very welcome to have a second question. What is the next transition coming up with my connection with M? Honestly, this person tends to be very hyper emotional, and Tauruses tend to not. I, I don't know whether Tauruses tend to be very hyper emotional because I don't feel like they do. But it depends. You can be like a hyper emotional Taurus if you're out there. Um, but this person's very self-reliant on you for the emotions, you know, and honestly, you're not showing them as much emotionals as they are to you, and this is hard because this person communicates through emotion more than anything else. Namala, how are you? Purnima says general reading. Thank you, Shreya. General reading for March month for me. Okay, so actually you're doing pretty well. 9 of Wands, you're actually going towards opportunities and things that you want. And the Hangman, you're naturally going to fall into wherever you need to go. So honestly, I think these are good ones, the mover shifter cards. So I feel like you're going to do very well this month, Purnima. Namala says, what is my person feeling about me? Okay, so this is interesting. Namala. Firstly, they chose you as a person, but they, like, honestly, sometimes you're reflecting back negativity or whatever. So sometimes you've got to realize that people are like mirrors. If we want love, if we want them to be happy, we've got to reflect happiness to get happiness back. And everyone tends to have a certain amount of mirroring. Unless they're kind of slightly empathic, and I would definitely say an empath will tend to not show like bad emotion. They tend to take it. This is why it's really hard for empath. If everyone's having a horrible day and everyone's caught that bad energy, you're just like, I want to go home. You're very welcome, Shreya. So Taste Rose says, why is no one interested in me? I think honestly you tend to can I put this out here? You tend to view yourself as a distraction in other people's lives, Taros. I think that's what I would say to you is that you've got like, and not you could look it up. So NPC energy. You're not the main player of your life. You actually pretend that other people are more important than you. And that's kind of a hard thing because then they treat you as that distraction or treat you as that pretty thing without them actually really committing or wanting you. And this is hard because you try so hard, but because you don't stand in your own power, you don't stand in your grounding, you don't let people, like, you'll let them to come in and walk all over you in some ways. And you just gotta sit there and go, no, get out, you know? So, Tazros, if that's the case, if everybody comes in and treats you like this, you've got to sit there and go, no, I'm not going to take this anymore. The Fool in reverse, I think you're starting to realize this, you're starting to wake up to this, and you're starting to understand when people do this, that you're allowed to say the things that you say. So, I would definitely say that. Isha says, what's next in my love life? Oh, okay. Aisha, there's kind of a weird things for you because there's attention-seeking behavior and also chaos. Utter chaos. So the weirdest thing is when you view relationships, you're viewing it with, I can do whatever I want. And people, other people have to accept that. And it's kind of a hard thing because you tend to not realize that you tend to create these problems in your relationship. I'm hearing that other people are crazy, Aisha. If there's like a time that you say, oh yeah, everybody that I've ever dated is nuts or crazy or whatever, it's probably the vibes or the energy that you put off instead. So that's the case. I would say that's definitely the case, and you should be more aware of how you cope with things. You need to put down a plan. You need to be more like reliable, dependent, trust. Like honestly, you could be possibly trustworthy, but you need to be more like less kind of like look at me kind of thing and be more for that person instead. The cards are telling me that you need to look at money, not love. So it's actually kind of weird thing. Oh no, don't look at money, look at love. Sorry, that's the reverse. So yeah, you should look at love instead of money. So honestly, I think that you are kind of exhibiting behaviors that you can fix, that you should work on, because I think this is why you get frustrated in your relationships. Yeah, of course. So what to do to be happy? Keep on realizing life is a journey. It's There's no end destination other than the day we die. You know, Tesaros, it's all about the journey. If you're looking too far in forward on the destination, it will always think, oh yeah, but I'm never gonna get there, I'm never gonna achieve that, because you're looking at a journey of 1,000 steps. You should just go next step, you know? So, okay, so Yoongi's wife said, where did I lose my headphones? Ooh, I think they're in a cupboard, weirdly enough. You put something away, you stashed it away, and you put your earphones where you stashed the thing. So it's in a cupboard, I feel. Like that's what I would say. It's in the cupboard. If that makes sense. It's where you would normally keep other things in your house like toilet paper or craft supplies. That's what I would say to you young gears. Jasmine says, what should I be doing for a more prosperous life? Okay. Think of love more than money. The whole idea is when you love your life, when you're naturally in love with your life, it will come in, Jasmine. When we're kind of chasing money, then we lose that love. We lose the higher vibrations, the joy, the heart's center opening. And so money doesn't naturally flow in for us. So the lovers, I think that you've got to realize the relationship you have with money. Money money wants to be loved. It wants to be liked. It's like every other relationship. Like people say money is a tool. Money is not always a tool. It's um how we express ourselves, usually by money. Money tends to be another language, I guess. That's how I would explain it. So realize that money wants to be loved, wants to be there for you, you know? Like any other relationship. And you could say, oh yeah, but it's not real, it's fiat currency, Bitcoin and all that. The whole idea is we use it for so much that it's kind of taken on its own energy. When will my husband contact me? When will my husband come stable in a career? Ah, I think this is interesting because you're both swords. I think the whole idea is your husband won't become stable until he runs his own business or he is in a leadership role, because he can't work very well with not being a leader. Does that make sense? Okay, so we'll ask the pendulum here because I didn't get any more things. So will Celia's husband contact her this week? Definitely for sure, yes. So when will her husband come stable this month in his career? Seems like still a yes. I would say it's definitely a yes. So yeah, I would say this month and this week. this person will contact you. Aisha says, how does Abraham feel about me? New love and the world. So this person actually has like space with you in their general vicinity. They're really happy that you're here. They're very enamored by you. I feel like that's the start of like this beautiful connection or spark, or the energy between you guys combining. Hello, Abigail. Okay, so Sudahini says Dev's current feelings. Contact me. I don't feel so. I feel like this person feels incredibly hurt and incredibly betrayed. And that's not to say that they don't understand. I think this is going to be like understanding, but I feel like they didn't think that you were going to do the thing that you did. And I don't know what that is or why that's coming through, but honestly, they feel like kind of like they don't really want to see you right now, Sydney. So I don't know what happened or why that's coming through, but I'm sorry about that. Danica, does he realize he fell in love with me? um No, he hasn't realized he's fallen in love with you. Actually, this I feel like is like his brain dealing with things. Danica. So he's actually arguing with himself whether he likes you or loves you, or yeah. So like this person spends a lot of time arguing with themselves, which is kind of funny. I feel like the you know when you have what is that inside where you have the little tiny like um little people in the brain, Pixar kind of thing, and so he argues with himself a lot. Shrey says, Anikit's current feelings for me. Obviously, this lovers, so you don't really have to have much expectation from this three. This person could have soulmate energy or just has this really overwhelming feeling of love. So honestly, you guys combine and come deeper and connect on such a beautiful level. The Fool in reverse, this person seems to be on the outside like they don't really think that much. Underneath, their brain's kind of going a million miles a minute. And you might not know that until you talk to them and they'll say something really intelligent and you're like, oh shit. They are quite intelligent in nature. So honestly, they're thinking about you a lot. Ania says, will I go abroad to study in 2023? I don't think so, because there is something that's tying you to not going. And I think this, you need to figure out, you need to be more fussy about your choices, and you have to let something go for you to go abroad. Now, I don't know what this is, but it is like, I feel like this is a thought or thinking, which you need to get rid of, Anya, so you can actually go on your trip, on your travels, you know. So then, hi, it says general reading for rest of the month. Okay, interesting enough, you've got a life choice coming up for you this month. And so sometimes people don't realize, don't panic, that life choices are not always like major life choices. They're not the difference between, you needing to go to the doctor and you dying of cancer. You know, like sometimes life choices are just as simple as you open the door, you walk through it, the other one's closed. So this is what it means to do a Sudahai, is like sometimes doors close because you've chosen something else and you are in the process of making that life choice. So go you. There is a feeling that you're over flirtating with people or with things, and you need to think about how you actually talk, or you yeah, I feel like maybe people think you talk too much, Sudanhai, and you might need to like relax that. You need to kind of dial it back a little bit. Realize for the whole of the months you are looked after. People love you. People want to care for you. So don't worry about like bad things happening, because there's always someone to look after you and protect you. Hello, Heba. Hello, Ipsida. Namala, did I do yours? I think I did. Okay, so what should I have focuses on this and next month? Okay, so this month it says to heal your heart. This might be time to do some shadow work, new love. If you don't know what shadow work is, it's incredibly important at one space of your life to actually work towards like things that happened in the past that you really haven't realized has affected you quite a lot. I actually had one that I was going through, which was shadow work with tarot, and I realized like one instant that I penned down, I was started crying, and I was like, why am I not stopping? And I realized how much that affected me, and I hadn't realized. Like, I've grown up. It's not like it's like now in my brain, but it must be. And this is the problem with healing heart centers, is you have to go on that kind of deep thing. And I would say shadow work would probably be something that you could do, or therapy. Honestly, just heal that heart. Wheel of Fortune for next month. I realize the universe is naturally trying to take us to the best place for us. And so sometimes you gotta realize that sometimes you've gotta be in control of your life, but sometimes you've gotta let go and allow the universe to bring you to wherever it needs to take you. And next month will be acceptance of that. So Aina, after this, I will kind of not do any more of your readings tonight unless you do a donation, because I've got a lot of people to go through. So, what is Elo's feelings towards me? This person wants to slowly grow something with you, but it doesn't seem like they really want to be in a romantic relationship with you. It might be a friendship more than anything. They don't want to share their feelings with you that much, so realize that they probably don't want that as romantically. They want to just be acquaintances or friends. Thank you guys for being so patient tonight. I know that it takes a while for me to go down everybody. Nimala, this person actually feels like you're part of this person's life. And that he sees you as being competent and practical, and you tend to get what you want because you work hard for it. Yeah. So this person knows that you're working hard on your own thing, and you've inspired this person to work harder in their own life. Jano says, will Elise reveal her feelings for me when she talks to her today. Honestly, this person has this amazing energy towards you. Jano, you should realize that this person actually wants to care for you or protect you, and you feel the same. So honestly, this is beautiful because this person's already let you into their heart center already. um they have a life choice to say, so they will have to decide whether they want to be with you or they won't want to be with you, and that's down to their decisions, you know. VJ says, my name is Madhumata. Details on my future spouse. I feel like you need to travel to meet this person. That's what I'm seeing. You also have to kind of trust the universe to bring that person in for you. So I would say, honestly, go to as many places as possible. So travel and experience life, and you will meet the person naturally while you were there. You have to, um, Matuma, realize that this person's from a different cultural background from you, and probably even a different racial background from you. So you will have to deal with that. You will have to deal with that. You can't listen to what other people say of this person, because different cultures have different thoughts or feelings about someone's identity based on the culture. And you will have to know how to approach this person and talk to them. So I feel like this person might be more Caucasian. I feel like that's the case. And probably more weirdly enough, I'm picking up American. So it's kind of a weird thing because I don't always say that these people have a certain thing, but yeah. She's nice though. I think that you'll definitely enjoy this person. Hi, did I get my reading? Annie, I did. So if you go back in time on the reading, guys, this is why I put this up. Just in case you have to like run off to the middle of nowhere, you know? And then yeah, this is like the case. This is how I help you, guys. So Sophie says current feelings of K towards me. We're getting a lot of these. This person might, you tend to want to know what like the other person's thinking or feeling. Like you want or stress the importance of communication, Sophie. And this kind of is hard because like honestly I think you want them to do the work, and then you're trying to be very blunt about this person's like insecurities or issues or something like that. So honestly they feel very annoyed, or you tend to be more um childish, childish, you know, like it seems like they like whatever you're complaining about them talking about is just like they could sit there and go, it's the same to you. So honestly, this person might think that you need to be more subtle, you need to be more soft, you need to stop being so honest without working on your own faults and putting in the hard work as well. So honestly, that's not a good thing to hear, Sophie, but this is probably what they wouldn't tell you. Annie, I did answer quite a lot of those for you, so just go back in time. So honestly, if you guys don't spam, then it's just there for you. If you do spam, then you don't get your message as clearly as I would like. Current feelings of Neil towards Priya, and next actions Priya. Honestly, this person wants to stay around you, Priya, but this person also has this bit where they feel like they're always the bad guy. Priya. So you might have to realize that they feel like they're ostracized or like put in a label that they don't have a thing for them, you know? So sometimes this is a hard thing because they feel like you don't care enough to stick in that corner or make them feel more easy about stuff in life. They feel like you blame them for a lot of things. Aisha, does Harris have feelings for me? Honestly, Aisha, if this person, you want a relationship with this person, you have to control this. You will actually have to approach this person or actually make sure that your feelings are known, because without this person will not know. Constanza! Put your question down, I'll do yours. Kelly. I don't remember your question, so I don't think that I have. Could you say my love and marriage again? I don't know what I said. EA, can I do this after stream's over? I'll try and translate it as closely as possible, if that helps you. Because I'm on a roll here and I can't remember everybody's that I've said, unfortunately. Stoffel says, hi, will someone be interested in me romantically soon? I think that you have to not rely on the present. You should focus on the future. You should also realize that it's good getting distracted. So it might be Starfall that you're tending to go into something very quickly with the idea of commitment, not actually playing around and seeing if someone fits you and someone is there and right for you, you know? So I feel like you should do this and you should understand what it is. Melody will translate it now. Is the blockage from the Aquarius permanent? No, I don't think so, because this seems like a good thing. You just need to put your romantic offer in a kind of more interesting way. I think if you intrigue this person, like I'm hearing Emma, you know, there's like a thing about how to flirt with women, and it's from the turn of the century, and it says, you may fascinate a woman by giving her a piece of cheese. And so therefore you might need to be a little bit more intriguing to this person for them to open up. Okay, so Constanza says, will the Aries reach out to me soon? Ooh, okay. This person doesn't know how to explain their emotions to you in a succinct manner. And yeah, there seems to be that kind of bit where they don't know how to explain it. It might be a language boundary for you, Constanza. If this person's first language doesn't meet your first language, there could be just like that barrier there. They also do think that you're kind of not completely romantically compatible, just because that's the case. They could probably just be like generally a rebel, so they go their own way without kind of wanting to play the game of life. So sometimes with different opinions become very different compatibility wise, because we have to then accept a lot of different thinking without acceptance. This person does want a family or wants kids with you, which is an interesting thing because this person says, okay, we're not compatible. But, you know, like this person does want to have kids with you. King of Wands, and they tend to be quite reliant on you as well, Constanza. So that's a thing. Okay, give me a second then. So this seems to be the case that this person tends to be a lot more reliant on you. Page of Swords, this person tends to this seems like a good thing. You might be worried about the future, but only good surprises are coming. So I feel like this person does have a weird thing where they think they're not compatible with you, but I think that they genuinely want that kind of family and commitment with you. No, talking to Gemini, says Carolina, will he reach out to me? Leo. This is interesting. I feel like Carolina, this person's staying, but it's like this person's very stubborn. I don't feel like this person wants to reach out to you at all. And if you're struggling with the fact that that's the case, you better just walk away. I feel like this person just has like blocked you and then just like trying to like I don't know. They try to give you the cold shoulder, but because you haven't reached out to them, they're just like still giving you a cold shoulder. You're very welcome, Constanza. Thank you for the donation. Not Radiohead. Did I cause any trauma to my little brother? Who I feel my older brother did to us. It's hard because I think that you didn't protect your brother in the way that you would like to. And you did take on kind of a little bit more honesty, or a little bit more, not Radiohead, a little bit more honesty and a little bit more, yeah, callousness, I guess, because you were in a situation that caused for that. So that tended to be your thing. I don't think there's as much trauma associated with you. There's no bad things. Obviously, just the callousness. Like the maybe slight apathy that you showed. Because if you're in a place that caused for you to shut your heart down, you're going to be much more harsh to other people in that environment because you can't open up yourself. So I think that he was a very annoying annoying little kid. So honestly, you did very well. I think that honestly you should give a pat on your back. Obviously not so much trauma, but he will still say like, "Hey, remember that time that you did this to me?" And you're like, "Oh my god, that was 15 years ago." My little sister does that all the time. Remember that thing that you did to me? And I'm like, oh my god. She still remembers what happened when she was 8. I'm like, you must be lying or making it up. Love Good says a message from our guides, please. So Annie, please put down a question if that's the case, and I'll do yours tonight. So guides, please. Honestly, they're telling you that you have a life choice, and this life choice might mean that you have to go through, like, letting go of societal norms. Which means that a lot of times with culture, with things that surround us, we might feel very out of place and very lonely, but they say that it's for your own good, that you've got to tread this path by yourself, kind of thing, where you're actually understanding, taking off the shackles that have been placed on you for so long, and kind of looking around with new eyes and new kind of understanding, like, we don't have to live this way, you know? I'm sorry, Annie. I am very sure I've done like plenty of readings for you yesterday because I remember reading for you. Sagittarius says, who is M living with? I don't think that they're living with anybody, M, but they might have people that stay over. I feel like that's the case, Sagittarius, more than someone that lives with them. They tend to be more present driven than future driven. So they tend to be more in a space where they haven't thought about like anybody moving in with them. So that's the case, I would guess. Shri, I've done yours. I know that I've done yours. S CS says, what is alien energy and feeling towards me? Yeah, I remember a lot of them. So what is Alan's energy and feelings towards me? This person sees you as being something that they chose or something that they want to pick, but they don't know how to like say anything right, CS. They might feel like they never really are able to say what they need to say. And this means that they might not say it in words, they might have the feelings, and so therefore they know that they're not very good with explaining and feeling in a way that translates well. They think of you a lot, they want to explain a lot more to you, but the way that they feel and the way that they communicate their feelings is very different. Is Joey's being serious? Oh my god, that card just did a double flip and back in the deck. I'll see if I can find it. So Daniel says, Joey's being serious about not wanting something serious with me, please. I think, like... Yeah, I feel like this person would be very honest with you. Danielle, more than anything else, this person tends to be very blunt and very honest. I think they've come out of a period of self-reflection or just self-analysis and analysis, like them looking at themselves a lot more than looking at the surroundings. And I think that's the kind of thing where you've got to realize that this person's being as honest as possible. And the hardest part is you can't chase them or kind of be like that because Daniel, we don't have like a attachment to people that tend to run after us. It's kind of a hard thing. We tend to like people that don't tend to give us any kind of emotions, feelings at all. You're very welcome, EA. I hope that helped and that you got your answer because I really hope that that helped. I file a complaint against Qualities Movies Company. What will come out of it? Says Cozy Cabin. You will get a like a answer, and that probably be the thing that you wanted out of this Cozy Cabin, but it's not going to be what like replace what you lost, if that makes sense. Cozy Cabin, you know. So it's like one of those things that you'll get like a payment or something for damages, but you won't get what you've lost. Oh, okay. Oh, sorry, guys. The cats have gone. How do. How is my future spouse going to be like? Any details? I think this person is a really, really nice person. I'll put this out first. They seem a really nice person, but they tend to have a bit or ability of that they want to get rich quick butterfly, if that makes sense. So they'll do little things to make the money, but they tend to have a very small like window that it interests them, and then they're moving on. So they might be a little bit more hard to like pin down and sit there and go, no, you can't buy this. This is not going to make money. But I think that they're trying to do that because they kind of grew up with a childhood that they didn't have as much money. So you've got to realize and accept that is going to be part of them, because they don't know how. You might not understand or realize that that's kind of what drives them. Page of Cups. They definitely have traveled. I feel like they've traveled quite a lot. So they're going to be entertaining and kind of fun to be around. I think if you put them, they're not going to be completely extroverted, but if you had like a dinner party of guests, they would keep everyone entertained, and they tend to make people laugh. I think that you leave them at a party and they start like everyone starts laughing around them, and you know where they are because the laughing. So I feel like they're really a nice person to be around. And very generally like good natured, maybe slightly naive when it comes to like getting sold on like something to make money with. But I think they're generally a good sod. Um Maybe a little bit annoying sometimes, but that's generally a thing. Bunny, how are you? Vitai says, what are G's Leo's current feelings for me? I feel like this person's kind of approaching you slowly, taking stock of everything. So if this is a relationship, this person's going very, very, very slowly, towards whatever they want. The world means that you're part of their kind of social circle or anything that brings you closer to this person. But I wouldn't say that they are particularly warm on you, Vidhai. They actually have like a bit where they tend to be very turtle-ish when it comes to like love or relationships or stuff. So realize that they're probably going on a different time frame than you do. So Jane says, how does M feel about me? This is weird. Okay, so this person seems like they want to be like closer to you, they want to be in love with you, they want to be like everything, and next minute they don't want to be in this thing at all. Jane, they feel stuck, they feel claustrophobic. So this is kind of weird thing where this person might have a problem with relationships. They might have spent quite a lot of their time having relationships where they felt controlled, or otherwise where they have relationship issues now. Now, this doesn't mean that they should excuse themselves from behavior or like from this thing. They need to do this or address this themselves. So honestly, they are really interested in you, but they do have a phobia of being in relationships. That's what I would say to you. Love ya! Yeah! Karen still sees me as Bella. Yes, no, pendulum. Okay, good. Thank you. Okay, so does Karen still see me as Bella? Come on. Karen. The. No. It's definitely saying no. It's very much saying no. Which is what you wanted, right? Yeah. It's definitely saying no. For you, love ya. Reading BookTube says, what does A tell people about me? Whoo, okay, so obviously they like ya. They like the style, they like your personality, they love everything about you. Weirdly enough, BookTube, I'm channeling that they like the way that you walk in jeans. I don't know how that comes up, but they do tell people that you do have a very sexy walk. But yeah, honestly, this person thinks you're like the bee's knees and slices of gravy. I don't know how you have slices of gravy, but I've just made that up. So it's all good. Ace of Swords though, you tend to be very blunt and very honest, and you tend to be like laying down the law, and they tend to sit there and go, hey, like she can be like this person can be quite mean or quite cool to me, BookTube, compared to like so maybe it's like sometimes they feel like you're mean instead of being honest. And they're probably right in some ways. I laughed and the whole list went up. Melody says, hello, how are you? I'm going good, Melody. Skittles! It's a Skittles! Hi, Kate's current feelings towards me. Honestly, this person has this kind of amazing bit where they're like, hey, this person's really great. Like, amazing. One thing that they are is like struggling or suffering. Honestly, they've like given up a battle, or they are trying to still hold on to it, but they're kind of letting something go. Now, I don't know whether this is like. Weirdly enough, I feel like this is emotional. Like, maybe slightly more that they're getting in a depressive state, or they just have run out of energy. So, honestly, I feel like this is a mental thing more than for you. But the whole idea is then mental states tend to go towards them. So the whole idea is that when we have a mental state, it influences how we feel about other people. But this person, yeah, says some really nice things about you. Larab says, Rashid says, can you tell me what Azib's muscle feelings are for you? Honestly, this person tends to view you as maybe slightly more of a player. I won't say plaything because that's not true. More of a distraction from the day to day. So you tend to be very entertaining. They tend to tell you a lot about like how they're feeling. And so therefore this beautiful like relationship blossoms and grows because you both need to have someone to talk to. And I think that's a good thing for you. So Lara, honestly, this person seems to be trying to come towards you. and Page of Cups, they're getting out of a certain amount of stage of self-reflection. So they're starting to understand a lot more about other people more than themselves. Rahul says, who's coming in? Did I do Rahul's? I did do Rahul's. I did do Rahul. Didn't I? Maybe not. Okay, so give me a second. What's coming towards me in love, please? Says Rahul. Okay, so you've got Queen of Swords, Queen of Wands, sorry, not Queen of Swords. The Chariot in reverse and this. So actually it's telling you to kind of take a break. Try to realize that you're not going to move anywhere or kind of go somewhere. So with the Chariot, it's usually a physical move, but you're kind of stuck in this kind of space where you're not moving. And it's also time for some downtime. So you've been burnt out kind of a lot lately, and you should actually realize that you've got to take some time off or down rest where you stay at home a lot, Rahul, just to kind of give yourself the energy back without a full mental breakdown. Queen of Wands in reverse is coming into you for you, so this means that this person might know this person already, because I told you that you might need to take some time and stay at home a little bit more. Queen of Wands in reverse. This person seems to be dependent on you already in some ways. Like, this might be a friend more than anything else that's coming into you for romantic attachment, Rahul, than someone else. Hello, Zena! How are you? Sorry, guys, I'm trying to get as fast as quickly as possible, but you know how it is. Constanza wants these Aries to reach out to you. I think this person will reach out to you very soon, Constanza. I feel like that's the case. I think it'll be more like very direct, more like simple, but this person will reach out to you for sure. But it might not be like a whole thing. They might just say, oh yeah, I'm good, thank you, how are you? So Melody says Yanni's current energy towards you. Okay, King of Pentacles in reverse. So this person is chasing money over love when they should focus on love, and the King of Pentacles in reverse. So this person's probably starting up their own business or starting up something that generates them income, where they've really focused on that instead of you, Melody. You have to realize that this person doesn't want to hurt you or want to harm you that way. They just want to make sure that they grow this thing so they can take care of you, because they don't know anything else but money, kind of thing. Pentacles are always about the the practical aspects of life, I guess. That's how I would explain it. Joanne, it's okay. I'm going down the list. You don't have to worry about that. I will be going slowly down. This is why it takes me a while. If that helps you, Joanne. Lumia Light says, how will my new online business turn out 3 months financially? I think that you've got to realize that financially it won't. It probably will break even, Lumia, for the next 3 months. Which is okay. You've got to realize that that's the thing. Take a break, take some downtime, because you're really kind of hurting yourself in a lot of ways by not taking a break. Also, Lumia, I would say focus on your network, focus on your friends, focus on the people that can make you grow, instead of focusing on yourself doing this thing. You've got to realize, as wands, you have like this power to get other people to help you do what you want because people will be invested in you. Loso says, how are you? Will celebrities work with me this year on my music beats? Oh my god, there's a lot of them. Yes, so there is two for sure that are coming in that are working with you. So I don't know whether there's going to be big people. I feel like the smaller celebrities than bigger ones. I don't think that you've got to realize that you might need to pay these guys, and you might have to realize that you're not going to get everything that you want out of this deal or brand deals, and you've got to be a little bit more nicer to the celebrities that are coming in, because they will get you a better kind of like TikTok or whatever, but you need to realize that that's the case, and you've got to stay humble, Manifest says hi. Hi, what were T's thoughts when I told him about LM? Was he disappointed or surprised? This person doesn't seem to get disappointed very easily or surprised very easily. I think that they tend to be in their own space. I feel like this person kind of knew already. Mostly because I'm getting the message like, oh yeah, everyone does this to me, you know? So I feel like they're not disappointed in you. They might be disappointed in themselves, Manifest, but they're definitely not disappointed in you, you know? You're very welcome, Joanne. Did Jesse miss me? Yeah, this person did miss you a lot. I think that they did miss everything, but I feel like they missed a lot that, yeah, they didn't get with other people. But they do remember times that I think that they don't miss like times that they were drinking with you. If you don't drink, then it's something else. But yeah, I feel like the late nights and the drinking, they don't miss. But they miss everything else about you. Say, huh? Yes, you can. You'll just have to, unfortunately, wait. Because we're taking a while. Super High says, how much package are you going to have in this job? You should realize that you're a terrible negotiator when it comes to packages, Super High, and you should realize to be a little bit more like diplomatic and a little bit more humble when it comes to it, because honestly, you might need to have this job. That's what I'm getting, is like you'll get it disappointed, but that's okay. That's fine. You should realize that this job's not going to be for everything. If only says, Cass, what are Pa Guy's intentions? What does he want from me? This person really is enamored by you. So this person's like, this is new love. So this person's coming in with the intentions of love. Even if you don't want it. Queen of Swords upright, he admires your intelligence, he admires the demeanor, he admires that you're able to be a great leader. The swords tend to be very good at management or something like that. Hey, for elements, how are you? Okay, so most current feelings for you, you've got to realize to let go of this as a fear-based attachment. You're scared of letting this person go just in case they move on and like forget about you. And you have to realize that this is hurting yourself, not the other person, and it's actually driving them away more, because when we are insecure, we tend to show that, and that's really bad, because then people are like, oh yeah, but this person's jealous or this person's insecure. You just have to let it go and just trust that. Most choices, life choices, are to decide to become closer to you or further away. And that's okay. You've got to realize that that's the case, and you've got to make sure that that person knows it's okay to walk away from you. Because then you become sexier because of that. Hello, Chan. Hello, Jacqueline. Why did Rich block me on social media? Will he contact me soon? Says Kelly. This is kind of an interesting thing, because this person felt like their heart was healing or going through a period of heartbreak. This might be actually in the past was like heartbreak, and this person's healing. So I think they'll naturally reach out to you because they still have some very fond memories of you. And I feel like they will come and talk to you soon. But yeah, I think that you can be honest and incredibly blunt, and sometimes really certainly sometimes really angry, Kelly, and sometimes that can't be very good for you. C Saint, should I wait until summer to start my second business, as I'm focusing on that first business of mine first? Honestly, as I said to you, you might need to cope very well with like a business. I would say for you, honestly, concentrating on one thing's not going to be good for you. I think that you should concentrate on two things, because you'll get very angry and very frustrated at way that you're doing stuff. So you should start this other business very, very, very slowly and give yourself time to do that, as well as the thing that you're doing now. Okay, so SK says, did Sejal notice me today and what she thought of me? That you don't care what other people think of you. Though saying that she didn't notice that you put in more like work on your appearance than you normally do, that was one thing that came through. So even though you don't care what other people think of you, SK, they Sejal definitely noticed that you put in some work. Okay, another pendulum reading for butterfly. Will my first child... Okay, I should ask instead of me. Okay, is butterfly's first child going to be a girl? No. It definitely says no. So, yeah, I would say it's definitely a boy. Sorry, butterfly. uh, will I get a package of more than 5 lacquers in the job? So super high. Will he get a package of 5 lacquers or more in the job? It's still saying no, sorry. Super high. You could probably negotiate later, but you're not going to get that at the start. Odin says, is Jared genuinely interested in me? He's my ex-sugar daddy, but he found me on a dating app. Yeah, I feel like this person's still interested in you, Autumn. But yeah, I feel like that's the case. that is still interested in you and still wants to surprise you. So I feel like that's a thing, that that person's still like interested in you. Do I have a secret admirers? Gabby, you should know that already. I'm one. Tease, tease. Should I receive my refund soon? It seems so. I think that you did very well on your paperwork, Empress, and you will get your tax refund very soon. I would say probably in this week. Lovegood says, what does Mo like or not like about me? Okay, the least honest. They like that you tend to spend money on them. So they tend to be more of a practical person, I guess. Lovegood. So you tend to spend on them. They tend to not like that you have a fear-based attachment with this person, so you tend to cling on to them quite tightly, and so therefore they might feel like you're always clingy. You might disagree with that, but it's always based on the other person's opinion of you more than your yourself, because you can always sit there and go, I'm not clingy, I'm not attached. But then if that's the case, if they're spotting that, that doesn't mean that it's not true. Okay, so SK says, what will happen next between me and Seagel? Okay, so there's kind of a argument or fight here for you and Seagel. So that's going to happen. You have a choice of a life choice coming up between you guys. So this might be like to either be uh, together again or not, a kind of thing. Page of Swords, like, don't worry about the future because everything in the future is going to be good. There's little surprises coming around that are good. Jamani says, I've been feeling low on energy and can't complete a small task. Any advice to my guides to feel more replenished? Interestingly enough, they say no distractions, which is kind of interesting. Maybe you're making yourself feel more busy without being busy. Does that make sense, Jamani? It might be time to like realize what you need to do, because you might be filling your tasks up like 100% and you get halfway through it and it's just like falls apart, you know? So that's what I would say to you. You're close to getting what you want as well, so they're like, don't give up, keep on going. Swords. One thing that I've noticed is that caffeine does tend to make me feel more drained, and tends to make me more anxious. And I'm the same as you, I'm Queen of Swords. So it might be time to kind of realize what food, or if there's caffeine going in your system, try to reduce the amount of caffeine, because that can be the case there. So I would say that just kind of lower your caffeine intake if you're taking in some. Hello, Katsarian Queen. What is Daniel thinking about me? Says Andrea. Honestly, I've got a practical one. It's like, stop wasting water. That's what I'm thinking, Andrea. I don't know if you waste water, but that's what I'm getting. That's what I'm picking up for you, which is funny. One thing that they're trying to say to you is like, your reflection, like they get your emotions, like you're bouncing back your emotions off them. If you're getting upset, they're getting upset, and then you're upset for them getting upset. That's what's happening, and you've got to realize that you've got to change that image or the mirror that you perceive them by. Which means that if you're feeling like they're disgruntled or something like that, you've got to realize that they're bouncing that emotion from you. Temperance, moderation, and patience. So you might be someone that lacks a certain amount of patience in your life, and you tend to be very much like, I'm gonna do this thing and I'm gonna do this thing now. And they're like, oh, please don't. Because they worry about you a lot because you tend to be a little bit more volatile and stuff like that. Hello, Peach Love. Dave says, what good news are coming towards me and when? My name is Monica from India. Hello, Monica. Queen of Pentacles versus Page of Pentacles. So, what good news is coming towards you is you're working very hard on self-sufficiency or creating abundance. And this is naturally what you needed to do in the first place, Monica. So you're actually getting the stuff that you want. But the Page of Pentacles in reverse means that you have a certain amount of financial knowledge, you're just not using it. And I think that's what's holding you back that. So honestly, I would say keep on working on what you're working on. Keep on creating that money coming in. And I think you're doing a very good job with that. So don't worry about it. Other than just keep on working on the finances, you know. Will Brian talk to me again before the end of the month ends? I really miss him. I don't think that you'll get this before the end of the month, because you're really thinking about like the short term. But I think this person will reach out to you again because they still don't think that you're not part of their life. So I feel like they will like talk to you very soon, but I don't think it's before the end of this month's over. Inia says, Inia, we need to. Oh no, Shivani. Will hello talk to me? I don't think so. They tend to find you very attached to them, so they're trying to give you a mess as much as possible, Aina, unfortunately. Andrea says, will Aries text me soon? No. Unfortunately, I feel like they lost their phone or something. It's not anywhere close to them, Andrea, which means that they won't text you anytime soon. Just not texty people, I feel. They're much better at sending email than texty. SK says, last question, what actions can I take to improve my situation with Sejal, get close to her, to know her more? I think that you've got to realize that you might come off immature and very annoying to this person. So you need to kind of realize that when you give that vibe, this person will try to get further away from you. Page of Swords, don't be scared of the future. Just keep on being present and good things will come naturally to you. So I don't feel like you should get close to this person. You should just be present in this person's life. So Delta says, what will our marriage be like? He is Sag, I'm Scorpio. This person would want to be like the very buff person, like the man of the household. If this kind of like triggers you, this is probably why you feel like a little bit more like your heart is healing, because this person would be taking on the masculine aspects, and there's no room for any more masculinity in that. That doesn't mean that they want a complete feminine person, but they would tend to take on that aspect, and so you would have to be more feminine in nature in general. So Live we actually have this down here so you can go back in time and get your reading if you like have this. So Savani says, when will I meet Henry? That's interesting. How will you meet Henry? It's kind of interesting because you might need to ask this person for money. That's what I'm feeling. So it's kind of like one of those things that you would possibly need to borrow this like money of someone, and it will naturally be Henry. I feel Sanvi. You'll meet this person. It's weird because I feel like at an airport, and I don't know why I feel like an airport, but I feel like this is like him waiting at like somewhere that you would have to have like an escalator and stairs and stuff like that. So I feel like this is at a airport, I feel, if that makes sense to you, Sambi. Please read fast. I don't read fast because everybody wants their message to be perfect. What's coming towards me in the end of March? Not Radiohead. You'll actually get out of a situation that you were struggling with for a very long time, and it will be like, oh my god, I could breathe now. And also 3 of Swords in reverse. Your heart is going to be healing at the end of the month. So I feel like you're going to be in a very good place, even though you probably don't want to be in this place. You'll be naturally like, oh my god, I could breathe now. It's all good. You know? So, live life. How are you, guys? Okay, so Rahul says, my career reading. You're very welcome, Shreya. Okay, so your career reading. Honestly, you're not that far from promotion. I feel like you've done very well for yourself. The one thing that I would tell you is they might not promote you just because the lack of like displayed competence, or that you tend to be a little bit more of a person that can't handle their emotions very well, Rahul. And that's what I would say to you is like, we are all mirrors. We are constantly reflecting how we feel to other people, and they're reflecting it back. So maybe you just don't seem to reflect the right thing. You've got to think about that. Habak says, what is my baby mama doing? Your baby mama is lovely. You should give her some hugs and kisses and stuff like that, you know? It's like she wants you to work hard. But you're in a good place right now. Like, yeah. But she wants you to work hard for it. But other than that, you got a sweet, sweet place there. So Heaven Flower says, do you see me marrying Tariq, a Pisces on Nishat, Scorpio. I'm Libra. So, honestly, I think Nishat, because Tarek, you could be married to Tarek, but you would get stuck with Tarek and you would be very annoyed by Tarek compared to Nishat. So, it definitely seems like you could marry both, but you'll definitely be better off with Nishat. I think you'll be more compatible with this person. Why do people take advantage of my kindness and I'm unable to defend myself? Honestly, I had a discussion one day with one of my friends, and they were talking about like their girlfriend, and I said, you know what? I feel like it's very unfair in this stage of life that people are not supposed to create boundaries for themselves because they have to be nice. And it's just frustrating because with niceness, you don't need to be a pushover, guys. Nice and kind people, like, the worst thing is like when people go, oh, nice guys finish last. Some nice people do, because you know what, they've created this niceness about them that's not particularly nice. It's just the way that they are, and they say, okay, nice people finish last. You know, this is not about you, CS. It's about the way the culture perpetrates these stereotypes that people live then. And this doesn't, yeah, this means you too. The Hierophant means that you should rebel. You should start being more kind of like going against society's or cultural um the ways that people tend to sit there and go, people need to be a certain way. They have to be this. No, you don't have to be anything. You can be a you could paint yourself purple in the afternoon and go out and say, hi, I'm here, you know? So in general, I'd say don't worry about it, you know? Just do your own thing. The Hanged Man, you naturally fall into a relationship without actually giving enough space for people to like sit there and go, hey, I don't really like this, can we fix this before you move, like are in a relationship with this person. CS, because after you move in or you're with this person, you've lost every negotiation power unless you move out, and then if you move out you shouldn't go back, you know. That's what I would say to you. Sans says, is San missing me? Thank you. I don't feel like this person's missing you, Sanj, just because the whole idea they don't want a family with you. So this can be one of those things that this person doesn't think of you as in that way, you know? Watching Booktube says, how is everybody going? Is everyone still here? I I I didn't skip you, Butterfly. I did yours. I did yours. Oh no. Sorry. That was a different one. Sorry. that Sorry, Butterfly. I did one of yours and then I thought, "Oh yeah, I haven't skipped you." I did. Sorry. That was my fault. So should I accept the gift from A on our meet? Should Butterfly accept this gift on their meet? It's gonna take a while for this one. It's just like holding out. Come on. It's shy. It's like sitting there going, what the hell? Okay. Should Butterfly accept this gift from A? It's like sitting there going, yes, no. It is doing this yes, no instead of maybe. Oh, okay. It's kind of gone into no. I think no, but it's probably saying later on, you know, not right now, but accept that gift later. um I feel like that's the thing, is it's too quick. I want to know, did he ever love me and does he feel for me now? This person tends to think very much in their like higher headspace, so they tend to not come from a place of love. Pinky, I don't think that they tend to even describe love as love, you know, so they might not even understand it, which is scary. So what did I feel about you now? I don't think that you cross their mind a lot, Pinky. So it's kind of weird because I think that people don't realize what love can be to other people. So even if this person said I love you, that's as close as they're going to get to love. My name is Sumal. When I get married, what are the characteristics of my future spouse and when will I meet him? Says Dua. Okay, interesting. This will be a very interesting relationship. Queen of Pentacles versus King of Swords. This person you might meet at work because you tend to be both very good at being at work. So King of Swords tends to be more intellectual, tends to be more of leadership qualities, tends to be more blunt. Queen of Pentacles tends to want the money, so she earns money, she works very hard for her money, but she tends to be material. Swords tends to be ideas. So the Wheel of Fortune is tend to tick down. So it actually is only a matter of time before you meet this person, because you'll be thrown together. I feel like this is the case. So I feel like this might be more about when you meet this person at work, because you guys will work very hard. And I think you both accept or understand each other. So that's really cute. You're very welcome, Butterfly. Sorry, I was like, I'm sure I've done that, you know? All about Maine, says Cassandra. How are you? Thursday. Give me a second. Sorry, Maine. Unfortunately, it's not filled up with alcohols. What's my demon? Oh. Sorry, Tori. I'm getting this picture now of, you know, when you're a kid and you're scared of the dark and you're scared of the thing in the dark until you realize that it's your own self. I think that's your demon. Weirdly enough, I don't have to pull cards for that. I think that it's yourself perpetrating that thing in the dark. General reading, please. Honestly, you have a life choice coming up, which is kind of an interesting thing. You're actually getting yourself out of a really bad situation, a really bad set of circumstances. So that's an interesting thing. This could actually be both of the life choices. So one of them is to get out of the situation, one is to stay in it. And this is like current fights and arguments that you have about with other people, that you could just like separate yourself from that kind of thing, and then you can go and do your own thing and open up and sit there and go, hey, wait. So I think that's the life choice for you. Most of the time it doesn't usually say the life choices that simply, but I think that's for you, all about Maine. Hello, spare email. Sydney says, will Mealy and Leo get back in a relationship with me again? Will there be reconciliation? Yes. but you need to control this this reconciliation, because you're not going to get it if you wait for this person to come back to you, Sydney. So honestly, you need to control it, because this person just goes with the flow, whatever, does whatever they want, kind of thing. And if you really want that relationship to come back, then you need to tell them, you know. Young Buddha, hi, how are you? I am going very well. Anya says, hi, is there someone in AC's life? Yeah, I will try to do that for you. I'm sorry that it does that. Unfortunately, there's no translation device for me. I wish that helped. So is there someone else in AA's life? I feel like they're translating this for me is they're very difficult to live with. So I don't feel like they're looking for someone in AA's life anywhere soon. They're looking, but that doesn't mean that they've got anybody. I don't feel like they still look, but they don't have anybody yet. I would like to know if I should seek a different job or stay where I am. Okay. So you said different job or stay where I am. Okay. I think different job, because you tend to be someone that doesn't like change that often. You will find this very hard, and you'll find this very difficult. Where you are will allow like a certain amount of healing to take place, where you accept like a lot more responsibilities and stuff, but you will be safer compared to if you switch jobs right now. And I think maybe this is only a time period. So I would say that it's because of COVID. You should stay where you are versus you move on. Because sometimes the cards will actually say, yes, move. But this time they're saying stay with that young Buddha. Pinky says, how does he see me? Well, this is easy. The lovers. This person does have quite a lot of love for you, which is kind of weird, because we said that this person might not know what love is. Which is kind of a weird thing for me, is that person thinks that they knew that you just like yeah, so it's kind of a weird thing that this person had like that, which is kind of weird, because from the outside we're looking in, we're like, well, does this person know love at all? So it's kind of a weird thing to say that they thought that you were in love with them, and they were in love with you, kind of thing. So it's kind of interesting. You might have like initiated this relationship, so they will always feel like you wanted this more than they did, I feel. Hello, Jayla. Jayla? Pratibha says, what's coming up in the near future? Virgo, thank you. Hello, guys. Give me a couple of minutes, maybe 10 at the moment. I don't know how long it's going to take me to go down this list. Pratibha says, what's coming up in the near future? Virgo, thank you. You have to put in some hard work. You are very close to getting what you want. There's some new opportunities coming in for you. You just need to put the work in, Pratibha, and you'll have what you want. For sure. Amara says, how will my manifestation go for my desired face and body I'm visualizing? I think honestly, that you'll always feel like your face is not what you desire it to be. Um, however, you will be pleasantly surprised in the future about how much has changed. I think compared to like what you had in the past, it has done something, but I don't feel like you will get exactly what you desire. Because it seems like unless you really did something strenuous, like a really like, which I wouldn't want to say to you, like plastic surgery is not going to have the effect that you want because it's completely different from your face shape now. Jayla says, am I going to have kids? I think at the moment you're quite stuck, so don't feel like kids in the future, but you will be surrounded by love and surrounded by family. So, Jayla, even if these kids are not biologically yours, you will have kids. You will definitely have kids. And you'll be surrounded by love and you'll be surrounded by a family. At the moment, don't get too hung up because you might be stuck in a situation that you won't have kids right now. But that doesn't mean in the future you won't have these gorgeous, beautiful like beautiful kids that are coming around that are just annoying sometimes, but you'll be like, I can't do like I I can't live without them now. So just realize that you're going to get this in the future. Lara says future reading with me and A. Well, honestly, this seems like a very good relationship full of really great things. The only thing that you need to worry about is your emotions. So you can rebalance your emotions of other people. So if you really want the positivity and love to be in this relationship, you need to start with yourself first and bounce that out so it bounces back to you. But other than that, it looks great. You guys have focused on what you want in the future. You're achieving your goals, you're achieving your dreams, and you're working together, and there is a beautiful relationship between you guys. Okay, so Grace says, hi, can I have a life reading, please? What do you see for my life? For me and my life. Okay, so it's actually interesting because you're actually getting out a period of self-reflection, which is interesting because I think that you'll actually get to see the wider world, which Two of Wands is. It's actually about adventures, changing directions in life, actually going to explore the future in a whole. So honestly, I feel like you should start like having a vision board or something like that that makes you feel like excited and happy to be here and just like going for gold, you know? So honestly, just keep on going where you're going. Keep on working on that abundance and keep on thinking about the ventures you want to get done, because honestly, I think you'll have a lots of adventures this year. Alexis says, advice from spirit to me. Realize that life is good right now. There's nothing to be panicked, nothing to be stressed about. Just keep on realizing that life has given you a reprieve to just Akuna Matata, Alexis. Just dance around the kitchen, go woo woo. Like, I don't know if you go around the kitchen, go woo woo. Let's do this as a tradition. Let's put on some music, woo woo, around the kitchen. You know, dancing around the kitchen. Yeah, there's just the time that you've had a reprieve from anything rough happening and there's just time to relax and go with the flow and not worry about things. The other thing is that your heart is healing for yourself, Alexis. So take time to realize that your heart is healing. Sometimes it's good to not bring anybody in if you're not in a relationship right now, because the worst thing is you don't want someone to step on your broken heart right now and kind of be in a situation that you'll turn around and snap at them, you know? Tori says, what part of my shadow that's messing with me that I need to be aware of? I haven't been able to be social. I think that you're worried about other people's social expectations of you. Honestly, I think every time someone looks at you, you think something bad. Tori, you're like, they're looking at me because of this. They're looking at me because of that. You know? So honestly, you need to disregard this. This is a social thing to keep you alive, to keep you away from like making parts of your tribe angry and kicking you out or killing you, you know? It's a very old part of our brain. And so therefore you've got to realize that no one can kill you right now. No one can ostracize you to the middle of nowhere, you know? So you just have to move on. If people don't like you, you just move on. The sun in reverse. Keep your love and joy and happiness close to your heart. Don't spend it with anybody before yourself, you know? So look after yourself and bring love for yourself in. So honestly, the thing is that we are a perception of our reality. We create our own reality that we live in. And I'm definitely a big proponent in the thing that you need to work on that, you know. So with when you're happy about yourself, you'll go out and you'll start smiling at everyone, and they're like, you're like, oh, everyone's so nice to me today. You gone around looking like a bloody idiot, smiling at everyone. Of course they're gonna smile back at you. So Priya says, will Neil contact me? I don't feel so, Priya. I think this person's like out of chips. Yeah, they're not going to contact you, unfortunately, Priya. So, can I win? Okay, so model says be spouse a current energy. Oh, there's plenty of ideas. Oh, and maybe a little bit of like they've had a little bit of a tiff or worries, quarrel, or something like that, and it is starting to heal from that. But the rest of it is great. I think honestly, I'm getting romantic vibes here, like red roses on a a bed kind of feeling. So honestly, boom chicka wow wow kind of thing. You know what I'm saying, model? um, you can definitely tell I'm a Taurus. Please send me cookies. I love cookies. But I also tend to be a little bit cheeky. um, Yellow Heart says, hey, can I win the title at this year's party? I think so. I think so, Yellow Heart, for sure. It might not be the title you want, but you will get a title for sure. Abigail says, hi there, beautiful. Please tell me what's coming for me in love this year. I'm Medina, and I'm Taurus. Yay! Okay, firstly, I feel like you don't do well with emotions whatsoever. So when people like offer you like a heart or like offer you like I like you tend to be like, "Oh my god, run away." So you need to learn a lot more about like accepting people's emotions. The other thing is that you're struggling or you're combating some. So I feel like you don't tend to like the people that like you. That's what I'm feeling right now, Abigail. It's actually opposite. You tend to go after the people that don't want you. You tend to chase them more, Abigail. So I would definitely say to you is to accept people, understand when people say, hey, I like you, that you can either decline them or just do that, you know? But that's what I would say to you, is that you're probably chasing the wrong people around. Um, Ina says, general reading, please. Look, at the moment, you're probably struggling with a kind of a lot of things, and realize the struggle right now you won't be able to get out of at the moment, Aina, so just keep on working on it, okay? So VJ says, Mataminta, current cash ups, current feelings for me. This person knows that you like them and also sees that you like them very strongly. Which, yeah. Honestly, they're thinking about you, but probably in a way of like, hey, I know that you like me. Wheel of Fortune. Watch this naturally progress and grow without too much like interference, because the universe is taking you where it needs you to go. So honestly, it usually takes you better. Your question's on paper? Okay, Constanza, thank you. Give me a second. um Glad my phone hasn't died. Okay, so will Aries contact me by text message, or in person? Okay. Will Aries Constanza text me on person? I think both, actually, weirdly enough. I think this person will text you first, Constanza, and then come to visit you. So I feel like that's both. I feel like this person's got some really good vibes. So they're probably going to reach out and text you to actually say, hey, like, can I come over? I think that's the case, Constanza. I hope that helps. If you want any more clarification, let me know. But that's what I'm feeling, is like, hey, can I come over and visit? So they're really happy about you, actually. That's one thing that I would say that's the case. Thank you, Abigail. Haley, can you do a reading for me? Did you put down what reading you wanted, Haley? Because I don't have one here for you. Will my love contact me soon? You're very welcome, Constanza. Thank you for the donation yet again. You guys fill my heart up with love. I love you guys so much. Carolina says, will my love contact me soon? Yes, that's definitely a thing. Yes, for sure. Did we get like so Star Lover says general reading? Please? Knight of Swords. Oh my god. I think that you really like someone. Star Lover. They don't seem to like you as much. Okay, let's unpack. So there's King of Wands here, so King of Wands tends to be more extroverted and outgoing. And that's a thing that I would definitely say to you, that King of Wands outgoing, very, very. But this person doesn't want to have kids with you, or this is a creativity blockage for you in general, Star Lover. So this could be just this person doesn't seem to like you, and you're kind of following this person around, very enamored by them. One thing that I would add to this is Knight of Swords on the end. You have a very directionless energy right now, which you can actually tame and put under, like, I would say to you, you need to schedule stuff that you need to create, you know? So you need to schedule stuff and you need to work on your creativity blockage. But yeah, I don't think this guy coming in is the right one for you, Star Lover, unfortunately. My Shri Patrol. General, a reading in love. Okay. So it's interesting, the moon in reverse. Now, sometimes this means that your inner critic, your friends are being too harsh on you. In reverse, though, when it comes to love, this kind of is slightly your friends and family are good judgment of who comes into your life, even if they're pretty harsh about it. They will tell you exactly who you are versus that person. A temperance is like everything has to be in moderation. So I think that you need to reach out to friends and family about like going on dates, or what you need to see if they can arrange like a blind date for you or something, because I think that you tend to not understand who you need to be with, and so therefore it tends to be that there's never any compatibility for you there. Major, of course you can. It's gonna take a little bit of time. Sorry, guys. Heba, hello, Heba. What can I expect very soon? Wheel of Fortune. The universe won't tell you it's a surprise or a secret. Keep on trusting the universe that it's guiding you where you need to go, and it'll always take you where it thinks is the best for you. Nine of Swords in reverse, though. Stop using up all your energy just racing around doing nothing. Put some plans in place that you can work on your energy being more grounded and more directional, because at the moment you are spending all your energy and not getting anything out of it, Heba. So that's what I would say to you. Yes, you can donate. If you donate, you get in front of everybody here. And then I will definitely do your reading before everybody else. Unfortunately, it does take a long time. I'm sorry. I try to be as fast as I can for the non-paid readings. So hi Cassandra, what does Russian think about me currently? This person definitely sees you as being very attractive, very very authoritarian, very smart, very you can be cold or blunt, but generally this person knows that your personality doesn't always be warm. This person's actually spending quite a lot of emotions towards you, so they want to actually show you their feelings or thoughts about things, and you should accept those readily, because that's a sign of being interested in them, because they're interested about you, Ipsida. Okay, Rosie. Ina says, what do I feed you to get financial help from HO? I think that you can't get financial help from this. You should actually abandon this to accept that you might not, that you're actually holding on with this fear. You should accept that you don't need this. What if you think that you do, Aina, and you should just progress onwards and just work on your own thing. Okay, so new love, thank you. Annie. So sorry, guys. I am getting to everybody. Sorry. Ba, 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 ba. Okay, so what is it? I got to a point and yeah, so I got to Hiba. Melody. EA. It was at the start, Melody. Leweb, I did your reading now. Sumbler. No, not yet, Zena. I'm sorry. I will shout you loud and proud when it happens. So Sumbler, may I have reading for the next 5 days, please? Honestly, it's hard because you might have a little bit more trouble with talking to people. It's okay. You just need to let people do what they're doing and kind of not get too wordsies with them. So maybe conservative of like words is in order, and understand that if you don't like what's on your dish, you can always change your dish, okay? So I would definitely say that conversations minimum, don't overburden people. I feel Sunblow. So Rosie, I'm just double checking. Um, Alright. I just wanted to double check. Megan Flea says, what does my higher self want to tell me about my relationship? You shouldn't panic. You're doing a great job. You're on the right track, so you shouldn't panic about that. You should also realize that you're accepting people's emotions quite readily, and you should actually ask what you want in this direction that you're going. But Megan, I think in general your relationship's going quite well. I think that they want to congratulate you on that, because you might have a little bit of like worried about that. Okay, so Kelly, I did yours. I did do yours. Danut, Cancer will come for reconciliation. I think this person's stuck in their own thing. I don't feel like they're going to come for your reconciliation anytime soon, because they want to explore, they want to see the world. So I don't think that they will. Sorry, I'm going to put my phone in. It's about to die. But yeah, I don't feel like that's a thing. Unfortunately, sorry. Eba, I did actually get to your thing. Can you say my love and marriage? Okay. Linda. Aja, it's gonna take a while, for me to get to you. It might be 10 minutes, it might be longer, Major. I'm sorry about that. So will he marry me, Linda? I don't feel like this person will marry you because they tend to let all the good things pass out of their life, and they tend to be more present driven than future, which means that they don't seem to want to get married, Linda. Because with marrying means you need to future plan for the future. Sorry, Major. Is speech pathology the right career for me? Yes, I feel like it will be. I think you'll find it very rewarding, but you have to like be more controlling of your time and controlling of lots of aspects of your life. But I think that you'll be very happy that you make other people feel like they want to talk again and communicate with other people, which you'll really enjoy, Miriam. How long you laid up? It might take a while for your reading. So Isha says, how does Harris feel about me? Honestly, this person's struggling to the point that they're probably giving in, Isha. So it kind of feels like this person's kind of given up on a lot of this. They're deciding whether they want to stay or they want to move on. Benny says, what is Libra's current feelings towards me? Thanks. I feel like this person seems to want to stay, but they don't see like everything happening in this relationship that they want, which is kind of a hard thing for you to accept. But I don't know. They tend to not think of like how they want to change it. They just complain about that. Okay, so give me a second. I need to blow my nose. I'm sorry, guys. I'll be right back. Sorry about that. I have a light on my face and it's very warm light. When I talk for a long time without drinking, then I turn into Miss Snotty Face, you know. Well, I do well in my BLE exam. I think you will, for sure. But I feel like further on, you might feel like a lack of direction, a lack of clarity. But to saying, I'd honestly say that you will do well with this exam. Yes. T Rod says, any contact coming this week with Gemini? I think that they will, but it might be so quick that you might miss it. But they will contact you, but they'll be like, this week's been pandemonium for me, T-Rod. Like, honestly, it's been so crazy. So, yeah, they will contact you for this, for sure, this week. Sona says his current feelings for me, he's a Pisces. He doesn't care what other people think, so honestly, he's not listening to other people, whether that's a good thing or bad thing. He's not listening. And I think this is generally like a good sign that he likes you enough to not be like listening to other people's negative opinions. But at the same time, he's let go of control. So he wants you to put in all the work, Sona. So if you don't put in the work, then it's game over because this person doesn't seem to be working on themselves, you know. Acacia says, how am I coming off to people? They feel like you're slightly slack or lazy. That doesn't mean that you are. Does that make sense? sometimes the way that we perceive ourselves. Okay, right. Okay, I see it. Right. Um, Acacia, can I ask a question? And you don't have to reply to this, but I feel like you struggle with focusing on things. And so therefore you tend to get burnt out more quickly than other people. So other people see the lazy, they think that you're lazy, but you're working very, very hard and you're burning yourself out because you're running around crazy like, and they only see that top bit, which was interesting because that one's underneath. Um, and then honestly, they see you as growing, as dealing with some problems in your past that haven't affected you so much. In the future, you're actually dealing with your own shit. So it seems like you're doing very well. And I would honestly congratulate you. Other than this, you might need to do something about. But the rest of it, you're doing really good. So Ipsita says, how does Rushan feel while I was leaving after today's meeting? Okay, so this person's feeling like very confident in the present. They're focusing very much on the present and they're generating ideas. So you did pretty good, Ipsita. I feel like this person is really vibing with what you were talking about. And they understood it completely. See, Leah, is Sagittarius going to contact me tomorrow? No, I don't think so. There's a lot of things to unpack here. So even though they see you as being part of their world, I feel like they find you too blunt and too attention seeking. So honestly, sometimes this can be a hard thing because you come in very strongly. And so therefore, the whole idea is, Celia, you might need to rethink your approach when it comes to them and communication, because all they see is you being very blunt and pick me kind of feeling. So even if you don't want to display that, guys, it's up to that person to perceive it. Oh my god. This is the problem with my nose. I blow it and there's nothing out coming out. When do I expect M Libra to come back to reconcile? Honestly, you've got to let go of your fear-based attachment here in the present to this person because you're scared of letting them go. And even if they don't come back to you, you just have to accept that. But the whole idea of you holding on to them is more likely to drive them away. Because you're going to show negative emotions because you feel like they're part of you. Page of Swords in reverse, in upright, means that this person, like, don't worry about the future. It might be scary right now, but only good surprises are coming in for you. So honestly, I feel like this person could reconcile with you, but you need to kind of let them go in a way. Sorry guys, I'm not ignoring the end of the chat, so I'm sorry about that. It's going to take me a little bit of a while, so I hope you're comfy. I hope you got some tea or something. Astra says hi. When I started making my pitch to the philanthropy organizations, will my company get sponsorship this year? Astra, I think you will. You've got to be more focused in the present and kind of work on the things now. You also have to be less blunt about it. You've got to be more fancy talk, more like blah, 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 you know, instead of like, this is the best idea, you should buy it now. You know, so Astro, you just need to be a little bit more flowy and less blunt in your direct in your speech, but I feel like you will definitely get this. So should I take immediate profit of this crypto called Pieka? Take away profits very soon. Wait, years for the price will increase. Please, thank you. Crypto is a weird asset. I have a little bit myself. So honestly, crypto is, most of it's volatile right now. AC. I don't think you should take immediate profit. You will feel more reassured about that. But I think that it will have better like offset in the future. So you will get gains. So it's kind of like if you take this, it's going to be quite small, but the profit's going to be for future, better in the future. AC. I love Ahmed. He leaves, let me. I'm married, and now no connections towards us. I'm Naveen. I think that you've got to realize and trust the universe on this, EA. You've got to trust that it's looking after you. It wants to take you somewhere that's better, you know? So sometimes people go, the universe is so mean. It doesn't give me what I want. Guys, the universe always wants to give you what you want. It's like sitting there looking at all its little kids and going, hey, like, you want this. I want to make it to happen. I've started a network marketing recently. When will like succeed in my career, says Fanny. Honestly, you might not get as many profits as you want, Fanny, out of your network marketing, but it will pay you something. You will get somewhere with this, Fanny. You just have to keep on going. Honestly, you are starting to understand a lot more about business, and so therefore you should start thinking about this as just one part of your bowstring, and you should try other things as well. If that makes sense. That's okay, Zena. I haven't got to you yet, but I'm glad that you're still here. Joanne! Taurus, anything for me would be greatly appreciated. Hello, Taurus. Oh, you sexy beast. Definitely, this probably is more Taurus card than most of them. Your Queen of Swords, highly intelligent, quite elegant. You know what you want, and you don't stop not to get it. You know, like you know exactly what you want. Page of Swords, don't be scared of the future because around the corner there's only good things waiting for you. The Magician, you do not have ideas block at the moment. An idea generation runs the world. Ideas are the things that the light bulb was made out of, the telephone was made out of. Everything in the world got invented at some point of time, and it became an idea because someone created it to be. So you've got to realize that you're open to all of this download ideas and beautiful things that you can go out and get, you know, Joanne? I hope that helps you. Man, I am going great. And you? Please put down your question. I'm going to try and answer that soon. Itika says, please, can you tell me if there's increase in my salary? This is interesting because this would be yes. I think by accepting this, you get more stuck, Ithaca. So it might be that you get increased, but it's not the way that you want it to be. And so you'll get more stuck in this like responsibilities or tasks because you've taken on this increase. So it might come with more like more work than you wanted. Pretty says is V spending a night with his girlfriend. I wouldn't say that he's not. No. I think that he is. Yes. Because lovers, yeah. There is kind of a little bit of like issues here, but the rest of it, I would say yes, for sure. Um, see, Leah, is Sagittarius going to contact me this tomorrow? I don't know. This person's going to stay pretty much at home tomorrow. So it's like they've got to choose whether to contact you or not. So this is up to them, I feel. Like this is a life choice. So is Sagittarius going to contact Celia tomorrow? Is Sagittarius going to contact Celia tomorrow? It says no, but that's probably because he's a master procrastinator. If that makes sense. Isha says, how does M Gemini feel about me? My God. You are a very nice person. I'd be very worried about you not getting that money though. Give me a second, Miss Mon. It might be a while for me to get to that. So how does M Gemini feel about you? Firstly, they have this like yin and yang, but they feel like stuck or claustrophobic. It could just be that they tend to be relationship phobic. They see you as being part of their world. Yeah, I feel like they do have an issue with the relationships. So they feel like you're very good, but when it comes to relationships, they might be running a little bit scared, Isha, if that makes sense to you. Dina, your question's here. What does Thomas really want to be? Does Thomas really want to be with me? Thank you. I don't know if he still loves me. That's why I asked about him seriously about me. Yeah, I feel like this person is more than desperate to be with you. That's what I would say to you. This cooperation, communication, and playing, this person wants you to be more childlike, more open to being less serious. Not in like not being in a serious relationship, but this person has needed to be playing for a while, so he does want that. Yeah, I feel like this person's kind of wanting to be with you like 24/7. I get that feeling. Okay, so Samrithika says, can I have will Uptil marry Smrithikana? No. The problem is that there is kind of a little bit of an age gap or emotional age gap. So you guys are a little bit more like you might be a little bit more childlike, naive, more but not in a good way, because sometimes people will find you cute or adorable, but this person might find you very emotionally immature, and more attention seeking more than anything else. You can change how this person views you by being more emotionally mature, tending to ask for what you want, tending to be more adult in the way that you go through life. But that's what I would say to you. At the moment, no, but this person is still trying to get married to you, but there wouldn't be a workout at the moment. Does that make sense? Heart says, who's coming to my love heart life? You're ready. You're very welcome. The Star and the Nine of Pentacles. Honestly, there's no one coming in for you, Sahar, because you need to work on yourself. You need to grow yourself first. You need to be in a space that you show people that they need to be with you. Because weirdly enough, we're always selling ourselves. I don't want to say it that way. We are always showing people whether they should be with us or not. That's what I should say. Knight of Pentacles in reverse, you're not putting in the hard work, you're not putting in the effort to meet people or be around people. So you're not actually doing this. So you might need to elevate yourself up so you actually attract more people, Saha, because at the moment you're not doing that. Hello, Essence of Bliss. Hello. How are you? How does T currently feel about me? This is interesting. This person seems to be holding on. This person's in a not in a good place right now. So for elements, this is kind of an interesting thing because this is more about them, I feel like, than you, but this is affecting how they perceive you. So the Death card in reverse, this person's holding on to a person in the past. They haven't let go of a relationship or let go of being a certain way. So this is usually a person in the past. And they're kind of turned inwards and they're kind of working on like where they want to go without any understanding of who's around them or what they're doing around. So it's kind of hard because for elements, this person might not give you enough space. If this is a person that you like, they might not be giving you enough space for a relationship to truly develop. And not showing you enough kindness or attention. That's what I'm feeling. Okay, so Chansa says, what does a Pisces admire about me as a person? Looks at characteristics as possible. Okay. So what does Pisces admire as you as a person? Looks and characteristics. Firstly, we'll go through the characteristics. You tend to care about people and you tend to look after them. If someone wrongs a friend, you tend to be very well you get angry for that person, chances. So you tend to really look after yourself, like people that are your tribe, whoever they are, friends or family or whatever. You tend to be fiercely loyal to people. The other thing that this person likes about you, which is kind of an interesting thing, is you look young. You look you look very young for your age, which means that chances are you kind of look young. So you get the added benefit that you look younger. So, okay, so Jacqueline, my question is, will Virgo want a future with me? Thanks. You're very welcome, Jacqueline. Okay, so King of Pentacles. Interesting, there's an argument with you guys right now. A little bit of coldness. So there's coldness and stillness. I feel like this person's kind of a little bit more of a workaholic or working on kind of creating a future. So they might not get where you're coming from if you wanted to spend time with them or trying to give them time that they're going to be with you, because they're just working on trying to make a future with you, Jacqueline. So honestly, this person might be very busy. So don't be worried about them not wanting to be with you, because the love is in reverse. There's a very deep love connection with you too. So, okay, so Jaden says, what is my Capricorn thinking about me now? I'm Aries and no communication. Weirdly enough, this person's heart is healing, but they're like saving their emotions. So they really don't, they tend to hold themselves very close to their heart. So they don't tend to talk a lot. I feel like they don't talk a lot in general. They know that they've got to do some healing work, and that's why no communication with you. I think that they care enough not to like make you feel worried about them, Jaden. And that's the hardest part, is that's the case. And they need to go through that themselves. They still care about you enough to like think about that. Danielle says, what will happen between me and Jawiz? King of Pentacles. Devil. Okay, it's okay, so there's kind of a weird thing because you are getting addicted to someone else. So this is kind of an interesting thing, because this could be Jawiz, that this is the addiction, versus this person. So there's two of them. Two guys. So, if Joey's is outgoing and tends to be fun-loving personality, this is your addiction. If not, this is the addiction of someone else. Joey's, and so the King of Pentacles in reverse is like not enough money or trying to create his own business. So it could be that thing. There is a reflection, like you reflect what you want to get back. So I feel like there is a choice here. One of them is definitely addiction. So this could be an X for you. And that's why you go backwards and forwards on this. So this is kind of like where I would say, Danielle, that's what I'm worried about, is that case, that you need to be working on that. You're very welcome, Jacqueline. Thank you. Hi, do you have any secret admirers? I feel like there's two people that admire you and different things. Someone admires you that you tend to have courage. You tend to take decisions that they wouldn't take. So honestly, this person admires you because the bravery of your spirit and the bravery of your actions. So this person might be a friend of yours. I feel like this person's younger than you. I'm getting like a small brother or something. If you don't have a brother, it's definitely that kind of vibe, that there's a younger kind of guy. He likes you because you're fun. And you're pretty as well. If that makes sense to you, Gabby. So you're pretty and you're fun. That's what they want to say to you. Alina says his current feelings towards me. Oh, interesting. This person's a little bit scared, a little bit hesitant, a little bit reluctant, a little bit scared. I feel like that's the case, Eleanor. But he also daydreams all the things that you could do together, like traveling and seeing the world and getting to explore the world together. So this person likes you, but there's like this bit where like they don't feel like they're ever gonna get towards you, yeah? Last one says, does A want me to contact him? Will we be together? Honestly, this person has got burnt out on this connection. I feel last one. I don't see any way that you guys are going to be together. I think you're very, like, not compatible for each other. I'm sorry to say that, but it seems like you both would be very tired of each other. Yeah, it's kind of funny when I say these things that people are like, how did you know? So Dura says, Gaia still a marriage possible. I don't feel like this is possible, unfortunately. I wish that I could say yes, but it doesn't seem like so. Hello, Victoria. You want Secret of Virus too? Does M miss me after seeing my picture and tweets? Yeah. Yeah, I feel so, Bobo. I feel like this is a slight addiction to this person. So they kind of miss you, but they kind of it's kind of funny because they spend their life being very present. So they tend to be like, "Oh yeah, I really like miss this person," or like, "Oh yeah, they're driving me crazy," and then they go on their lives again. So it's kind of a weird thing. Bye bye. Okay, so Cancerian Queen says, why was I dreaming about Leo? Is he thinking about me? Yes, I think that this is true, Cancerian Queen. I think this person definitely wants to come back and they want to look after you and protect you. So, hello, Jasmine, a baby. How are you? Please put your question down. It might take me a while though. So Jacqueline says, how do I stop feeling lonely? This is interesting. I think that you're not integrated. There's parts of yourself that you don't see that you tend to try to get rid of. And so therefore you sit there and go, this is not me, this is not part of me. And so you tend to drive yourself away from each other. So you're kind of like separated. So does that make sense? Like there's the bits of yourself that need integration back to yourself. And that's the interesting thing about this. Nine of Swords. There is a lot of energy here, but it's aimless energy. You're running around not understanding a purpose or like a way of life. Like you're not following your dharma, which is like I'm not from that culture, but you have Ava, like the whole idea of like dharma is your calling, like what you were sent out to do in this lifetime. And I feel like you don't understand your dharma or your life purpose. Let's call it life purpose. So honestly, you are not putting yourself in a place of purpose, a place of service. You're not putting yourself in a place of being something. And that's what I would say to you. That's why you're feeling lonely. Hey, Desmond! Hey, Estan! Thank you guys for being patient with me. Shivani says, I am unemployed. You want to find a job. Keep being strong. There is a period of being stuck. I don't know how you got stuck. Let's ask the clarification for why stuck. Okay. Okay. You got stuck because there's not a lot of good background for you. Like, this is the problem, is that you don't have as much of a job employment history and stuff like that, so you don't have this background that people understand what job you can do. You're kind of starting from square one, and that's why you're stuck right now. The strength is just to be strong. What can you do about this? You've got to realize that you might need to think about how you're going to show people that you're competent without experience, you know, if that makes sense to you. Joanne says Taurus, a relationship with Gemini. I'm doing very well, Pinky. How are you? Taurus, relationship with Gemini. Okay, so honestly, you need to step up and you need to control this relationship. If you want this to be a thing. Death in reverse. Someone's holding on to something in the past that's not allowing them to transition into a full relationship. And I think this is you as well, which is kind of a weird thing because we're talking about them. So death card in reverse means that we're kind of attached to either person, an idea, a belief. Usually I say this is a person in your past that you're kind of holding on to, like thinking that they will come back to you. And so therefore sometimes we tend to push the person away that's right here, right now, Joanne, instead of like that. But it can be like a set of beliefs that are not serving us anymore. Linda says, what are B's current feelings? They're not good, but you can make them feel better, Linda, because they're feeling like there's not a lot there for them, and they're feeling like, you might not care or might not love them, and so you need to like bounce some positive vibes off them. I think that's the case, is they're feeling like lonely or unloved. I feel like that's the case with this. Okay, so Jacqueline says, does the Virgo want a fresh start with me? No, I don't feel like this Virgo wants a fresh start with you, because this one and that one. So, and the cards are like saying, love yourself. Put yourself first. Put your joy and happiness into yourself. So I feel like they're telling you to be positive about this. But yeah, unfortunately, I don't feel like the Virgo wants a fresh start with you, Jacqueline. What did Sagittarius feel about your Instagram story today? Oh, they liked it. They liked it. They thought that it might be about them. um, I feel like you're so vain. You probably think this song is about you. They would laugh at that, I think. But yeah, they're definitely excited to see more of them. But um, they definitely thought of that Instagram story. They really liked it. Good. Does H Scorpio miss me? I feel no, because they've got a lot of things that they enjoy now. But yeah, no, I don't feel like they missed you, unfortunately. Hello, Judith. How are you? So Sela, I did yours. That one I did that. Pendulum. Okay, so Super High wants to do that pendulum. Super High, will you get a job this year? It says no. I don't know why it says no. It's really saying no. Um, that's kind of a weird thing for it to say no that strongly. It's kind of weird. I wish that there was something in my nose, but I keep blowing it and it's not there. It does feel like I do have something though. So what does Aramon's energy towards me today? No distractions, solely you, Ramanda. That's what I feel like, that he's concentrating on you, which is weird. I think that's really nice. But sometimes it's kind of a weird thing because you're like, what do you want? But yeah, I think they're all yours today. Okay, so King's SB says, has my ex moved on for a week? Or is someone flirting with someone? I don't think that they are flirting with someone. Yeah, I don't feel like they moved on in a week. I think they're kind of looking at the smaller things, like what they're going to do now instead of like moved on. You've got to be in a good place to move on in a week. Live life. Does Sagittarius think about? What does Sagittarius think about? Says Live life. Honestly, they feel like they need to be strong and they need to just trust that the universe has a better plan for them. Which is kind of a sad thing to say, but they seem like they just plod along in life going, okay, tomorrow's going to be a better day. So, um, I feel like they do kind of go, oh yeah, I need to be strong. Sunblast says, how will the man be like in my next relationship? Definitely in love. Definitely in love. I definitely a yin yang partnership. So this person will come in and be highly compatible with you. So this might be just your opposite coming in for you, which means that this person will take over the masculine. Sometimes this can be masculine and you can be the feminine, but you have to be that. You can't just be like this thing. I'm still here. Hey, man. Yeah, so honestly, I feel like they're definitely calm and they'll definitely tell you that it's a really good relationship coming in for you, Subla. I can't wait for it. Hi, Cassandra. I'm going abroad to see a concert in a couple of days. Is a metal concert? Spare email. I feel like that's a metal concert. I don't know why. Let me know. If you're like, no, it's not, then I'll be like, oh my god. I think you're scared a little bit of going. But you should realize that everyone's so nice and you don't have to worry about it. Obviously, pack the things that you need to think that you're packing, but the rest of it, yeah, you'll be fine. My nose is falling off the edge of my face. That's the problem. Okay, I think it's fine now. Cassie says, will my family be moving soon? I think so, even though you don't want them to. I think they will. I think the whole idea is you've got to focus on not being scared, and you've got to like focus on not voicing your opinion that this is not a great idea. I feel like you've really opposed this, Cassie. But at the same time, you should see like new opportunities that are coming towards you that you can focus on. Because I feel like this is where you need to think about. Jasmine, baby! Lol. Yeah, my nose is just like, you know, it's because I tend to slouch, and when I slouch, then my nose kind of gets blocked, and then the rest of it comes to end, you know? Um, Sandra says, hi, will my ex get in touch with me anytime soon? Hell yeah. I feel like more than you think. Stacy says, should I run from Luke? I'm a little bit worried when you say, should you run for Luke? Okay, so honestly, you're telling yourself some very bad things here. Should Stacy let me pick it up properly? Should Stacy run from Luke? It says yes. It's definitely saying yes. The magician, I think that you have an idea who this person is, even if it's like more of a serious thing in your head. I think that the pendulum definitely said yes on this. So that's kind of weird that because that doesn't seem like bad vibes in the cards, but it says that that's a yes. Lisa Harvey. Lisa! Hello, will Jay and I get back together romantically? No, I feel like this person's all over the place. So Jay's just like a free agent, so I don't feel like you'll get back together, Lisa. Jaden, I've done yours. When will my good time start? I think that it's coming in for you very, very soon, JET, because you've got the lovers in the reverse, and you've got the world card. So I feel like this is going to be any month now, any day now, you know? So it's just so close to you that you can reach out and touch it, you know? Morgan says, I'm wondering if Justin will contact me soon. We haven't spoken in a month. I don't know how he feels about me. Well, that's why you asked me, right? The moon and the... Okay. It's weird, this person. They find you cute and adorable. But this person tends to not be listening to friends and family, which means that, and themselves, I feel like that's the case, is they're really not thinking about themselves in general. They don't really think about like how you would be perfect for themselves. They tend to just be like, okay, that's fine. But I feel like you can influence this connection by just sending out positive vibes. I don't know why, Morgan, but that will change a lot. And I think this person would contact you very soon. I don't know why they have done that. I think they're just not listening to themselves. That's more the case than other people. So, hey, yes, thank you for the like and sub. It might take me a while, so definitely go and get yourself a cup of tea and come right back. PST, his time says, will I get justice? What happens on 2026 with those guys? I don't want to go to court. It will cost more, but taking steps for a refund. You will spend more money, I feel, than you will, like, it's kind of weird because you might spend more money, but I feel like you'll still feel like it's worth it. So I think you'll still worry about the spending of money. It doesn't matter what it is, I think. Popped a basketball without touching it. Did you think that it was you? Oh, no, it was me all along. I'm working on Richard says, I'm working on a website. How long time will it take time to start earning money from it? Well, the cards say save your money and to look at financial education. So it's kind of weird because it's telling you to save your money and to be more financially savvy. Jesus Christ. Sorry about that, guys. So, honestly, it's going to say that it's going to take a while, but realize that you might be actually putting yourself in a weird way into spending more money because you don't know what you're doing. So save your money and kind of work on financially teaching you stuff that you need to learn, because I think that's the difference between you getting money right now and you getting money later, you know? What should I focus on right now, says Lumia. I think you should focus on why you don't want to be around people right now. So there's just a weird thing that you're really distanced yourself from other people, and you've got to be like, why do I want to do this, Lumia? Because that's actually what's creating a lot of like frustration for you. And then you're actually doing this more because you haven't realized why you want to do that. You are getting pulled in by too many flashy options in work. I think that that's the case, is you see so many shiny things that you're not working on that you get distracted by the shiny things. I think you're slightly like a magpie, just collecting things, you know? That's the case, I feel. So honestly, kind of focus a lot more on one's task at work and start questioning why you want to not be around people at all. You tend to be retreating. And I don't think it's because you feel like anybody's dumb or stupid. Like, sometimes people can think that that's the thing. Jemmy is very mad? Oh, is Jemmy very mad? S. Dan says, is Nico spying on me? Maybe glancing every now and again, Stan, but I don't feel like this person's like stalking you or spying on you. I'm probably curious, but that's it, I think. Does Chris want a relationship with me? I feel like this person does want a relationship with you, main, but it's kind of hard because you get wrapped up in the karma in your head. You kind of talk yourself out of having a connection with this person, which they struggle a lot with. And that's why they're having a hard time over here. But in general, this person does want to be with you, yes. Jacqueline says, what advice does the universe have for me? Okay, so you should stop focusing on one person, Jacqueline, because that's actually really having a problem. You should seek out a range of people to share your energy with, because you're very extroverted. So you need to be around friends to connect with friends. Um, you can't just focus on one person. You're gonna burn them out. Um, Save your money, and Page of Pentacles financial knowledge. So it seems like this year we've got a lot of these coming up. Guys, it's a good idea to save your money and to be a little bit more financially aware. Understand what you're going through, you know? So any good news in studies coming towards me? Oh no, it's Leandra. Do you see me getting pregnant? Okay, Leandra. Is Leandra pregnant? It definitely doesn't want to hesitate with that. It says there goes yes. Okay, can you say no for me? Just yes. So it definitely says yes. I was double checking whether it's still like vibing with me, because sometimes it will go like this and you're like, okay, that's great. And it's not, you know? So, Leandra, yes. Yes, you are. A bit worried, but it's too early to take a test. Well, if you didn't want to be pregnant, well, I hope that it was something that you wanted. Hello, Tenant Wild, and hello, Ruby. Give me a kind of a little bit, because I'll be trying to get to everybody. Is any good news in studies coming my way? Honestly, I don't feel so Jaiti, because there's arguments or disagreements, and the magician, there's like a idea blockage when it comes to you. So I feel like you might spend a lot of time getting frustrated about your studies without understanding a lot more about how you approach the material. And also ask people, if you're feeling like you're not getting in, you should actually ask people. So I don't feel like there's any good news for studies, but that doesn't mean that you can't work on that. Does baby mama wanna be with me or marry me or someone else? Well, there seems to be new love coming in for your baby mama, but Ace of Swords, I think that you can definitely charm this person or win them over, Hibak, by just being less blunt, being more subtle, being more soft. You know, you're kind of a very harsh person, and I think that you could definitely make them fall in love with you again just by being less um likely to be so blunt. Please don't think this is a silly question. I haven't seen it in years. I've been searching for days. Where in the house can I find my pin cap? Interesting enough, I feel like this is in your bedroom. I see. On a shelf in your bedroom. It might be behind something. So it might be obscured by something else. But I feel like I see it's in your bedroom. On a shelf. So I hope that helped. It could be in other bedrooms, but it seems to be like in yours. Our lady says any guidance message for the first and half for April for you. Okay. Honestly, there's kind of an interesting thing for you, Our Lady. So the first part of the the April is that you shouldn't listen to what other people think. There's also attention seeking behavior. So this could be the same thing, is that you worry about what other people think of you and then you try to attract that attention and it doesn't go well and it goes over and over and over again. So I feel like this is a cycle for you. So you shouldn't care what other people think of you. You should do what you feel best for yourself. So that's your message for the first half of April. The second one is that someone's going to find you cute and adorable. I feel like someone's very attracted to your vibe and they get attracted to your personality. You're very, very, very cute and bubbly person. I think that you also have to work with your emotions to actually reflect what's actually coming in for you. So you've got to realize that your reflection is like how you reflect back is what you're getting back, you know? Okay, so will my husband and I become homeowners soon, says Rosie. Rosie, I think so. I definitely think so. You're manifesting this house quite strongly. And yeah, there's extra money coming in for you. So yes, I feel so, Rosie. Hello, Felicia. How are you? So Jaden, I've done yours. Butterfly says, will I have a child in the future? So, we're not that far away from everybody else's questions. So sorry. It could be a little bit. Okay. Okay. So butterfly. Sorry, guys. Sometimes it does this thing. So butterfly, will butterfly have a child in the future? Okay, so it says yes. I was just watching it try to swing. So it was like, is it swinging or is it saying yes? It says yes. CS, does he miss me, wants me to unblock, or has he moved on? Honestly, this person misses you. They might have found you highly emotional while you were with them, but they still miss you. They still have a certain amount of connection with you. So I feel like he hasn't moved on. Will I get married until 40? Will you get married before 40? Let's ask. Okay. Felicia, it might take me a while to get down to the end of chat, but that's okay. It shouldn't be too long. So, Abigail, will you get married? Will Abigail get married? Yes. For sure. Will Abigail get married before 40? It's just maybe. It's definitely going maybe. Okay. And then it's like, no. Okay, so maybe you're close to 40? That's what it's saying? So maybe. I would say maybe. It says no though, so it's kind of a weird thing, Abigail, for it to say no. Maybe no. Major, will Jess and R accept my proposal if I propose him tomorrow? Please answer. This person doesn't know how to accept proposals, but they would definitely be happy about the offer. They would definitely want to be part of it. They just don't know how to say it. So yes, I feel like yes. Okay. So Jacqueline says, what is the source of my panic attacks and anxiety? Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Your panic attacks. It's interesting your panic attacks are because you don't take things slowly. You're not taking things like calmly or without kind of, you tend to do things too fast. And so your anxiety is because you're focusing on the future and you're not focusing on the present. So that's kind of an interesting thing, Jacqueline. I would say that's a thing. Okay. So everybody's still here? Everyone's still here? So new light up, will I get married? Let's ask the pendulum. Will light up get married? Yes. Will a new light up get kids? Yes. Will new light up have one kid? Yes. Light up have two kids? Still yes. Will light up have 3 kids? Apparently 3 kids. Will light up have 4 kids? It's like sitting there going for a second. It's like, maybe 4 kids? Oh my god. It could be a dog. You could be like, it's another kid. If that makes sense. Hello, guys. I'm glad you're still here. Thank you, guys. Renee, should I wait to tell my friend Theo I have feelings for him? Yeah, there's going to be a definite argument about that. And Theo probably wants to stay friends. I think that you guys have great compatibility though, so I think that you both would be great together. It just is going to be definitely an argument. You're very welcome. You light up. I hope that helped. Am I destined to be with Zach, says Jacqueline. Definitely that dog. Definitely bring that dog around. I want some pets. So am I destined to be with Zach? The Wheel of Fortune wants you to, yeah, trust it. It's taking you where it needs you to go, or where you need like the best future for yourself. Um, Four of Pentacles, save your emotions. So it might be the whole idea is don't spend them on Zach per se, because it's like one of those things that there probably is somewhere better out for you than Zach. What hours your champ? Oh my god, Ruby. Well, I'm now not breathing through my nose and it's not going, you know, but the rest of it's fun. Is Kay happy with our relationship? No, but I think the worst thing is that this person's not helping or not creating it better. So Rita, you know, like honestly, but it's probably because you guys are in a cold place right now, you know, like physicality wise, you know. So Rita, so maybe you need to warm him up a little bit more. Uh, you know, wink wink nudge nudge, you know. But obviously if you're sitting there going, I would never, it's okay. You can give them a hug or give them a kiss, like warm up, you know. You're, yes, of course you could get a general reading. But yeah, definitely more physical contact, I feel. Why is Russian hiding from me the actual situation between him and PJ from me, says Ipsida. It's weird because there's new love coming towards him. So new love and not working hard. So this person didn't try to not hide that situation from you because he was kind of slack about that. But the new love kind of scares me a lot. So if you're with this person and they kind of cheated on you, there's a big chance that this person's going to do it again. So if that helps you. How is everybody? Sorry it takes me a while to get through everybody's, but what is S and what's next to me in the work area? I have money at least if love's not for me. You will do very well at your job. There's a little bit of struggle, but you will get a promotion because you are very, very good at like working on that, Abigail. So you're doing very well. Stacy says, is Luke a pathological liar? Okay, let's say uh is Luke usually lying to Stacy? Is Luke lying? It's like maybe. Okay. So he doesn't lie all the time. No. Apparently no. He doesn't lie to you, which is kind of interesting. It says that he's not lying. Does Luke believe that he's not lying to Stacy? Yes. Okay. So the whole idea is sometimes with people that lie all the time, they believe that it's the truth. Does he need to lie to save face? No. Okay. Does he lie because he wants to? Apparently no. So I don't think that this person lies. They might omit the truth, which technically is still a lie, but that's the case. Yeah. So that's kind of a hard one for that. Does Owl see, what does a scene O feel about me, good or bad? Definitely good, Tori. You don't have to worry about it. This person wants to wait until you guys are old and then move in the same house. So you're like the crazy old couple of friends that just do stupid shit. That's what they're waiting for. That's what they're waiting for, Tori. Okay, so Carolina says, "Will I get pregnant soon?" Okay. Yes, I feel like so, Carolina. It's not that far away. I think you're definitely chasing that tail. So yeah, I feel like so. Can you clarify why there would be an argument? Um, yeah, I will. I feel like that was for you. Death, Sun, and the Ace of Pentacles. Okay, so I'm just going to do this for clarify before I forget, Renee. So the Sun, you are kind of putting love on yourself, or like self-love, which this person might feel is a selfish move because they don't see that as being like you should share your happiness. Um, Death in reverse, someone hasn't got over this issue that's in their past. They haven't transitioned forward. So is this Renee or is it anybody else? Okay, so this is for you, Renee. So the death card is an interesting thing because it tells us that there's parts of our life in behind that we haven't let go of, so therefore we're continuing the same cycle over and over and over again. So if there's something that constantly repeats for you, whether it's like money, relationships, you know what, like there's something that's habitual that keeps on coming, you need to let go of it and transition on. Ace of Pentacles, I feel like you tend to not really show your emotions that well. You tend to hide your happiness to yourself and you don't share your happiness with other people. And that's why the arguments would be a thing, Renee. Am I safe in my apartment? Says lady. I've had a lot of disagreements. I don't want anyone to have ill intents or harass. I think you're safe where you are, for sure. I think the whole idea is you're worried about a lot of other people have issues with you, but I don't think that you are in trouble. So Fatin says, "Hey, Omar's next actions towards you. This person's not going to work hard and they're also stuck. So they don't seem like they want to work hard for you. And they tend to be stuck on moving forward. So they're not actually really like coming towards you at all." Fatin. Essence of Bliss, can you tell me what the blockages are between me and Sussex? You guys need a downtime and possibly time away from each other because that's a feeling that I'm getting. There's also that life is hard and you've got to realize that you both need to realize that's the case. So don't worry, don't panic. You just need kind of like a break or just going on holiday, you know? Dear Cassandra, why do I chase the wrong way, run away from the like me? Will I ever heal from that? Yes, the cards want to say yes strongly, Abigail, that you will heal from this. Why you are choosing that is because usually I say this as attention-seeking behavior. The people that don't like you tend to be something that it's usually because we got taught a way of interacting with our parents in the past. So therefore, if your dad or the person that you tended to want the most attention from was always like you had to make sure that you chased them around and they were unavailable, then you're going to be more like chasing the people that are unavailable than the people that are available, because you see that as a sign of love. You know, Abigail? It sounds very complicated, but that's usually how things work. You're very well, Essence of Bliss. I'm glad that that helped you. Where are we at? Thank you. Yes, I get focused. Okay, Victoria, do you have Secret of Varus? I'm sorry that that took a while. Do you have Secret of Varus? No. Unfortunately, I'm getting your headspace. And it's not really great in your head. You kind of don't look at yourself in a very good way, Victoria. When you look at yourself, you tend to judge yourself a lot. And I want you to stop thinking that. Whatever you do when you look in that mirror, no, stop it. Just stop it. Wheel of Fortune means that you don't have those secret admirers now. But if you work on like looking at yourself and seeing like how you are as gorgeous of a human being, you know, that you actually shift this. The whole idea is like the secret admirers will be drawn or attracted to you. So the Wheel of Fortune, trust the universe. They're like, you got this. And just keep on going, because your secret admirers are not here right now, but that doesn't mean they're not here in the future. Most current feelings for you? It's interesting this person gets really hung up on the past, but that doesn't mean that they really don't enjoy hanging out with you and talking to you and being around you all the time. But yeah, I think they're really happy when you have time for them. Jasmine. Okay, so Stan says, does my ex Aries want to reconcile with me? I think she does, but also you've got to realize that whatever burnt you out from the last time that you were in that relationship, remember that feeling, because that's gonna happen again. Jasmine says, a general for the day, please. Ooh, you've got a King of Wands. Your heart is healing, and Knight of Swords. So lots of energy for you today. Actually put in the right things. So honestly, really great stuff. Your heart is healing today, so give yourself time. Give yourself a little bit more patience today. But honestly, there's a lot of energy for you right now. And King of Wands coming in there. So honestly, time for you to make some friends. Also, like, flirt with the cute barista behind the coffee counter. I don't know whether this guy's a barista, but honestly, he's very cute. You'll like him. So there could be, if you're single, a chance for this to be a relationship. If not, this guy is pretty cute. Dark Beauty, definitely put down your question, because it's going to take me a little bit, but I'm definitely going to get to you. Cancer Sun, what's the next for AM and I? What's his feelings for me? Honestly, you guys are getting some really good stuff coming in for you guys right now. So this is like, the intentions are really good. This person wants to share like everything with you, and there's a lot of good things going on for this person and for you. The Wheel of Fortune, trust that the universe wants you to go wherever you guys are destined to go. So you should just have faith in the universe to take you where you need to go with this. Danielle, of course you can. Just put down your question. It might be about 10 minutes. So Pinky says, will the Aquarius take our friendship to the higher level? Ooh, okay. So addiction to what? Please clarify. Addiction to what? You are very addicted to this person, Pinky. You are very obsessed about this person. Justice in reverse. Is this person Leo? I feel like Leo vibes or something like that. So Pinky, no, it's Aquarius. So why am I saying Leo? Definitely doesn't have an Aquarius vibe. Maybe they've got a different like rising sign instead. So it's like it's kind of a weird thing. But they tend to have like a very self-obsessed kind of like thought pattern. Yeah, I don't feel like this is going to go very far, unfortunately. I wish that I could help you, but I don't feel like so, Pinky. Hello, Judith. Faheen says, current feelings of husband for me and our baby girl, we're in separation. Honestly, your husband thinks that you do talk quite a lot, or that you are over flirtation with him just to make sure he comes back. Your baby girl, honestly, this person could never do anything to harm this little baby girl. He has such a protective quality for this one. Compared to you, Faheen, I feel like he tends to feel like you talk too much. So, unfortunately, that's the case. But that's the case. They have what? Kind of like a very self-obsessed point of view. That's why I said they kind of have a little bit of a Leo vibe, even though they're Aquarius, which is kind of a weird thing for them to have because I felt very Aquarius. So your Aquarius, you got your Devil card. So you got a Devil card and you got the King of Swords. So you've got the King of Swords and the Devil card. That was your friend. And you got the Justice card in reverse. So you can look those up if you want. So your King of Swords was your Devil card in reverse. Danielle, I have, but I have to get everybody else's question in. So I will get to yours very soon. Judith says, I would like to know what Salem's next move towards you are. There's going to be like a disagreement or fight that's probably gone in the past. There is ability to save emotion, so this might be like time for a discussion, and that's why the whole idea that they're saving the emotions so they can go through this and fix this. But at the same time, like everything else is good, prosperity and abundance in the home. So this person does want to keep on continuing this relationship with you. So Salim still wants to be that in that connection. You're very welcome. You're very welcome, Piggy. And Danielle, don't worry. I did get your question. So sorry guys. Is your intuition on point when you read tarot for yourself? I find that tarot for myself, I need to take a walk and then I start understanding a lot more about it. Is Jacqueline's intuition right when she reads tarot? It says no, but it's kind of a hard one because if you haven't dealt with a tarot deck for a long time, you might not know what its sense of humor is, why it wants to take those cards, like, and depending on how you view cards as well, because there's like the practical and the intuitive side of it. So you have to think about that. SAS, welcome. May I ask what the outcome between me and John is now I've told him a secret, please and thanks? I think that this person likes you more, but they still struggle with you because there's kind of a little bit of a difference between both of you. I think that this person's from a little bit of a more poverty background, that they've not had a lot of money for a while, and you do have kind of a little bit more money than this person. So this is kind of a hard thing for them. Okay, so is Serap guy my twin flame? Let's ask the pendulum, because that's easier. Is the Serap guy PSG's times Serap guy her twin flame? Thinking about it. Is Serap guy twin flame? Weirdly enough, it's saying no. So I don't feel like Serap guy is your twin flame. It's moving very slowly though. So it might be a soulmate instead of twin flame. Does MA want to talk to me, please? And what does he think I feel for him, please? This person does want to talk to you. They've kind of got out of whatever they were struggling with. What do they think I feel for them? You said tenant of the world. So I feel like this person feels like you think that everything, that you've got everything in control, that you'll give them everything. So they might be in their head actually thinking that you want everything from them. You're very welcome, Judith, and thank you, SAS, again. Thank you for being patient, guys. I know that it's kind of a hard thing for us to wait. Okay, so, right. Okay, so Felicia, hello? Karma says hello, should I call Jess back? Jess a guy? Because that's the first thing that I've thought. A death card. I think that yeah, you should call this person back. I think that honestly, they haven't learned from their past, but that's okay. That's fine. I think this person's willing to talk to you. Karma. Okay, so Felicia says, I'm concerned about my marriage. I'm lost and not sure what to do. Need some guidance. Firstly, there's a bit that you feel stuck in this. You do feel stuck with this. And that's one thing that I would say to you is your perspective of this is big stuck. So the sun in reverse means that you should show yourself happiness, love, and joy before everybody else, and that will kind of change that. You've got to realize that adventure's on the horizon. So honestly, these are the cure-all. The venture on the horizon. Take your time to do your traveling. Take your time to do things that you want to do instead of just focusing on your relationship, because your relationship's fine. So honestly, you're yin and yang, so you balance out each other. But I feel at the moment you're not getting your satisfaction or happiness from this, and it's because you haven't got the stuff that you need or want from the outside. Ruby, I skipped your question. Let me go back. Sorry, Ruby. Oh yes, I did. Sorry, Ruby. Can you please tell me what's in love, next in love for me? Ooh, interesting. Okay. Then he's in prison. I think then he won't come back soon, Felicia. But you need to work on yourself because your marriage is fine. Okay? So here is interesting. A ruby. It's kind of an interesting thing because you need to control your love life. You've got to kind of put yourself in a more space where you can control your love life. Page of Swords in reverse. I think you're giving yourself a certain amount of delusion or something like that, where you feel like you're not good enough or you don't want this. As soon as something goes wrong, you think that you don't want love when you do. There's also attention-seeking behavior right now in your life, Ruby, towards this love. And it might be just that you're feeling very desperate or feeling very alone. And so you're reaching out, wanting someone to love you. That's kind of a hard thing because if you're not putting control in there, then it's not going to happen. So I think it's time to kind of think about where you want to go and who you want to be with, Ruby, instead of like, I don't care, I just want love. That's the really hardest thing is, like, it's very heartbreaking for me to hear that, but yeah, I think that you sit there and go, I don't care, I just want to be loved, and you are loved. You're just not loved in the way that you want to be. So, don't worry about it. Like, people still love you, Ruby. I can't. See, Leah, I already did your reading. I said yes, they did. Flamme says, can I get a message? Okay, so I'm with Capricorn. Okay. Carolina says, I blocked my boyfriend because he was rude. Lily tried to get to me. No, I don't think so. I think this person's just waiting to see what happens. So, yeah, they're not trying to get to you. Can I get a message from AL, higher self, please, and his true feelings? So, the AL might judge people very unfairly because he's from a space that he got raised in a very strict environment. So he tends to be very judgmental of other people, and passes judgment quite quickly. But what he feels about you is just like protection, kindness, like Like honestly, like I feel like I'm channeling a message for you. You're the only one, Fly. It feels like this person tends to not really care about people or protect people, but you're like the only one that this person might do this for. You know? Live and Heal says, "What will 22 bring to me? A message from God." Oh my God. It's like, honestly, I have not talked to God in ages. As an entity, I have not talked to God. So he might just be like, "Pfft," and then the stream's over. You're very welcome. Annie, don't worry. I will get to you. Don't worry. We're scrolling down. I won't miss you. Okay, so all right. So what 2022 will give you is a lot of options. Lots and lots and lots of pretty shiny things, lots of distractions, lots of like shiny things and lots of things to distract yourself with. So lots and lots of options. To the point that you might get very overwhelmed by how much options you have. Um so the thought is to kind of clear down the options, kind of realize which ones are glittery and pretend and which ones are real. And it's like sometimes things come as options that are not options, you know? Like sometimes you sit there and go, "What? Like you said that this would be an upholstered car. I didn't expect to be paid more." You know? Like, you know? So I would definitely say that God understands how much you hustle and how much you work for it. And he's definitely happy that you tend to be one of the people that tends to ask for a lot of things that you tend to receive. And you tend to work more than you ask for things. I think that's the thing. You tend to be very humble as well, which is a good factor in Christianity, but you tend to be very humble about your achievements. You tend to want to work hard and you are humble. Hey Mira, hey Amaya, Derek. Don't worry, I am going to be coming down to you. I'm sorry about the waits. Sarah says, "Can I get a general reading?" Okay, so you have to realize that your emotions affect other people and you need to reflect out what you want to receive back. Also, the whole idea is you're putting yourself in a very small box, Sarah, without realizing that you're doing it. And you need to see outside the box. You need to see other things because this box, if you keep on working in it, you will only define yourself by the thing in the box, you know, and you don't see all the other opportunities or the great things with that. So when you get upset, you might only judge yourself with what's in the box. Obsita says, "How does Roshan feel? I'm engaged to Dev of now. I'm not going to go back to him currently. Will let go of Roshan respectfully." I think this person just understands that you have a lot of interest. Just accepted that. And the star wants to grow themselves. So honestly, Ipsita, this is probably a good way of letting them go is for them to work on themselves. How much are your general reads? So through Ko-Fi, you could book it me, and my general reads, per like read is about £5. Yes, finally. There's something coming out of my nose, which you don't need to hear. I'm sorry, guys. But honestly, I've said, "Oh yeah, my nose is blocked. I keep blowing it and it's not working it." Rock, paper, scissors. Am I a narcissist? Would a narcissist ask that question? um, mm, you tend to be more of perfectionist. I feel like you tend to be more of perfectionist, and you tend to not like other people. I don't think that you are a narcissist. You just don't. You tend to want to be more perfectionist in a nature than other people will like you to be. Rock, paper, scissors. What life cycles are you going through now? Is to accept that other people are not like you, to understand differences that are more nuanced than you expect them to be, to go and travel and look at like the way that life is going for you. So weirdly enough, I'm hearing eat, pray, love, which is not a great thing to say and should not be on everybody's wall. But it might be time to do that, yes. You're very welcome, Felicia. Cancer Sun. So, Renee says, will it go better if I tell them soon instead of wait? So, should Renee tell them soon instead of waiting? Should Renee tell them soon? It says yes. Weirdly enough, says like it probably is better. Okay, so right, Cancer. Do you think Ian and I can fix this situation? What's his intentions? I think this person's just wanting you to kind of fix this or remedy this by yourself. This person's just like watching you to try and work this out. With kind of like, they tend to be a little bit more dumb or naive with things, Cancer Sun, so they just like, hey, it's okay. They tend to think that you're both very different or come from different backgrounds or different mindsets. So it's kind of an interesting thing because you might be stressing yourself out more than they are, Cancer Sun. So I don't feel like they worry so much about it, if that makes sense. You're very welcome, Victoria. Okay, so Danielle says, what should I do next with working with Perseverine? There is a life choice for you right now. And I think that's down to the workings that you're getting from Perseverine. Aww. I think that you tend to bond with this goddess very well because she has like a very good nature spirit, and you do like working with plants and working with nature, and you like getting her hands dirty. So I feel like you tend to embody this goddess very well in your day-to-day life. Page of Wands. There is excitement or trying to go and collect, like, not collect, deities are not collections, but you can talk to someone else that you might grow into, you know. So sometimes this goddess will be there for you. I think that she probably will stay around being your patron, but honestly you can be called to someone else. Amanda, what's your question? Anu, I, will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. Amanda, what's your question? Anu, I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. Anu, I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I will get to you. I didn't skip your question. I I haven't even got to your question, Anu. So, Anu, see? I haven't got to you. Okay, so yeah. So, should I continue on this face impression agency thing? I think that you should do this. It will make you be a bigger person. I think that if you've got a boyfriend right now, Haley, that he does like it, but you should keep on going for yourself. Okay, so it's okay, and I will get to you. It's all good. So what will be Frenchie like towards me? What does my guy think of him? For me, says PSG. So well, the Frenchie seems to want to approach you. What your guides think of him for me? That he might make you feel insecure about yourself. And they don't want you to be more insecure about yourself than you are already. So honestly, you have to realize that they really want you to work on yourself before pursuing this person. PSG. Anisha says, can I have a general reading? Of course you can have that, Anisha. Okay, so you have a life choice coming to you. You feel stuck. So honestly, I would say take that life choice as soon as possible because you seem to be in a space of being stuck. Hanisha, you either have King of Cups coming in for you, if you're masculine, this is you. So King of Cups in reverse means that this person might be more highly emotional or highly emotionally attached to someone, which is you, or you are, yeah, highly emotional as a person. So that's coming in for you too. Okay, so bright side, what kind of spirit am I and what karma am I currently taking in? Do you mean spirit as in like what you can be as an entity? Definitely a mischievous spirit. I definitely feel like you're kind of like more of a low-key kind of like spirit where you're a trickster. You tend to like want people to think differently about you than what you actually are. So you tend to take on a embodiment of like a little bit of a trickster, I feel. What karma am I currently taking on this life? Honestly, you tend to see like a very small view of your life and don't see the bigger opportunities or the different options that are coming in for you. You tend to look at something very smallly and minutely, and you don't actually see like what's coming in at the bigger level. And I think that's the karma for you, is you tend to look very small and you tend to think very small. And that's what the karma is. It's not bad karma, it's not good karma, it's just you need to realize that you're thinking very small compared to you need to think bigger. Hey, were they in contact? Contact in December 2020. This person's not been contacting a lot of people. Okay. So they tend to save their like energy. If they've contacted in December, They like spent a lot of like not really that much time. Thank you so much for your guidance, love. You're awesome. Thank you. Flamme says, a message from my highest self. Keep on going. Keep on reaching that space because you're so close to getting what you want. The world. Abilities to travel this year and go and explore. So I feel like there's a lot of things coming in for you today, like this year, Flamme. I think you should be very proud of you. Shield says, does Spirit have a message for me? Shields, it's weird because I feel like I was thinking dog spirit. So if you've got like a pet that passed away, the dog spirit wants to tell you something. So it was weird when I like looked Shields and it said dog spirit. I just saw it as dog spirit. So honestly, this spirit wants to tell you like it likes playing with you and it likes being outdoors with you. So honestly, if you did have a pet, like a dog pet, it still is with you. So if that's teared you up, I'm sorry, but it's around you and wants to be with you. Okay, so Anu says, please, will my partner marry me? Please tell me. I'm Libra. He's a Virgo. Honestly, this person seems to have disagreements and fights with you about possibly marriage because you tend to push the subject quite a lot. This person does care and love you very much and will protect you if needed. This person might have not. I feel like this person didn't see a very good marriage or relationship growing up. That's why he tends to shy away from getting married to you. Because he's a little bit worried that it's going to go the same way. So I feel like that's the case. Will Anu get married? Will Anu get married to this person? Really thinking about this. Will Anu get married? It's really wondering to say maybe. Like, your partner's thinking about marriage. It's not like this partner is not thinking about marriage. Is Anu going to get married to this person? It really doesn't want to say, and that's kind of a weird thing. It's like going maybe. It really doesn't want to say. It says maybe. So honestly, you guys both have influence on this. Just know that this person wants to do the best for you. If that helps you. Thank you, lol, dog spirit. Honestly, the dog spirit's like, yes, toys. What's the play? So honestly, honestly, it's just trying to cheer you up. Just anytime that you need it, it's there, Shields, to play with you. So I hope that helps you. General love reading, says Maya. Honestly, you're doing very well. You're getting out of the situation you were struggling with. Whatever situation that was, it's gone. Thank God. There is a fear-based attachment to someone here in the present. And so I need you to realize that you need to let go of this person. whether they come towards you or go away from you, that's not up to you. And when we hold on to a fear attachment, we can act with jealousy and anger or upset because we believe that this person's part of us without realizing that everybody is separate from ourselves. Wheel of Fortune, you should trust the universe that it's guiding you and directing you where it wants you to go for the better good of yourself. So honestly, just trust it and make sure that you know that you're in a good place right now. Don't worry about it. Don't panic. I know Okay, Felicia says, a last question. I apologize. Don't apologize. You don't need to apologize. Am I in my head or intuition telling me my husband's still keeping things from me? For instance, him reaching out to other women. I feel like he's too old to reach out to other women, Felicia. I think he's just not that kind of person anymore. Also, he wants to look after you and protect you. So even though you're kind of a lot to take on emotionally, he still wants to love and protect you. So no gallivanting around for him. Felicia, I feel like he's definitely tired. Okay, so I know you usually leave because it gets busy quite a lot, but I love your readings. Thank you, Maya. This is why I leave this up just in case you guys need to go somewhere, because that's easier for everybody. So, is there any hope for a relationship in 2022? I feel like I did yours, Mira. Yes, Mira. Yes, there is hope for a relationship. Now you go out and get it. How does B feel about me? It's hard because this person's got quite a lot of blocks, Jane. Honestly, this person's out of ideas. Like, they don't have that. They don't want to cooperate and communicate and play with you. And it feels kind of cold. Let's ask if this is a phase. Is this a phase? I'm wondering whether this is a phase. Yes, I don't feel like they're normally like this. This is why I was like wondering why they're kind of like closed or disconnected. So I feel like at the moment I like this, but this is kind of a weird thing that you should realize that they're going through something, for sure, Jane, that's affecting their whole entire thought pattern. And they're usually not like this. I feel like they tend to be a little bit more friendly and a little bit more extroverted. But at the moment, they feel closed off. Yeah. Maybe a slightly more apathy. I feel like at the moment they've been watching a lot of news lately. That's what I feel like that's the case, Jane. They've been watching a lot of news, so they're starting to get a little bit more like closed down. Does that make sense? Pink light, I feel like I answered that. Okay, so what does Abby judge me? What does he tell his circle about me? Okay, so Pink, this is kind of interesting. Pink light, you have quite a lot of strength. So this person judges you as being a strong character. So that's really good. That's kind of a very good compliment, is that you are very strong as a person. You know what you want. What does he tell the story about? that you don't let the play like if you're in a relationship with this person, you don't let them play. You're like, no friends for you, no video games for you, you know, no distractions, you know. But honestly, this person does tell them about the nice things about you, Pink Light, more than the I can't go outside. So, yeah. Thank you, Felicia. It was very nice to see you too, Felicia. I love meeting new people. So Taylor says, what are Jimmy's intentions towards me? This is interesting. This person has a fear-based attachment towards you. Like, this person doesn't want you to leave, Taylor, which is kind of a hard thing because this person either is scared of people leaving them or they're just generally like, I want you to stay. Even if they're pushing you away, they still want you to be here. You know? They need to let go of this because this shows up in negative emotions sometimes. We can be like angry or possessive of people if we have a fear-based attachment instead of like, okay, yeah, you can go outside. It's fine. Hello, Joanna. Joanne, how are you? So honestly, their heart is healing too. So they might be clinging on to you because they haven't healed fully as a person. So honestly, I feel like they're doing very well. They're definitely happy. What's coming towards you in March? Honestly, you should grow yourself to succeed in life. Um, Weirdly enough, I feel like this is school thing with the banner. Like the running the race. So just keep on growing yourself and keep on working, and then you'll get across the finish line. I think that's what it's trying to say to me. So yeah, just keep on growing, keep on exceeding, and then run across that finish line. Bless you with abundance. I'm already blessed, but thank you for adding more into my life, Isita. Dawn says love reading. I definitely saw that. I'm sorry, guys. So, Dawn, it kind of does this thing where it completely goes down to the end, and I was like, hello, Gabby, yes? Yes! Okay, so love reading for Dawn. Dawn, you tend to be very, in your own space. Like, your space tends to be yours. You tend to not share it with other people. And so, therefore, you tend to have this is my space, and that's the only, like, that's my chair. That's my things. I and it's weird because that's what I'm getting from this card. Like, it does tend to be like you're kind of like looking at someone like at one thing and one thing only, but I feel like you tend to be a little bit more possessive of this box. Like, hey, it's my things. So honestly, I'd say play nice with people that you want to bring in love. If you want them not to sit in that chair, you know, maybe you have to let them sit in that chair. um, there's a lot of new opportunities, a lot of new things, exciting things coming in for you in general, Dawn. So it might be time to open up and see like new opportunities around you, for everything, and stop being so comfortable in your space, you know? I donated? Cassandra Queen, how? Thank you. What was your question? What are you taking in supplements? Sorry. Okay, so Ramadeep says, please may I ask when local services, when UPS will call and contact me, any timeline? The cards are like saying that it'll be take strength. Maybe it's the end of this week instead of the start of this week. Don't get angry or don't get upset with them. Just if you need to call them for any reason, which I would say call them if it's going to take them longer than a week. And be nice to them because they'll find that parcel quickly. You know? Ramdeep. Amanda says, I would love a reading. Oh, yes. May question, I put it on Ko-Fi. Will Leo find me more attractive or not once he sees my video? I want to post it on Facebook. I posted it. Facebook is deactivated for 3 months. Now me and Leo are friends on Facebook. Okay, so yeah. Okay, so you said more attractive. Interesting. Well, he won't find you less attractive, Cancerian. That's the one thing that I would say first. I feel like he would understand that you're more of a rebel, I feel, Cancerian, than not. So this is actually a really interesting thing. You would be more of a rebel to this person, so they might find you more attractive because you tend to be more unique then. I feel like that's a thing. He will wonder what other people think of you as well. So that's kind of an interesting thing because you coming out very strongly is actually going to create a friction with other people. But that's okay. That's not about you per se. He's just wondering how you're going to be okay with other people. Honestly, these things, I feel like this person finds you attractive already, Cancerian. Without even putting a video up, this person's trying to get close to you anyway. And also, like, he thinks that you're amazing. So I think that in general, like, this might make him a little bit more attracted to you in general, but I think that this person's already there. So that's what I'm getting from that. I hope that helps, but yeah, I definitely think that he's definitely got hook, line, and sinker on that. Or you need to land him. Like I'm bad. So Amanda says, I would love a reading. Did you actually ask your question? Rock, paper, scissors says, what do my guides think of me? Honestly, they want you to be more in contact with them. I think that they understand that you've been busy of late and you really haven't talked to them. Weirdly enough, rock, paper, scissors, are you from a culture where you used to talk to your ancestors? That's one thing that I'm picking up is like they think that it's a right for them, which means that I'm actually talking to ancestors. I know that they know that you'd be busy, but they would like an offering, which is kind of a weird thing because I feel like I'm talking to ancestors more than things. They understand that you're free spirited and you'll do what you want to do, and they just know that you're going to make the right choices in life, even though they kind of worry about you every now and again. It seems like you're doing very well. Rock, paper, scissors. There you go. You're very welcome. Thank you for the donation. I definitely appreciate that. Thank you guys for the donation. Thank you for the love. People we meet? Well, I hope that it's people that we meet, not people we meet. as in meat. Um, that would not be a good thing. What is Gabby Maxim thinking and feeling towards me? No communication. This person feels that they're kind of like scared that you'll leave, but this person's not thinking in the future, they're thinking in the present, which means that they're kind of letting you kind of go in a way because they're really not controlling it. But they're scared that you'll move on. This person's a quandary for me. Gabby, I think they don't know what they want. And this is kind of a weird thing for them. Amanda says, will my business head in the right direction? It's kind of hard because okay. You tend to be very distant from people, and that's because you don't really know what to say to them. And this is the problem in your life, Amanda. Amanda, you need to know that you've got to communicate with people. You always have to communicate with people. Yay! Swear email. I knew it was like metal. I was like, I could see the black shirt and everything. Weirdly enough, I was like, I know they are. So the Hermit and the Ace of Swords. So I feel like you need to go towards people and you've got to communicate more, less economically. You've got to ask them questions. You've got to make them interested in you and your product without being like, hey, would you like this thing? You know? So they actually want to be invested in your company. So, the weirdest thing is, I'm going to recommend, Amanda, that you. What is it? It starts with Y? The whole idea, you've got to look up brand stories because the problem is that people don't get invested in products anymore. They get invested in the story of the product. People we meet. Will I find love soon? How can I manifest my dream love this year? Firstly, stop getting away from people. It's like you spend a lot of time not being around people. Honestly. If you want if you want to get a dream love, you've got to be around a lot of people. People we meet. Instead of being, oh yeah. You know, don't me. You need to work on this. Will you find love soon? Yes. Unfortunately, I feel like this tends to be more friends and family at the moment. So the whole idea is like people we meet, it's probably more your friends and family right now, manifesting. But honestly, you need to go out and you meet a lot of people because honestly, you'll get that love this year. I think the cards are being a little bit snarky on you. Okay, so let's go. Dana, it is. Did you put a question in there? What deity should I work with next? Okay, let's see. Well, firstly, one that expects complete devotion. Jesus Christ. Queen of Cups. Okay, it's female. Rebel. Okay. Maybe Diana or someone that tended to be a rebel. Queen of Cups. So it tends to be emotional. I don't think Aphrodite. I'm feeling Artemis or Diana, like someone that tends to be not worshipped as much. They will want your full attention though. And lots of offerings. So this could be like a nature goddess. Sorry, don't say god. It's a goddess of some kind, emotional one. Might be in touch with Gaia. So I feel like Danielle, those are the three that I would definitely say. HS says, will I get my life partner this year? Will I get to travel this year? Okay. Well, firstly, the weirdest thing is Page of Swords. You're kind of lying to yourself about a life partner. I don't know why. I think maybe HS, you say you want one and you kind of push them out. So it's like, I want this, I want this, I want this, and no, I don't want this anymore. So you've got to kind of figure out what lies you tell yourself about love. That's the main thing. I think that you can manifest your thing in. This is why they haven't told me like a timeline or when you're getting this, because it's not that hard for you to find love. It's about you kind of figuring out what lies you tell yourself about love. Nine of Pentacles, are you going to travel this year? You need to work hard towards that. That's what I would say. You're very welcome. Don't say sorry. I'll definitely call you British. If people say sorry again, I'm gonna be like, you're British. They're saying that how many times I've apologized lately is ridiculous, but I'm getting more British as they come. What does my parents think of me? You're cute and adorable, and they miss when you're a child. That's what I feel, pure color. They miss you being a child. They'll actually tell you all the baby stories, but they wish that you'd shut up. You might be a little bit too vocal, and they're like, we're not interested, you know? So that's what I would say to you, pure color. They definitely find you cute and adorable. Evolve says, can I have a read on what might be coming towards me? You tend to focus on the present, so this is kind of a bit that you need to work on seeing the future instead of the present. Wheel of Fortune, you have to trust the universe that it's guiding you in a place that's better for you. And Page of Pentacles, you need to work on your finances. You don't have enough financial knowledge to keep yourself up afloat or above water, and you need to do that. What was it? There's a ridiculous amount of people. Oh, okay. That's why. That's why you're focused on the present. There's a fear-based attachment right now. Is this a thing or a person? I feel like you're attached to someone in the present right now, a fear-based attachment, energetic connection. And so therefore you don't see the like think about the future because you're too scared that they're going to move on and abandon you, and you need to work on like letting that go. Dana says, will Capricorn contact me? Everything was good. I didn't know what happened. I don't think this person's going to contact you. I think that they've left. I don't think that it's your fault. I feel like this person just spends a lot of time not really wanting to be anywhere. So this is not, that's not good, Dana, but honestly, this person gets to a point and they're like, no, I don't want that anymore. Did I not bring up my water bottle? No. Okay. Well, that's fine. You're very welcome, Dana. Can I ask what Assam wants to say to me? No contact. There's unfair judgment to this. So before I say anything bright side, know that it's unfair judgment on their part, but they're judging you unfairly. The Empress in reverse, this person doesn't want to have kids or a family with you, which they might have done in the past. So I don't feel like this person wants this anymore with you, which is hard. I hope you got your answer, Anu, because I have done yours. How does Jay feel when we keep on running into each other? Like, there's not enough time. Kea. Like, honestly, you say hi and bye, and this person would want to spend a lot more time with you. Okay, so Amanda, I did yours. Pride and Prejudice. Hello. Sumbler, I've done yours. I know that that's in a thing. Tia says, I will the relationship I am in last. It depends on whether you want to have kids or not. Because I think that's the biggest thing. You can possibly do that. But I think you're definitely not addressing the future. And I think that's the kind of hard thing is that you need to get out of your self-awareness and kind of look around and sit there and go, is this what I want? Is this truly making me happy? Because if you want kids, you might not get them with this person. And also, you're focusing on the present, you're not focusing or shifting weight to the future. So I would definitely say to you, can you like live 50 years with this person? Tia, that's what I would say. Do people judge me generally? Starfall, I feel like that's a stupid thing to ask, because people will always judge you. And Pride and Prejudice, I'm coming back. I just realized that just sometimes I see Nightbot and I just go, oh yeah. So you need to control how you get perceived. So everybody gets judged. Everybody gets judged. But you can change the perspective, the perception of how you get perceived. We know that. So I would say generally, if you want to be considered some way, you need to dress in a certain manner. In retrospect, I feel like I'm alone in life. What's the next person and experience coming towards me? Okay, well, you need to control this. Okay, you've got to be a little less. Okay, so interestingly enough, it's telling me more about why you're alone than how you are going to get somewhere. And this is probably because it sits there and goes, you don't have a block about what's coming towards you. You have a block now. So the Ace of Swords, you need to be a little bit less blunt with people, a little bit more nice. Play nice. I feel like that's what I've got to say to you. Play nice. And the attention seeking behavior. I think this is like, if they don't give you attention, you're very quick to like use your words. Maybe to hurt. Maybe you don't mean to, but I think that's using words instead. I think that you get very bored in a relationship as well. Like, nothing seems to fit in a relationship. And it's because you have to realize that it's not about the relationship, it's about your journey in life. And if you're bored in a relationship, that's not up to the other person to fix that. That's up to you. And control. You always have control over this, but you have to choose to control it. You have to choose to control, to be a better person, to understand that your boredom's not the relationship, it's everything else. A Pride and Prejudice. And you can control that whenever you want to. So I feel like your next person and your next experience coming in your life, you know how people have this manifestation? You know, where they sit there and go, I dreamt this person in a bar, and they walk in and this guy is just sitting there and that looks like exactly the right person. You know, like honestly, sometimes we're easy to sit there and be pessimistic about things or sit there and go, these things are not for me. But sometimes you've got to realize that you can do those experiences and stuff for yourself. Shirley, hello. Give me a second. Okay, sorry, I just went down a lot. Serious type of guy, so you might not like the video. Okay, so Amanda, I've done yours. Mood Goddess. Should I renew my lease after a year? Money reading, please. That one just flicked over and then came back again. Okay. Firstly, it says that you're not working hard enough. There's a death card here. And this might be your symbolization with money. You also are under a thing of self-illusion, or you tend to lie about finances. If that's the case. So it says you're not working hard. I don't know how to say this. Yeah, hard work and effort. But you might be working hard but not on the right thing. Death card. You're holding on to something you're trapped in, some kind of thing. So it might be the lies that you got told about money that's holding you back from whatever you want in your money life, you know? And so therefore you've got to understand that the way people tell you things in your life are the things that you take on. And if you don't kind of look at how you deal with money, like one thing that I thought for a long time, still growing up, I still have to tell myself every single day, money is not struggle. Money should come to me as easily as air does. If I'm doing something that I can get charged for, I should flow it in abundantly. I shouldn't be like struggling and go, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. You know, so sometimes you've got to realize the way that you get taught in your past. Everyone should get taught in the past. You are your thoughts, well, your parents' thoughts and your grandparents' thoughts about money. Like, you're around everybody, so they teach you, you take it on, it becomes a self-belief. And this struggle, I think that you can still pay this rent for the place that you're in, but maybe it would be cheaper to move. And I would feel like that's the thing that you should think about is, can you move to somewhere cheaper? Thank you, Shirley. I will If you can guess where I'm from, I will do your tarot reading next. Supplements making you worse. I don't think that they're not making you better. They're kind of like a placebo kind of feeling. So they're not making you worse, but they're not making you better. There's a fear-based attachment to this. Why? I think you sit there and go, what if I don't take these? So I would definitely say take a week that you don't take them at all. Because I think that that's the thing that you're scared of is, hey, if I don't take these. And honestly, I think that you would probably find it easier and better. Like the same thing as caffeine, your body will naturally start changing itself, you know? So that's fine. Um, so that's the thing. When will Bitcoin hit? I if it hits, then I will be like, yeet, bye. I'm going on the holiday. Um, sorry. Yeah, reflections. Okay, so most of it's down to moods. I feel like you're taking this more for your moods. And I think that you've got to realize that your mood is not going to change whether you take these things or not. And I think that you need to realize that there's a lot of bigger things that you can do, like diet and exercise, that will change your mood. One thing that I'm thinking that you can do that's better is like look at how your gut bacteria is. Try to cut down. Did I guess reading? Alan, UK. Ooh, I live here in the UK, but the accent's not from the UK. No, Shirley. um, I don't know. Is that right, guys? Should I actually like do Shirley's next? Is that kind of a bit of a you're very close. You're from Australia. I am from Australia. So yeah. Unfortunately, Shelley, sorry. But it was fun, wasn't it? Kept you guys entertained. So a red rose says, "Hi, how is Chris, the Cancer Man, feeling about me?" Obviously, quite good. It's weird because you've got two things. So this person doesn't feel like you're totally compatible with them. Like you don't have the same background or the same religion. There's something there that's kind of major that you're very different on, but you're yin and yang partnership. So even though you don't fit them in compatibility, you fit in them as in you are the antithesis. So you are the yin and yang flowing in there. The Chariot, this person wants to stay by your side. So they'll stay no matter what. And King of Wands, so this person tends to be so extrovert, but they're actually doing very well with their extrovert. They're actually seeing their friends and getting to see that. So you're judgmental. You should work on that, Cassandra. How do you be judgmental? This is interesting. Victoria Michael calling me mean. Interesting. Judgmental. I am swords, so I tend to view people through their ideas, how they think. Sometimes I do feel like people don't think as hard as I do, and I like a entertaining chat. So yeah, you're probably right in some ways, but I think everybody is. What is Michael calling me mean? He is in spirit, Victoria. 'Cause he wanted you to control more? I think the whole idea is you choose to walk away very quickly. You don't tend to control the situation. You sit there and go, okay, whatever, Victoria. So I think that this person thinks if you don't care that you're mean, which is like something that people think. My cards won't tell me something that they don't think is something that you know. Does that make sense? My cards are not going to tell me something that they think you know already that are not going to be something that's beneficial for you. And people are always going to judge you. It doesn't matter who you are. People will judge people on the street. Hello, Red Rose. You donated? What's your question? Alright. It's good. It's good. Obviously, the thing is for me that maybe it was the way that I said it. And I apologize, Starfall. I do need to work on the way that I say things. You know? Oh, good. Oh, good. I like that you actually did say that, Starfall. Thank you. It's so good. It's so good. People need to say what they feel. You know, guys? We're all human. Everybody needs to say what they feel. Donated more detail on how Chris the Cancer Man feels about me and when will he contact me. This is very interesting because this person's kind of hiding away from people right now. I don't know whether he understands or accepts your offer of how you feel. So this person knows how you feel, but I don't know whether they completely can take your offer. They also seem to be like avoiding the omission. So they kind of feel like they don't want to say no, but they don't want to say yes. And that's hard because this person's kind of attached to you in a fear-based say thing, but I don't feel like they're completely like honest how they feel, and I feel like they're not really in a space that they. You're very welcome. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you for Starfall for pulling that up. You know, like sometimes people have a definite pushback to words, and I completely understand that. You know, everybody has a different way that they see something as a word. So yeah, so generally, like, yeah, I feel like this person might be hung up on you, but yeah, they're like scared of like hurting you or offending you. But I don't know whether they particularly love you or like you. So I hope that helps. um, so Fatin, I already did yours. Dipshika, will I have bonding with HJ? This is interesting because I think that you will. I think that was a struggle to get through to them, but I feel like you will, in general, with this bonding. I think you've understood this person a little bit more as well. One thing that I would definitely say with that same thing is, yeah, my sister, one of my sisters in Australia, she, while I was back there, the last time I was there, she kept on calling me idiot. And one day I just like snapped and I was like, ah. And she's like, do you don't realize that that's like, it's not about like, you idiot. And I was like, stop doing that. So honestly, people do have a different pushback depending on what words they use, like people use. And I definitely did not mean to actually hurt anybody, you know? But yeah, I definitely know that I could be using better words. It's okay, it's fine. Why is he scared of hurting me while he's hung up on me? It probably could be that this person wants a lower connection than you're willing to give Red Rose. So this person might want, maybe wants a friendship more than a thing, like wants to be around you without being like in a relationship with you. That makes sense. So how does Lucy feel about me? Says Renee. Honestly, this person seems to really want to be with you, but there's like a little bit of issues with you because I think that you tend to not understand how other people work. So you tend to be in your own world, in your own mind, which causes a lot of conflict and disagreements in your life. Page of Cups upside down means that you're starting to kind of resolve a lot of issues that were in your past. So you're starting to be more present. And I think as soon as you start being more present, you start resolving these issues. So I feel like Lucy kind of sees a lot of the nicer things about you. I don't think she sees all of that because she tends to be kind-hearted and open, so she tends to have illusion about people. So that's okay. Should I? Exciting Times says, should I hire a Shopify website builder for my business? How will my business turn out in 6 months? I think the whole idea is you need to not focus on the present, you need to focus on the future. The weirdest thing is I'm called to ask you to write a business plan, like for the next 6 months. Does that make sense? So you're going, oh yeah, I want this many sales in this much. So this is what I mean. So I'm called for you to write a quota. There's also a bit that you're kind of looking at yourself with a scarcity mindset or your business as a scarcity mindset. And you have to realize that most businesses fail in the first 12 months because of a lack of capital. So you might have to like reinvest all the profits back into the business if you can. Joe OT says, does Narendra love me? And what does he expect from me? This person doesn't see that many options, so he might be choosing you because there's a lack of options out there. So he's just happy with this. So it might be that this person is a very pessimistic person. So don't worry if that's something that happens, Jyoti. This person's just naturally in that state of mind. So what does he expect from you? to heal his heart. I think that's what he's generally trying to do, is heal the heart. So that'll help. Magic, hello. Gabby says, will Maxim end up reaching out to me, or should I reach out? I think the whole idea is, if you're getting upset that this person hasn't reached out to you yet, Gabby, you should reach out to this person. Was that he's confused about me? I think this person is confused, especially because you tend to bounce back this person's feelings kind of a little bit strangely or weirdly. So this person tends to be quite emotional. So yeah. People we meet, can I ask, am I a starseed? And the message for my ancestors. Sorry. I don't feel like you're starseed. I think you're more down to earth, more grounded. So I don't feel like you're starseed at all. Queen of Pentacles, your guides want to tell you that you've got this. Whatever you're working on, they definitely appreciate your hard work. And that you're working very, very hard. And yeah, they definitely see it. And keep on doing the thing. I'm autistic. If that makes sense, I'm not aware. It's hard because, yeah, I definitely felt that through that. How could you put yourself in a better space? I think that you have to be more looking outside yourself, if that makes sense, Rene. Because I feel like you tend to be inside and you don't tend to see outside, if that helps you. That's what I'm going to say for that. But yeah, you definitely get in a certain point where you just keep on doing in your own space. Okay, so where is it? Sorry, guys. Where was that question? Okay, so we are up to here. Joanne. Okay, so we're now here. Sorry, guys. That got me very confused. Anything, please, on moving forward in life. Okay, you have been in a very bad situation for a very long time. It's starting to ease. So don't worry about it. It's starting to go. It's actually a time of new beginnings for you. So just don't worry about it. There's a time that you're very closed off and you should see bigger picture and lots of things that you can do or be part of. It's a time of strength as well. I don't know why you need strength, but you need to be a little bit more strong. No distractions. I think that if you're unhappy with what's here, you can always, like, no distraction it out. But that means that you need to see outside. I feel like you've been very much blinkers on quite recently, and you need to see things as they are, bigger and broader than you would like to do that. You're very welcome, Shirley. People we meet. Did I? Give me a second. No, I did yours. Go back in time, people I meet. I did yours. Because I was saying, are you a starseed? I haven't done yours. Go back in time. And you can always go back in time while the reading's live. So this is great. because if you miss it, you can always go back in time. Lines, please? Did you put down a question? Pure Color says, what does Us not like or like about me? Us likes that you tend to try things even if it's only once. And Us doesn't like that you're always a little bit, sometimes like Us doesn't realize that because you've had a lot of emotional baggage, you're trying to stop being so emotionally tied down. But at the moment, you need to realize your heart is healing, and Us can be a little bit clumsy. And so that's what he doesn't like, is the way, like, sometimes he just triggers you and, like, something happens. So Rashmi says, will my ex Rohit propose to me? Is there any future for both? I feel like this person tends to pass through love and out quite quickly, so I don't think so, unfortunately. So Jane says, how does MK feel about me? Good. Because we're getting to yours. Don't worry. Don't worry. Okay, so what does MK feel about you? Definitely, like, this person's just overjoyed and full of love for you. So they feel like you're adventurous and just they're happy to be around you. They also noticed, Jane, that you wear quite a lot of colors. You're a very colorful person. And they definitely enjoy that you've kind of got a little bit of eccentricity going on in your style. It feels like that. But they do know that you wear a lot of colors. That's what they notice. Jasmine says, why was I getting gangster at work? That's a little bit scary. No idea, they just wanted to chase you. Um I think you're quite attractive, Jasmine, and they were just like, "Oh yeah, we're gonna check out what she's doing." So I think the whole idea was they didn't mean to do that, but yeah, I think that you're just pretty, and that's why they were following you around. I don't feel like it was like meant to creep you out. But yeah, if you keep on doing that, getting that done, I would definitely contact HR. Please don't be in that situation. You know, because that's not good. Shirley says, "What is L's current feelings and S intentions towards me?" Okay, interesting. What's L's current feelings and intentions towards me? There's kind of an interesting thing where they might have had a little bit of tiff or a little bit of quarrel with you. If that hasn't happened, it might happen soon. But that's okay. That's fine. Um, this person really wants to protect you and wants to look after you, and that might be the argument, Shirley. You might not want to be looked after. But the whole idea is you've got to realize that this is love. This person really wants to look after you. And also wants to, like, be in a space with you. So this, I always think of prosperity and abundance at home. Like, this person wants to share so many good things with you, whether it's a house or a home or otherwise, you know? You're very welcome, Shirley. So I feel like this person's like, oh yeah, this person would be so great to live together. So honestly, this person has like such a great view of you, other than a little bit worried about like the arguments that might happen. Ma'am, has A had a psychic reading done of me? If no, how does he know to check up on me? No, I don't think that he has done a psychic reading. Um, how does he just know? He knows. Honestly, you tend to be a little bit more emotionally dependent on other people, moon goddess, or there's kind of a bit that you tend to be trapped in your own emotions and you need someone to talk to. So that's what I would say to you. The other thing that I would definitely say to you is that they know that you're going through rough periods of time where you feel like alone and isolated, and like other people are not letting you, yeah, they're not talking to you or something. So yeah, they kind of know that these things happen, and they were just checking in to make sure you're okay. So Rashmi, I did yours. I know that I did your question. Try another. It is true. I guess like we are all expected to it's very hard because sometimes I've got to realize that people do stuff. It's hard as a reader because you know that you have faith in your cards, and I can guess that there's a lot of people that are judgmental towards people. So Pompey says, does SS Gemini love me? Definitely, there's a manifestation on this connection for this person. I don't feel like love yet, Pompey. Yeah, so that's what I mean. That's what I mean. That's, yeah, this person wants to be closer to you, and they don't have love yet, but that doesn't mean that they won't have love for you in the future. The sun, show love and light to yourself, like it kind of create that joy and abundance for yourself, because this might take a while, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. So that's all good, you know. So in some ways, this person might be a little bit more like a demi. AC, did I? I don't think that I got to yours because I would love to do yours. So let me double check. I'll definitely double check. So yeah, it might take them a while. They might be demisexual or something, where they fall in love with people. No. Oh yeah. Sorry. Yes, I did skip it. Sorry, AC. Yes. I'm very bland. Okay. I don't feel like this year. Given next year, I feel like that's the thing. Not this year, next year. Oh. Do you have a full Bitcoin? I have like 0.001% of one, so it's not going to go anywhere soon, unfortunately. Sorry, AC. Next year it says. Coco Chantel. Okay. One of my sisters is named Chantel. Different spelling though. What is going on between Carl Pisces and Marie Tennessee? Is it friends or what? I think this is only friends. I don't think that they can be more than friends. They do have this kind of like bit that they understand each other's jokes, but it's not like it's a thing. So yeah, I feel like this person's just friends with this person. So yeah, I think to next year the cards seem like they're like not this year, next year. Honestly, if that happens, then you have to give me one. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. You don't have to. If I ask SS manager for explanation, what would happen? It's regarding a complaint. Emma, I think this person would try to make you happy. In general. I think that's the thing. This person would understand where you're coming from. So, yeah, I don't think you should be afraid of that. Rocky, just put down a question, you know? Just put it in there. It might take a while, but that's what I felt like. Um, compatibility with SSA. It's kind of interesting because this seems like grow yourself and focus on trusting the universe that it knows where to go. I know we've had a lot of Wheel of Fortunes tonight, and I feel like, sorry guys, sometimes like the universe wants you to know afterwards, you know? So it's trusting that you know where you want to go. Queen of Wands, you're coming in a bit of like thinking about one person when you need to like open yourself up. You get so much energy from other people that if you cut yourself off from that source, and focus on one person, you will burn that person out because you've got quite a lot of high energy. So you're very welcome, AC. I'm glad that I can help. Jesus, it's just like hard. Magic says, how will M think and feel about the messages I sent her this last night? I don't know if I read them yet or not. She hasn't read them, unfortunately. Um, so this is going to be interesting. Gonna ask the pendulum. Magic, will Magic's person M feel happy that they receive those? They seem to be yes, that they'll be happy, but they have not received them yet. And just wait for them to get in contact with you. So it's going to take them a while. The book, you can switch between them. There's little tabs, so you can switch between whether you want the monthly or the once only, and it's like the tab up the top. AC. Unfortunately, it's the case. Yeah, the different feeling, the same meaning of singer voice. You have both differences, but the angels encourage you both to understand each other to get along. Yeah. Yep. How are you? Can I ask, did my husband find the right house for me? Says prettiest girl. You are the prettiest girl. Should know that by now. Don't even think that your husband's not thinking that you're the prettiest girl. It might not come with the expectations that you want. And you might have to let go of the fear-based attachment that you have to buying this house. Because that's the case. I think generally, like you both being in a space, you can definitely make something very cute and adorable like you. That's fine. The house, you can definitely make it cute and adorable. I have faith. Death, you need to let go of something, and I don't know what it is, but you need to let go of it. It might just be expectations. I think you will definitely have a good house, and it'll be very sturdy, very happy place, but you need to let go of what it looks like, if that makes sense, prettiest girl. Hello, Eddie. Put down a question. I will be down in a second, you know. Joanne. Okay, so we didn't skip anybody's question. Okay, C Saint says, can I ask what MA tells his friends and family about me? You tend to be a saver. You don't tend to be a spender. I feel like that's the case. And this person tends to be very emotionally attached to you. So I think this person might, it's kind of weird because I feel like you've got a very hedonistic King of Cups. So, and there might be a little bit of jokes about that you're saving money, but that doesn't mean that they still don't appreciate that you do save and you do look after your money. That's what I'm feeling. So, I think they do give him a ribbing for actually spending more than you in general. So, you're very welcome, AC. I hope that helped. Can you please tell me what L wants from the connection? When will he take action? Ooh. There is obsessive thoughts about this person. And it's kind of an interesting thing because this person doesn't know how to respond to your thoughts. So it might be also that he does find you very attractive, Shelley. It can be one of those things that this person could find you very attractive. When will he take action? So can you please tell me when L wants to take action? Is it in a month? It's probably like, it's sooner than that. Is it sooner than that? Is it in 1 month? Is it in 2? Then in 3 months? It's weird. I think that it's saying that it doesn't matter. It's pretty soon. It's pretty soon. Yeah. I feel like this person's just like really got in there very deep and then didn't know how to get out, you know? Yeah, I'm worried about this because I read the devil in reverse as like more of an addiction coming in. Like sometimes people say it's a breaking of cycle, but I always see this as closer to you. So I feel like this person tends to fall in love quite easily, and you've got to be a little bit wary of that. Is like, are they really truly connecting to you, or are they connecting to the whole idea that they want to be in love? So that's kind of interesting because that's the case. I think this person just doesn't know. And if you're giving them mixed signals, then they're going to be like, I don't know. So, okay, so we really have gone through a lot of things. He has lots of options, but ma'am, he chose me. I think in general, Joe, he thinks differently. That doesn't mean that they think. I felt that intuition so approach that I was just waiting for a cat like it was survey then. Give me a second, cause yeah. Okay, so Princess says, how does A feel when he sees me with D? This princess. Oh, he does, but I feel like this is kind of weird thing. He does. There's kind of people that tend to be in a connection that they don't know how to deal with themselves, so they tend to be in a connection so they don't have to deal with themselves. So I do feel that kind of feeling, but that doesn't mean that they don't like you. It's just that this person might not be able to deal with that anxiety if they're on their own. So Princess says, does A feel when he sees me with D? Um, like he wants to chase back. He wants to tell you his feelings, Princess. So if you're playing with this poor guy's heart, then yeah, let him go kindly. But yeah, he wants to chase again. I really do like him. Aww. Well, I hope it goes well. Fingers crossed for you. So Rocky's World says, why did my day go sour today? Ah, you didn't control it. Okay. You didn't control the outcomes of today. You actually let it dictate your actions, which was interesting. You also didn't talk to people. You tended to withdraw from people, and that's why it went the way it did. Um, yeah, I feel like you're always alone. So therefore you never actually ask for help or you ask for advice. You just sit there and go, I can do this. And then you just don't control it in a manner that helps. It's just like, oh yeah, I got this. Nope, I don't got this. It's like, you know, when you go, hey, I got this. They load up the thing. You go, yeah, falling backwards. um, if you watch any of those like forklifts, and they just go boop. uh, so that's a blessing. Your sister has a similar, different spelling, the same meaning of singer voice. Yeah, you both have differences. It's interesting. My sister that has the same name as you, Chantel, is probably the most like, I usually class her as the most closest sister for me, mostly because she's so blunt and direct that I kind of understand her, and that's fine, you know. But I have 4 sisters. Well, no, not 4 sisters. I am one of them. So I have 3 younger sisters. I'm the oldest, which is really interesting. Very fun dynamic. Not. Uh, Havana? I did? Sorry, guys. I'm getting to a point that I'm just like in a certain space. I don't see you, Ivana. Give me a second. Look down this way. I don't see you at all, which is interesting. Give me a second. And were you, Ivana? Because that. If I did skip you, can you put down your message? Because I'm very sure if I skipped you, I cannot find you at all. So make sure that you put down the question so I can do that for you. Thank you, Ivana. Sorry about that. I'll do this after Coco, and then I will do yours because I can't find you anywhere. If I approach Carl Pisces, would he turn into this a relationship between us? I feel like this person's not in a space that they like or want a relationship. There's also the things, but this seems like a thing. So if I ask you, Kyle, would you want a relationship with Coco? Yeah, it feels like a no. Yeah, it's a no, unfortunately. And I think it's just because this person's in a space that they don't tend to look around them very often, and they tend to be very pessimistic and closed off. So it tends to be that they don't tend to be very good at relationships. So, yes, I do. Before Coco Chanel's and before Rocky's. After Rocky. Oh, it was not here. Oh, okay. No, sorry. Because I have to. I don't think that I can see it, but that's fine. I'm kind of blind here. I'm squinting at the screen, so I can't see it. But that's fine. It's all good. I'll do it now just in case because like I don't want you to be in a situation that you feel like you have got this. Does Jonathan want me and wants to do stuff? Yes, for sure, Ivana. I think that's the thing. Yes, I feel so. That's definitely a thing. But also stuffs, I think that's the case. So yeah, downtime. This person might not have the same sex drive as you, but he definitely likes you. Okay, so we'll go back. Prosperity, I've done yours. Bright side. How does AM see me as a person and is he attracted to me? You're very welcome. Okay, so this person sees you as being very confident, very practical, When you want something, you go out and get it. You work hard. You're a very practical person though, so you tend to be more like, oh yeah, I'm gonna do this kind of thing. Is this person attracted to you enough for the heart to heal? So this person's actually in a point of heart heal. So they might not completely approach you, but because their heart is healing, this means that this person is attracted to you. Because without having someone to want to heal your heart for, you're not going to heal your heart because it hurts. It's not that easy. You're very welcome. So her says, what do they think about my email today? They definitely received it in good spirits, but they also feel like you kind of missed out the point of some of the things her. Not everything was like, you might have not understood their perspective of some things, but I think the email was nice and bright and definitely like got everything in it. There might be a couple of things that they wanted you to change, but that's okay. You're right about now in the moment. I mean, over time, right now, Carl is. It's hard because the whole idea is the space that people occupy. I definitely try to show you a future that can be changeable. You know, the future is always changeable by our actions in the present. And whether on, I want to make sure that you get as much chance as possible to change your present to change your future. So sometimes I sit there and go, well, you're not going to get this unless you work on this. And that's how I read my cards. I know that this might be like different because some people will read their futures as set as a thing, but I always think time is relative dimension. So everything's happening on top of each other, and you can always change your future because it's already written, but because it's part of the timeline, you can always change it. If that makes sense to you. So Eddie says, what can I expect coming? A woman, apparently. Adventures and travel. Oh, two women. Oh my god. You might have to just sit there and go, oh my god. Eddie, I'm on your question now. So yeah, two women. So what should I expect coming? If you're like got kids and wife, that might be the case. But if you're single, two women coming in for you. Page of Pentacles, you might need to be more aware about how you communicate. If someone shows their emotions to you, how are you going to respond to that? So, yeah. Prosperity, I did. Give me a second, I'll double check that. And so, therefore, the whole idea is adventures and new things are coming in your life, and you can explore those as well. So, I think that it's going to be very exciting for you, Eddie. So, good luck! Because, two women at once? Oh my. I did do yours. Because I did that one. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Wait for it. Because you did this one a while back. Prosperity. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Do. it was a while back. I remember your question, and it was like ages ago. And it's not even scrolled back. But you asked for the 2 sides of April, and I answered it at that point of time, because I remember that, because I was like, that's an interesting question to ask 2 sides of April. So I feel like you did actually ask me that before, and it's just like I did this like ages ago. If that helps you, Prosperity, I can definitely like ask again, but you'll definitely have a different answer. Thank you, Eddie. Message about spirit about my health. Honestly, and I know that you're actually like alright. You're kind of young, so it's fine for your health to be slightly more erratic. And you should choose love over money. So maybe it's time to actually love your body more than thinking about like how much it's going to cost. Sometimes to actually look after your body more than thinking about the money that you're going to spend on it. If that makes sense. So Prosperity, I can definitely do that and not make you go back in time, but I remembered that you already asked that. So Mood Goddess says, oh, how does my person friends and family feel about me yet to meet them? This person's friends already love you based on that he seems so happy. So or this person's friends. I didn't want to say pronouns, but this person honestly likes you a lot, and his friends see that you're happy. His parents are like, we'll wait and see. We'll wait and see before we decide, but his friends are very happy. Okay. So, yeah. Pure Color says, what does LM think about our connection and his feelings for me? Honestly, this person's kind of let go of this connection or let go of control over this connection, so they're waiting for you to chase this person. So honestly, they think that you're going to chase them more, and they've kind of given you space to do that, which is kind of interesting. Why do they want you to do that? So they can prove that you want them instead of just desiring them for something superficial. I think that's what they want to do, is to test if you really want them. You're very welcome, Haley. So my crush am single and open to be in a relationship at this time. Oh, interesting. Unfair judgment, but the tower in reverse. They might judge you kind of like a little bit like not their type, but with the tower, I feel like they would be, boss. So it might be like time for you to try and do that, because I feel like this is best time as any, you know? Milid is as a person and my compatibility, are we perfect for each other? Oh my god, there's a half a bloody story here. Let's go quickly through it. It seems like, yeah, there's unfair judgment, but this person's coming out of a rough patch. Really, a rough patch. So they're not really kind of thinking about distractions or trying to cheer themselves up or making themselves happy. So they might be in a little bit of a weird space for them, like, to kind of think about relationships and jolly. So that's kind of the bit that they're in, is just like a like serious side instead of love. Um they do find that you tend to slightly be more annoying, maybe a little bit more chirpy. You're definitely a happy person, and at the moment they're going through this, so they're not happy in general, not happy bunny. So honestly, don't worry. I don't feel like this is a bad thing for you. Just keep on like showing your love and showing your affection to yourself and your joy and stuff like that. Turn that in. This is a life choice for them, so it could be ending up with you or ending up alone pretty much. So I don't feel like there's compatibility issues here because there's no compatibility. I think as soon as this person cheers up and stops being such a sourpuss, then I think that you'll naturally be together. Minnie, yes, definitely put a question down. Taste, I've done yours. That was a while ago. I know that I did both of those for you. So go back in time. If you guys remember where you put your questions, then you can go back in time and find them. Cause I try to remember these so much. Caroline Miss? Exciting times, I did say that. What did I say? Cause I remember your cards. I said that he did reach out to you, though he was kind of scared to do that. There was a different question, wasn't it? I feel like it was a different question. Let me move on to Patty. Exciting times. Are you still here, mate? Because I think you asked this question before, but you said 2020 instead of 2019, which is throwing me now. Had a dream with just Caroline Miss in it and me. What did it mean, Patty? You're kind of stuck in your life and you want things to be so nice and exciting. I think that if you were dreaming, this dream was full of colors and full of bright things. And so I think that you've got to realize that you need to bring these colors into. I'm here? No, not my question. Okay, I'll do yours now. Because I feel like we got the same question, just maybe a different person. Sorry, exciting times. So I feel like it's trying to tell you your life is kind of without color right now and to bring the color into the waking world. So let's do exciting times. Sorry about the wait, guys. I definitely appreciate it. Okay, so why did he try to? Because he wanted to get back together with you. Exciting times. It was just that bit where you guys have fallen down and trying to reestablish contact, and heart was healing. So good time to actually come back in contact with you. So that's what I would say to you. Yeah, it's kind of hard because like people do ask the same question and I'm like I don't know how to explain it. Moon in Taurus, how is Leo seeing me currently? And sometimes this is where I go, oh yeah, go back. I'm like, how does the Leo see me currently? Definitely like they definitely imagine like you in a house doing the housework, being a beautiful person. Moon in Taurus might be wearing just an apron, but you know, they watch too many anime. Yeah, kid, just put down a question. I'll get to you. I was scrolling down, so it's taking a while. But this is a life choice. So honestly, this person's got to decide whether they want to be single or want to be with you. So that's the case. And sometimes like people go, well, why would that be a thing? And I'm like, when you're a bachelor, you don't care. You can leave the seat up. You can fart wherever you want to, you know? Flame says, does AL live alone? No, I feel like this person might have a housemate. So I don't know whether I don't feel like this is completely like a romantic relationship, but they definitely don't live alone. Would they like living with you, Flame? They would feel like they have to pay for everything. They kind of spread thrift, so they'd be like, "Oh, you like have too much water. Do you have too much food?" No, 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 no. So they might be a little bit upset with everything you did. Okay, Aditi says general reading for the rest of March. We're getting a lot of these Eight of Swords in reverse. I think that you've realized that your struggle is over. You're finally free of whatever has happened. So don't worry, don't panic. You're definitely on the outside. Keep on working on it because there is a little bit of a fight going on, but you're winning. So honestly, it's been like probably better to better, but honestly, you'll still feel a little bit of a struggle there. So I think you're winning. Good job. Okay, so Aju says, any potential relationship coming to me soon, his details. I think no more distractions. You need to focus on love. That's kind of somewhat soon, but obviously you need to accept his emotions or feelings because without that, you're not going to be entering into this relationship. This might be a friend of a friend. That's what I'm getting, is that you might not completely be not known to this person, but it's a friend of a friend. And your heart is healing, so take time to kind of heal that before you get into another relationship, because you know that's the thing. His details kind of like on the smaller side, so not like 6 foot kind of thing, but a smaller guy. Tends to have a shorter cropped hair, so kind of keeps it neat, but kind of cuts his own hair. So it's like, but yeah, I think he tends to play with it. His hair, he tends to just like muss it. And the wraps. Hello, should I do a podcast? Yes, you should. I think honestly, you should realize that your friends and your family are your best supporters ever, and you should actually get them to watch or like listen to every single podcast. Um, I feel like you need to have a little bit more space that you kind of get more people to come on that have different diverse views than you, because that'll be interesting to have that conversation. If you're just talking to Mike instead of actually bouncing off other people, it might get a little bit boring. But you're doing very well under wraps. Keep on going. Thank you, under wraps. And thank you, Eddie, for be right back. So you answered the. Oh, sorry, Prosperity. Okay, sorry. That's why I was like a little bit confused, because I was like, I'm sure that I've answered. Sorry, Prosperity. Give me a second. This is the problem when you ask exactly the same question, because I'll remember that question. And sometimes it really gets very complicated very quickly. Okay, so you've got prosperity and abundance in your home for the first of this month, the 1st of April. So honestly, that is good. You need to let go of. Hello, Sarah. Let go of your like fear-based attachment here. So it might be actually around your home than actually around a person. So if you think that your home is not good enough or something like that, your prosperity is coming in. So you've got to stop being so attached to like that this is not going to be abundant, because it will. Okay, interesting. This is coming in quite strongly here. So honestly, when good things come into your life, you're naturally prosperity, you're naturally letting go of them. So honestly, sometimes when we don't feel like we're good enough to receive, we just like sabotage ourselves or kind of like apathetic until it passes right by us. It doesn't matter what it is, it just means that we don't feel good enough to hold on to it. This is that you'll feel stuck, and this might be this thing where you're actually beating yourself up for letting the thing go. So I would definitely say you need to step up and feel like you're worthy to receive. Temperance, do things in moderation, tend to moderate your behaviors, or like sometimes it's moderating of alcohol or other substances, whatever like needs to be moderating in your life, you need to moderate it. You need to kind of go, hey, don't panic, moderate your behavior. That helps you, prosperity. I hope that helps. But yeah, we do not hold on to something unless we feel worthy of it. That's what I would say. Nikita says, what are unprocessed true feelings for Nikita? This is interesting because Nikita, I feel like this person might not feel like you're completely their favorite dish or their like the thing that they really want, but they're naturally going to fall into a relationship with you anyway. It's kind of a weird thing because this person might not really see you as you, but then after a while, this person will naturally be in a relationship with you. So this is kind of a little bit of a confusing thing for me. I don't think they know what their true feelings are for you. Yeah, of course, good readers. I will get to you very soon. Thank you so much. I'll miss you in April. I will miss you too. I hope that I can do timeless readings before I go back to Australia. I really procrastinated about those, and I need to do them very quickly because that's what's really kind of having me. So yeah. Angie says love relationship for me is committed relationship covering. The thing is that you're holding tight to something in the past, probably a relationship you need to let go of to move on, to transition onto a new relationship. Ace of Swords, you tend to be very blunt and sometimes too blunt, where you bludgeon people to death with the truth. There's just these two, and if you work on these things, you will naturally have like a committed relationship. You just need to work on these things. You're very welcome, Nikita. Oh, okay. I'll try to remember that. Okay, so yellow roses are my guides. Connecting through the oracle cards, and should I buy love oracle cards to connect with AB? Honestly, you are connecting with them. Whether or not they actually want to talk through the oracle cards is another story completely. I feel like they tend to feel like that's not a good enough offering. So sometimes this is a hard thing, because even if you're trying to talk to someone, they might not accept that. I think if you want to love oracle is kind of interesting, because I feel like it's going to tell you more about yourself than the other person. But if it's going to make you more interested in doing more card readings for yourself, then go ahead and do it, because I feel like you'll be very interested in what you actually find out. Yeah, I'm really pissed. Why did you broke your ball? You 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 looked at your ball and it broke. I don't understand what that was. Angelo, good night. So Minnie says, who should I go towards, the Gemini, B, or the Sagittarius? Honestly, they're much and muchly. I think the Gemini is in a period of like healing. So they tend to be more in a healing state where they're trying to heal. So they tend to be a little bit more volatile in their feelings. Gemini might give you some emotions and some kind of ways to view them, but they might not have much of their heart behind this. Does that make sense? Like your Gemini versus your Sagittarius. Your Gemini is actually trying to heal for you. So there tends to be a deeper connection with this person than this one. But there's a muchly between them, because I think they're both like in a bit that they're really not sure of you. So if what will be the outcome if I reach out to Maxime? I do not want to reach out, because I feel like I've been the one that reaching out lately. So yeah, this person doesn't know how to cope with emotions very well. They don't tend to be able to communicate very well. That's why they tend to leave it to you. They're saying that you're getting a little bit pissed off, and I can see that through like Ace of Swords. That you tend to be blunter and blunter with your communication. I think this is the case, that you get a little bit upset with them, which turns into like, I don't know, I'm gonna get in trouble again kind of feeling. So honestly, I don't know if you're going to ever get this person to communicate the way that you want them to, Gabby. Because honestly, it takes a lot of time to actually wake up and do these things. What makes you attractive? You've got a very smart mind. You're very intelligent. You can converse with anybody. You tend to have a very good sense of style. But more like not in a classical way. You wouldn't be like a floaty kind of pixie kind of thing. You tend to have a little bit more angles, so trench coats and stuff like that. Aditi, I definitely see you using style as being something that is attractive to other people. Ace of Cups, you tend to fall in love with things quite easily. So you tend to be very passionate about a lot of things, and you tend to just like adopt them as your own. As soon as you find something that you really like, you're like, yes. So honestly, your enthusiasm is infectious. Cleo says, what was the dream about crystals and posters and pillow room trying to tell me? um, to kind of wake up. That's what I'm getting, is like kind of wake up. I think it's trying to tell you like, because I feel like with the crystals and posters and pillow, they are trying to show you like a child's aspect of a room. Like Cleo is like, would this child like being in here? And I think that the child would definitely say yes. And I think it's your inner child sitting there going, hey, look, I would like these things. Can I have these things? You know? So, if that helps you. Welcome back! So, Kid Lily says, why did the Sagittarius tries to make plans with me and not reply back to my messages? I think this person overbooked Kid Lily. And they knew that they were going to get in trouble for it, so they kind of didn't reply back. Yeah, they kind of overbooked. I love your vibes. Thank you, Eddie. I definitely appreciate it. Shimoni says, what makes me attractive? um, okay. Someone likes your tight ass vibes. sorry, that might come over the wrong way. But the King of Pentacles in reverse means that you don't feel like you have enough money, and the other one's about saving. So obviously you're very attractive because you want to save, Shimoni. So I feel like this is a thing. You're actually very good at saving, and people could see that, and that's what makes you attractive. If that helps you. Okay, so will I see M again, and how does he see me? I think that you will see M again. The Wheel of Fortune means that this is up to the universe, so trust the universe. How does this person see you? Like the perfect yin to their yang. So honestly, Sanson, you are like the masculine or the divine feminine coming together for this relationship. So honestly, you complete each other as in this, you know. So Sarah says, I'm just wondering how Brad feels about me. Okay. So I'm gonna get to a point where I close the thing because I am getting tired, guys. So if you do want a reading, I'm gonna leave the list open for 10 minutes. Put your questions in it, and then I'll read till the list is closed, okay? So this is how we do it here. So wondering how Brad feels about you. Honestly, like, he wants to love and protect you and take care of you. But this person tends to be like a very like relaxed person, tends to be very carefree, which is kind of an interesting thing because this seems to be a vibe that they put off, which might annoy you a little bit, Sarah, but underneath this person is this desire to protect and look after. Under the wraps says, may I ask for a love reading this year? Of course you can. You're very welcome, Sanson. Those alone is great a joy to find your channel when you come on. Aww. I'm really glad about that. It's kind of hard because I do go through a lot of readings and I get kind of tired, but that's because I tend to read a lot. So may I ask for love reading this year, says Under the Wraps. So this is for you. King of Cups in reverse. So if you're masculine, this is you. If you're feminine, this person's coming in for you. So King of Cups in reverse, you tend to be more emotionally dependent on one person. So you tend to like burden them with some feelings or of things. So sometimes this is hard because when you are very firmly attached to someone, you could be in a very codependent relationship depending on your relationships in the past and how you feel about other people. So honestly, kind of be a little bit wary of if you're masculine, if you get in codependent relationships quite easily. Page of Wands, there is a person coming in for you very, very soon. So I feel like just keep on working towards that. But yes, of course, you could get one, Namarate. Okay, so Angie says MS wants to meet me, or is he engaged somewhere? I think this person wants to meet up with you. Your brain is telling you some bad things that they don't want to, or stuff like that. You need to tell your brain to go. Be a little bit quieter somewhere else because honestly, this person did want to like meet up with you or look after you, and they got sidetracked or they got a little bit more busy. So honestly, this person did wanna like check up with you. Ocean says, how does Carl feel about me? You're a very, very attractive Ocean. You know that, Ocean? You're very attractive. This person's definitely wants to be with you. And even if you're like, well, this is a friendship, this person does definitely wants to be around you. Good evening, Monica. Hello. Well, welcome. Welcome in. You have 5 minutes to put your question in chat. So that's yeah, I want to help you, but I will be finishing up soon because it is 1 o'clock. I start yesterday. I was here until 2 o'clock in the morning. Yeah, don't ask. I was very, very tired. So what did I bring Moses' life and him to my life? So no longer in contact. There's good readers. Weirdly enough, what you brought Moses' life was a sense of telling the truth. A very blunt, direct way of communication, which was kind of refreshing. This person didn't have to think as much about how to communicate with you, because you tended to want a very like truthful communication, and I think that was very refreshing for him. And him to your life, good readers, was the ability to heal your heart, to actually understand and accept that you needed to heal your heart, and you did. So that's how I would call that, good readers. Magic, I did to yours. It was a while ago. You can go back in time. So, yeah. I will, Monica. I don't usually do this long. I was just enjoying being with you guys. Maxim and I will naturally end up in a relationship. Okay. Miss Mon, yeah, I did answer you. Demi, are you okay? Because I'm a little bit worried about you. Your ball popped. I heard a ball pop. That's what you said. Okay, so Gabby, this is for you. Will Gabby and Maxim be naturally end up in a relationship? It's interesting. It says no. Yeah. So if anybody doesn't know, you can definitely make your pendulum at home for yourself. You can use what I'm doing, which is right now a necklace. This seems to really enjoy being used as a pendulum, but you don't need to do that. You can use a ring on a string, which, yeah, it depends on. Don't steal someone's ring, I promise. But also you can ground yourself and then ask like whether it's a yes or no or a maybe. And depending on how your pendulum swings, then you calibrate it for yourself, and that's how you can do it at home. Hello, Zane. So yellow. How do my guides wanted me to connect to them? If not Oracle, yellow roses. I think just devotion through your hard work and effort, that's good enough. They really, really enjoy that you work very hard, and like you don't need to do much, yellow roses. You just need to kind of show the passion that you've got for your life. They want to make sure that if you want, they always want to tell you that they're there if you need them, you know? They don't need the candle, they don't need the oracle deck. They just know that honestly you're going to be with them anyway. So I don't think that they need the oracle deck because it's too much, and it's probably just too many like little tiny words. So with the oracle decks, they tend to be very simple, and I can understand it. Like if they were using an Ouija board or something like that, they'd be like, this is a lot of like baffle. And we know we can just like contact you subconsciously, you know. We're just fine. You're very welcome to do another. We're nearly at the time that I'm going to do the list to close, but don't worry if you're here and you've asked a question before I close the list, then you will get answered, you know. What style and lifestyle suits me best, says Victoria. Interesting. Well, firstly, you're called to. to invest in things that are like good quality and like maybe a little bit more designer, but they're not like mainstream brands. I feel like that's the case that I would say to you. But you need to look at long term, and you should stop emotionally spending on like style Victoria. I think that's what I mean. Like you definitely be very suited to the French style, which is like not that many clothes and just like have staples in your wardrobe. The world, you are called to be more of a traveler and kind of see the world, which will affect your style because you'll bring back things from other places. So yeah, just earn a little bit of money and go traveling, I feel. That's what they're calling for that. You're very welcome, Taze. That's okay. That's okay. You don't have to send me money. You're very welcome. So Pure Color says, can I ask what Musa finds attractive? So it's interesting because you don't get distracted very easily. You don't get distracted very easily, and you don't listen to other people. As soon as you really want to do something Pure Color, you tend to charge headlong into where you want to go, um to the point that you tend to disregard people altogether, which they're kind of slightly worried about. They want you to be around other people, but they understand that when you get in this thing that you tend to want to do something and you don't care what other people say, you just do it. You're like, yes, I'm doing this, and they find that really kind of cute. I think that they find that adorable that you don't care what other people think, they just doing that. It's kind of skipping down again. Sorry, guys. Okay, so we did Carl. Okay, so we were on the right page. I'm just getting, like, tired. So we're doing list is closed, but don't worry. Don't panic. Don't run away. I'm going to do everybody else's readings, but obviously I need to put list is closed. So um that's the case. Oh, did it not? I think it did. Yeah, sorry. It's slow mode, so it just didn't do that. Okay, so what does Muddy like when I message him? What does he feel about me? Excited. He's ecstatic that you contacted him. He wants more of a conversation, but he's just happy that you keep talking to him, Joriety. Odell! Will Joseph Ocean be back in my life? Joseph Ocean. That's an interesting story. No, I feel like this person's moved on. This is interesting though. Yeah, I feel like they kind of knew that they abandoned you in some way, and that's not fair, Odell. But I feel like this person really hasn't got them their life together, I feel. EXO next. New love for me. Well, I feel like your life is kind of shifting into something better, which is amazing. So I feel like this is new. But King of Cups, is a reversal. Pratima, we are closed, unfortunately. If you don't tell anybody, shh, I will do yours, but that will be it, because I think that you just got in on the list is closed, okay? Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. So, King of Cups. King of Cups. So that's coming in for you. So yeah, I feel like this person's a new person. So Eddie says, what's going to happen with San? This person's not controlling their life when they need to. They really need to control. But they're also lucky enough to land on their feet. So prosperity and abundance coming into for their lives, and I always read this as prosperity in the home because it's got the little wooden floorboards. So I feel like even though they haven't really controlled themselves, their life very well, they'll still end up on their feet, which is probably a little bit frustrating for you, Addie, but that's gonna happen. I won't tell anybody. Shh. I'm sure everybody chat is not gonna care. Okay, so Crystal. Hi, Crystal. Will my manager Thomas still like me? He does because he hasn't moved on yet. But this person probably won't come back. But they still hold on to you. Thank you, Angeli. So I feel like that's Anjali. Sorry, Anjali. Sometimes I say things kind of badly, but yeah. Honestly, I feel like this person's still stuck on you, but they are not coming back into your life. So, Namarate, you're next. Namarate! General reading! General reading, general reading. Come on, cards. We've got to get through everybody tonight. Okay. Ooh! Okay, so I feel like you're slightly lying to yourself that you don't feel like you're going anywhere or you're getting any adventures coming into you and new broader horizons, and that you can go for what you want. I think that's the lies that you keep telling yourself, or self-deceptions that way. But the cards are like, that's an absolutely blatant lie, and you should be going for what you want because it's very close to where you are. So you should plan the journey that you want to go on. Because yeah, I think this is definitely only in your head. Namarate. Lava says, what does A wish? That one turned over. Come on, come out. What does A wish that I knew about him and his feelings? I feel like he gets a unfair judgment, mostly because he tends to be more of a rebellious sort of person. He doesn't like the status quo. He tends to rebel about it as much as possible. Maybe a little bit more vocal than he likes to be, so possibly a little bit more politically. That's what I would feel. And that's what I would feel like Lover he would try to explain to you, but you might not get it. And Page of Wands. This person wants to show you a different world from the way that you perceive it to be. But obviously with swords, they tend to be ideas people. And sometimes Lover, because they tend to be in the brain state where they tend to be very idea orientated, they tend to not misunderstand that people aren't like them, they tend to take that on. So thank you, Eddie. It's also that this card deck I love so much. You see like the edges. And so this card deck has been with me for a very long time. Well, a very long time. It's got about at least 2 years on it. And I would definitely say to you that the card deck knows my sense of humor. It knows kind of like what I'm going to ask it. And I know what it's going to say back to me, kind of thing. So it's like a relationship almost. So this is where like it becomes really good for you to, if you're doing your own like readings, guys, you need to kind of get a good relationship with a card deck. I have plenty of them, but I tend to use this one because it tends to be funny and it tends to understand that I like puns. So it's a punny cat. um I do go live every single day the same time, which is Mondays and Tuesdays, 7 p.m. because that's how I do it. So, should I go for the job that is suggested to me? Monica, yes. For the love of God, yes, girl. This is going to make you feel excited to go to work. I definitely feel like it's one of the best jobs that you got, or the best jobs that you will ever have. So no pressure there, you know? Quirky Giraffe says, why am I in resistance so much? I feel like you're in, and I'm sorry if you're not a Star Wars fan, Quirky Giraffe, but you know that bit where like Han Solo is encased in that thing and he's still alive, but he can't get out. That's what I feel like. You got snap frozen in this thing, and I I don't know why you got there, but you are in that thing where you're like snap frozen, like Han Solo, ready to scream, but you haven't, because you can't. King of Swords and Page of Wands. Can I put this in a way? Swords are very hard to define, because they tend to be in a space that they want to communicate ideas. They get very passionate about things. They want to share things that are very like higher level thinking. And sometimes you gotta understand that not everyone's like you. So therefore, sometimes you'll feel like you're just talking very simply and plainly, and you've got to realize that not a lot of people will think very hard on the topic. That's why I feel like your resistance, and also you get very pushed back on some things. Some things trigger you quite easily, and you've got to realize that they are because they go against beliefs and principles you have. So one thing that I've had to deal with is that I came from a very well, not high Christian background, but I came from a definitely religious family. And my mom believes in heaven so much, like so much. Like I believe there's afterlife, but my idea of afterlife is completely different from my mom's. And so therefore sometimes with a religion I get a massive pushback, just because I believe that there's something called science and some like all of those things. So sometimes like you've got to realize that you can be a little bit more thinking people are stupid because of the way that they believe. And that's okay to sit there and go, okay, well, I don't believe that. That's okay. That's fine. That's that's all good. Page of Wands as well. you've got to realize if you're not surrounded by people that you get entertained by, or you kind of get elevated by your ideas, you should seek out better connections, because honestly that will raise your thing. And also, if you get a resistance or a pushback, I like calling them pushbacks because they feel like pushbacks. They're like, oh, where did that come from? You know? And so instead of leaning forward, you're like, nope. You know? 7 long hours, thank you. I know, right? So I hope that helped you, Quirky Giraffe. I feel like I needed to really address that. Thank you, Magic. I hope that you find it. So Cleo says, how does Rules G feel about me? This is interesting because this person's got out of a situation, so they're now ready for good things to come into their lives, and their life hasn't, like, has finished treating them like a plaything or a play toy. So they're probably in a state of like disorientation and shock, kind of walking around like, my God. Like they just got off a really heavy duty roller coaster and they're kind of getting back to their senses. Um, they tend to be like in their own space, in their own little box right now, and they're not looking outside that. So it's kind of interesting with Riley because they need to kind of feel like they're grounded and connected in the present to really be able to tell you how, like, it's like responding. So they might know you're there, they might know you exist, they might know a lot about you, but they still haven't got over the roller coaster ride that their life's been for a while. So I think that was like about that, Cleo. I feel like you had that falling out because that. So Antu general reading. So it's time for cooperate and communicate and playing with other people. So honestly, just keep responding to other people and keep on being playful in a way that attracts more people to you, because I think it's time for some relationships. So time for making new friends or things. Or if you have a relationship, it's time to play with them too. Wink wink, nudge nudge. The Magician in reverse, you have a blockage on your ideas, like idea generation, which doesn't sound that bad until you realize what ideas do. So ideas like imagination, our daydreams, our futures, our goals, everything has to come from idea. And if you have a blockage, then you don't know where you're going or what you're doing or how you're doing it. And I think honestly, I would say to you, put down like some things on paper and plan out some goals for yourself, Andrew, because that's the only way that you're going to get through that. Um, you pick a card on Afterlife. I'm still clueless. Lover, honestly, I said to my mom, she's like, what would your perfect afterlife be? And I was like, Valhalla! And she got really upset with me. Hey, like, drinking, mead, lots and lots of orgies. The Vikings did very well with their afterlife. And then you go and you like probably paintball gun fight people during the day. Like they say battle. What is battle? And they do it all again. It sounds amazing. But maybe it's me. I don't think that I can do that. I need to die on a battlefield to go to Valhalla, so I'll probably go to another afterlife for sure. I've already put in what I want to be in the next life. I was like, well, If I don't get an afterlife, then I want to be reincarnated. And I want to be a cat in my next life. I've even asked, like, what particular name and who I should be, like sent to as a person. So let's go back to where we're going. So Angie, it's time to grow yourself and look after yourself in general. So I hope that helps. I'm sorry we started on the afterlife. Yeah, I want to be a black cat with white socks. And I want to be adopted by a gamer just so I can sit on the keyboard and press all those keys. And stop up the game. I don't know why. I want to do that. Should I go for the recommended job? I think I've done that for you, Monica, so I'm going to do is Ariana your life partner. I think that's a horrible thing, but I think that they wouldn't mind. Be a cat and just ask the universe if I. Yeah! Like, honestly, put in your requests for the afterlife, guys. There'd be like a very frazzled, like, afterlife worker on the other end, like, hello? What are you doing here? Okay, well, we have this option, plan number B, plan number B, plan number C. And you're like, I want this. Okay, we can do this. Is Ariana your life partner? So Chariot and Control. This is interesting because this might be more of a karmic connection based on that you guys are learning from each other. I don't think that it's a true karmic connection because karmic connections are completely toxic. This is not a toxic relationship. I feel like this is about learning to compromise, to work towards something, and to reflect back. I think for me, Monica, you need to work on controlling this. You need to be the person that controls this relationship. There's a little bit of struggle, and there's also self-reflection of how you guys bounce emotions off each other. So that's one thing that I would worry about is like the emotional bouncing. So if you guys have a very stressful day, do you guys come at home and then there's instantly a fight? That's a thing. Chariot in reverse, this person's going to stay if you stay. So I feel like this is a very grounded connection. You're both very practical, Monica. So I feel like that's the case. So I feel like that's a good thing. Like, this person wants to stay if you want to stay. And so this person really cares about how you're going through your life, and they want to make sure that they're still looking after you in a way, you know? So Taze Rose says, they sorry, I wanna know Diego's feelings next and I will stop. You're very welcome to keep asking. I'm very sure I did most of your readings tonight, Taze Rose, but I wanna let you know that you're always welcome, guys. I don't do this for money. I would love for this to be my full-time job, but I don't do this for I understand that for me, like, money is amazing and I definitely appreciate everybody's donations, don't get me wrong, but it's also very free and very liberating that I don't always need this as something that I get that much money from. You're very welcome, Monica. So, taste Diego's feelings. It's interesting because this person's healing, but they haven't healed enough to think that they're worthy of your love and affection. So they actually will let this feel this like relationship pass through because they don't feel worthy of it. When we don't have a certain amount of self importance or self ego, it can be extremely soul destroying because we don't hold on to a connection. We let it go because we don't feel like this person's um that we're good enough for this person. We feel worthy of this connection. We feel insecure about how we feel as people. So this is always the case. It's not even love. It can be money. It can be like everything in this person's life. They just naturally let go of because they don't feel like it's worth. Like their self worth is so low, they just let it go, which is hard. This is like they want more options on the table, but they aren't. I feel like this is kind of a weird thing. They tend to sit there and let go of things because they want other things to come through, which are not. They're bright and shining and pretty, but they're not real. And I think that's one thing that's very sad is they're kind of clinging on to like they can get this thing again, but most of the connections or things that they think are possible are not real. They're just like pretend. Um, so they're kind of glittery, but they're not real. It's like the call of the roller coaster ride. Cleo did Cleo cause the roller coaster ride? This is saying maybe. Yeah, so it's maybe there's a lot of knowing that, but there's a lot of maybe. So I don't feel like you caused it. You probably exacerbated it, but you didn't cause it. So don't worry about it. you know? And Charlie says, emphasize feelings or tensions towards me. This person's getting out of a bad spot too. We've got a lot of people getting out of bad spots, and we've got a lot of people that need to save. So I feel like there's a lot of volatility in the world because there's people that are getting out of bad situations and some people that need to save because this is going to happen. She probably thinks I'm the devil. Nah, she doesn't. The devil rules over sex, drug, rock and rolls, and orgies. So if you were really that bad, you'd be probably God. Plagues, disasters, man-made things that insurance won't cover. Donna, I'm finished for tonight. So please come back on Monday. Sorry about that. So size attention towards you. This person wants to care for you and look after you. If that helps you. Rest? I will. You're very welcome, Gabby. I'm so sorry I can't help you tonight. And then we've got Pratima K-pop edition. Ooh, it says trust the universe. Pratima, trust the universe to go where you're going. Look more at the present than the future. So it might be that you need to put a lot more work into it to get where you want to go. But I think trust the universe, it's taking you where it needs to go. So I hope that helps. Thank you guys for being here. Thank you so much for being here. I definitely appreciate all of you guys being here. Thank you for staying on to the end. The people that have stayed. And I will see you on Monday next week. I won't be here for April, but I'm trying to think about how to record all those timeless readings for you, so you might get one every single week. That's the hope. If not, well, I'll see you when I see you after April. So I'll definitely be back in May. So I appreciate it. Good night.